A man looks into the bathroom mirror and asks himself who he is, as he sees a whole other reflection. One side says that he's Lee Hoyol, and the other, Granfell Claudi Arpaeus Romeo, the successor of a once great clan. While making some tea, and also drinking it, he thinks that he unfortunately became the character he made 12 years ago, when he was in his second year of middle school. Second year, precisely. When he finished, he was extremely happy and quite obsessed. But now, he regrets it, as this character was made at the height of his puberty, and this entire situation is because of that one game. History of the Arcana continent. One, if not the best, virtual game and another world. Until service was no longer available, it was never topped by another game, making it a game that holds a legendary status. However, the day service for Arcana was stopped, along with the news that the CEO, Raymond, had gone missing. Arcana seemingly appeared in the real world, out of nowhere. Breaks in reality also began appearing throughout the world, and the monsters from the game made their appearance. That was when everyone thought the world was ending. But people were assimilated with their in-game characters. That is when players appeared throughout the world. Not only did they have skills from the game, they were also able to defeat the once-thought invincible monsters and save the world. That is how players got the title of heroes. Naturally, he also fantasized about becoming one of these players, but soon he realized that even if he were to awaken his powers, he wouldn't be that famous. The cost of buying a single virtual reality machines was tens of millions of won, and even renting one would cost too much for them. His father apologized at the time, saying that he thought he would at least let him play as many games as he wanted. This is when his father's business collapsed fully. His sister tried to comfort him, and the mother tries to take the blame, which she doesn't like. This is when Lee was faced with reality and its grim truth. He had no choice but to quit Arcana early. However, if he would have known this would have happened, he would have done anything to play. Since he only managed to play for a few months, his stats are extremely bad, and even though his power was awakened, he wouldn't have wanted to spawn as a character he made while going through puberty. The outside him comments on the tea, noting that it's quite good, making inside him go crazy. Granfell Claudi Arpaeus Romeo, a character that Lee made during the height of his puberty, and also a character he was very invested in. His story goes as follows. Granfell was a successor for a great family, however. It was massacred by a demon, and he was left alive and alone. In order to get his revenge, he made the decision to become a demon hunter. This was a very cringy story he played around with, and also something he obsessed over while in middle school, which he laments now. In other circumstances, these memories would have been just something to laugh at, however. As a grown man, this is just plain embarrassing. Granfell says that he missed having memories like this, making Lee cringe and demanding he stop speaking in that weird manner. What is he going to do at work? Will he even be able to function as a member of society moving forward? If he meets his boss, who likes to pick on him whenever he has the chance, Granfell will certainly do something that will get him fired. He wonders what to do, and Granfell notes that nobles should not bow down in the face of adversity. Everything that he tries to say comes out completely differently. Is this really how it is to assimilate with the in-game character? He remembers that most people said it wasn't a large difference, so why did he become like this? Taking into consideration that he can't work anywhere like this, he has no choice but to become a full-time player. But he doesn't remember much of Arcana, as he last played it over 10 years ago. He gets on the computer as first, he needs to search things up, since he doesn't know what it really takes to become a player. The money that ranker players receive after eliminating high-level ruptures is in the hundreds of millions. However, since it's all dependent on risking life and limb on the battlefield, it's all pretty useless information. Not only is his own life more important than some money, Granfell also doesn't agree, as he has no need for material goods. He has tasted from abundance once already. For this reason, he holds no real greed. That is why he needs to take a look and see what demon hunters do these days. He is quite surprised to find only 2 pages worth of information. And besides, it's not even wiki pages, it's just news articles. He's quite shocked when he finds out that Akshan and everyone in it was killed with 0 survivors to speak of. The Akshan Bas was the only town where one could become a demon hunter, and the holy land of the demon hunters. Was that Akshan really destroyed? There is just no way. It's not like nobody plays the role anymore, but because the role was basically deleted from existence. However, demon hunters were also quite useless 10 years ago, and they had low stats and a really awkward build path. with even their skills being extremely weak. And since leveling through monsters was quite though, they were dependent on the experience given through quests. But when they confronted demons, they were the experts, and no other class could compare. However, demons usually appeared in demon hunter quests only, and most of the quests garnered a reputation, as they were very grindy. Not only was the role pointless most of the time, demon hunter was in general considered the most useless class in the game, but the role being different, and not being able to proceed to the next class, are entirely different things. This situation is just plain bad, as all the NPCs that thought skills are now dead. He starts reading a chat log, where people are discussing something regarding demon hunters. That's when a comment grabs his attention, which says that new demons were added in an update. He reads about the reality update, which made demons spawn as normal mobs. And due to this, players' injuries have skyrocketed, due to the strong debuffs. Even level 200 players struggle. Lee thinks that if demons really appeared in reality, why haven't the demon hunters taken care of them? Just maybe he's the only demon hunter left after Akshan fell, but if that's the case, should he really take the initiative here? Even with his 10-year setback? There is nothing saying that the demons he knew are the same ones appearing right now, as a lot of things can happen in 10 years. Very high-level players are struggling with them, so what can he do? Suddenly, his past self calls him weak, as he, the great Granfell, does not run from mere demons. That is his pride, after all. No matter what temptation or taunts demons send his way, they will never hurt the pride of Granfell. He thinks that it's about time he did something, and Granfell notes that this was just pointless thinking, as there is no need for hesitation. Thousands die because of demons, but he promised to send them back to hell. Several years passed after the Great Cataclysm, and many things were destroyed as a result. But humans are resourceful creatures, and were able to get back on their feet. Life came back to normal, as nothing happened, and people quickly adjusted to this new world. However, where light is, darkness is bound to appear, and the negative emotions of the newly adjusted people made great food for the devil and other evil creatures. A man is possessed entirely, and sends something to a party that holds a devilish figure. The party leader of a group, who goes by the name of Nam Cheolman and is the tanker, notes that the last member of their party will arrive soon. Granfell arrives at the scene, and Cheolman presents him as the last party member. They both exchange greetings, but Granfell's attention is on the rupture, which only players can see, and it has no effect on normal people, who can just walk through it. He would have been one of those people, had he not awakened. More importantly, this dungeon is fit for levels 35 to 40. Not bad place to start for a level 55 like himself. He also looked into the average level of the players that are going through this dungeon, and they all average around level 200. That's a level that he's not even close to at the moment, so he needs to work hard and level up fast. Thankfully, high-level players aren't the only ones who awaken, so he was able to find a party with a similar level to him. They all introduced themselves. The close-range deal tanker is named Han Seongwook. The close-range damage dealer is named Choi Jong-hoon, and the magic damage dealer is named Seo Jong-yeon. Cheolman says that considering the progression rate, another party must have gone in, so they will do so as well. They will prepare for a bit, so they will go inside exactly 5 minutes from now. Granfell looks at the destruction progress, which stands at 19.8%. This is called the progress rate, and once it hits 100%, the rupture breaks down, and the monsters are let loose into the real world. Therefore, players are allowed to freely raid the ruptures, as only they are able to even approach this ticking time bomb, full of beasts. Lee thinks that everyone is really friendly, which he is glad for, so he should say something to the party member too. As an only son with 3 sisters, he had to watch out every day in order to survive the great sister wars that would often occur. So going with the atmosphere is a piece of cake for him. Granfell says that they need not worry, as he is here. Lee laments ever trying to speak, and the party ignores him fully. With his pride hurt, Lee just decided to not speak anymore, as he can't bear much more of this. They enter the Knoll underground storage, the food storage to be precise. Inside, it looks just like a regular station, although broken, and with blood scattered everywhere. The party arrives at the stairs, and Jong-yeon notes that she doesn't see any signs of gnolls, despite the name of this place. Cheolman says that a party definitely came through before them, but they needn't worry, as they would just take their share if they just take the right route. The party is glad to have such dependable leader, but Granfell notices that something is off. They find some gnolls, and Cheolman urges everyone to get ready for battle. However, he charges in instantly, which the others take as him simply being eager to fight. Granfell thinks that their entire combination is a pretty normal one to go with, but it's all over the place. As the tanker is aggroing the monsters instead of protecting his party, the deal tanker is doing most of the defense, and the mage is doing the most dealing. Is this really how people do it these days? Well, he can't complain, as he's pretty useless at the moment. He opens his inventory and spots that he has a few weapons, but nothing useful, so he should fight as little as humanly possible until he finds a suitable weapon. Suddenly, an arrow comes from his side, and he notices that countless gnolls are standing in the shadows, ready to pierce them with arrows. Granfell warns the party about this, and the gnolls start coming out. They desperately try to defend themselves, and Cheolmin just leaves. Jong-hoon demands he come back, but in that moment of anger, he had let himself wide open for an attack, which a gnoll takes advantage of. The blade almost touches him, but an arrow kills the gnoll in one shot. That arrow was from Granfell, who notes that this beast needs training, and it doesn't really suit him, but punishment is necessary, and he must be the one to do it. Jong-hoon thanks him, although he's quite weirded out by the way he speaks. The party struggles to keep the gnolls in front, and two manage to slip out and go straight for Jong-yeon, who doesn't know what to do. Granfell urges her to calm down, as he will get rid of the ones that dare approach, so she should cast a strong spell, even if it takes a bit to cast. She says that she will, and he gets to shooting. Jong-hoon asks how much until the casting is done, as they are being overwhelmed. Eventually, she manages to fully cast it, and demands that everyone get out of the way. A myriad of fireballs come out of the spell circle, and they create a large explosion, which seems to take out all of the gnolls. Jong-yeon asks Granfell if he's okay, who notes that she should worry about her teammates. He looks at the dead gnolls, and wonders if he can get that expensive arrow back. Jong-yeon gives Songwook a healing potion, and Jong-hoon is extremely mad. He rushes up to Cheolmin and asks just what the hell he was doing. He can understand that he didn't know about the ones who hid themselves, but why did he decide to not help? He basically walked them into a death trap, so he should explain himself, right this instant. Cheolmin smirks and starts laughing uncontrollably, and very loudly. Jong-yeon says that this is not in any way funny, and if it weren't for his famous brother, he wouldn't be worth anything. Does he really think that he's all that great? A bastard like him? The lights suddenly all go out, and Cheolmin notes that if he's really asking if this is funny, of course it is, as how can it not be, when a bunch of moronic fools are struggling in front of him like this? Granfell's natural enemy skill activates, and it's revealed that this guy is a demon. Cheolmin finds it funny that they realize so late, but then again, they are extremely dumb anyway. The party wonders what he is talking about, but before long, they are all affected by his skills, and they see something which they fear the most. In Songwook's case, he sees his party members pleading for help while their skin melts. Their mentalities hit ground bottom, and they are all affected by the fear status. Cheolmin laughs at these pathetic humans, who are groveling in the illusion of fear. Suddenly, Granfell charges in, and almost manages to strike him. Cheolmin notes that he must not care for this particular human, as if he dies, this human will die as well. Granfell thinks that piercing his armor isn't a possibility right now, so he should focus on the gaps for now. Cheolmin attacks, but misses, giving Granfell the opportunity to attack. His skill Natural Enemy activates once again, as its battle power rapidly increases due to the presence of a demon. This attack also hits his armor, but now, it cracked. Cheolmin charges in without a care in the world, and notes that humans are the fake creatures to exist. Earlier, he was friends with this human, but now, he wants to kill him. Granfell just slashes his face open, causing him to wail from the pain. He was slashed by a mere human, but he feels it from this distinct pain, that he was slashed with silver. Granfell demands he not talk to him, as he doesn't talk with his prey. Cheolmin looks down, and wonders where it all went wrong, for it to become like this. He remembers the time where his brother told him to quit going into ruptures and become an analyst at his guild. He knew he did this out of worry, but he didn't want to live like a loser all of his life. Sometime later, he was also being mocked by a few goons who knew about his brother, and urges him to not be a disappointment to such a great and powerful brother. All he wanted was for his brother to be proud of him. That's when the imp came and gave him a hand. All he needs to do is watch from the backlines while he works. That is how he was possessed, and he watched his party almost die because of himself and the imp who has possessed him. With his mentality so low, he couldn't hope of getting out of the imp's grasp. However, Granfell had awoken him as the imp was weakened by his constant attacks. He screams for the pain and demands he stop this, as if he continues this human will also die. Does he really not care at all? Does he want to be labeled as a murdered for the rest of his life? Granfell looks at him and notes that if this is his pride, he gets it. The real Kjolman grabs and holds his body, even if it means that he will die. Granfell uses this opportunity to cut his head clean off and notes that with this, he has received his pride. Later, Kjolman wakes up with his head still intact. He is quite confused, and everyone from the party asks if he's okay. He begins shaking as he saw himself how his body had its head cut off. Granfell notes that he already told them that they needn't worry about a thing, as he is here for them. A human's negative emotions can lead to the empowerment of demons, so they should all be prideful and hold no fear. A demon hunter's attacks only affect the targeted demon. These words seem to move Kjolman somewhat, and Lee notes that he didn't forget that logic, even if it's been so long. However, the imp didn't drop a single item, so it means he was dead broke. Later that day, Kjolman goes to his brother and shows him a post about a certain dungeon, and about a party whose leader was possessed by an imp. The comments don't believe a word of the story and call it fake news. His brother asks if what he wants is for him to believe that story, and Kjolman confirms it. The brother notes that even if he's the guild leader, just taking a person's story for granted like this is a bit too much. Kjolman explains that the party leader from this story, the one who was possessed by a demon, was him. This causes Nam Taemin, level 368, and the guildmaster of Gaon, to spill his drink all over the table from surprise. Taemin is surprised that Kjolman wants to quit being a player and become Gaon's analyst, as he was against the idea sternly, so he's finding it hard to believe. Kjolman asks why he doesn't trust his own brother. Don't they share the same blood? Taemin urges him to stop being so sarcastic about it, and he apologizes, noting that he was only kidding around. Taemin asks if he's also not kidding about becoming an analyst, but Kjolman says no. He's very serious about that. He has realized what his weakness truly is, and what his real role should be. He's been struggling to keep up with him up until now. But now, he wants to take pride on himself and carve his own path. Taemin notes that his boost in confidence has made him quite curious about what kind of person that guy is to change him so much. Other than having killed the imp through him, if the status abnormality didn't affect him in the slightest, it must mean that his mentality stat is unparalleled. He also fought with a dagger and magic, from what he said. There are thousands upon thousands of classes in Arcana, but he has never heard of a class that uses those two things. He also doesn't get why he went into that specific rupture, considering he could have done harder ruptures with those specs of his. Kjolman says that he knows how this story sounds, and that it's truly hard to believe, but he asks him to believe in him. Taemin notes that he trusts him fully, since he was witness to all of this after all. Boss pattern analysis, guild management, and the scouting of new players. He got to where he is today thanks to his guidance, so of course he would trust him easily. He even brought a contract since he's older brother, and now, the most prided Gaon analyst. Kjolman becomes embarrassed from all the praise, but thanks his brother for being so kind. Taemin laughs out loud and tells him to look at the contract to see if the terms are to his liking. Kjolman does so and starts sweating profusely when he finishes reading them. Back at the apartment, Lee notices that his level went up by quite a bit. He is quite happy with this, but Granfell notes that it's too little of an increase, and Lee says that gnolls don't give much XP, so killing a single imp leveled them up by a whopping 12. Granfell says that he doesn't concern himself with such trivial matters, but Lee sure does, and wonders how to spend the stat points efficiently. He also thinks that he needs to go to bed, since he feels tired. But Granfell has other plans, as he thinks this place is a mess, so he gets to cleaning. Later in the evening, Granfell is cooking, and takes his sweet time in making the perfect and healthiest dish he can. Lee is already starving, as he forgot that Granfell followed regular schedules and practiced self-restraint like this. However, he learned something quite crucial from all of this. The traits he gave Granfell are being applied to the real world, other than the job and level. He would have just showered and instantly lied down to rest, but he's becoming much healthier because of him. But what are his talents? Of course, his talents are not similar to a single one, as he is talented in magic and can imitate most spells just by seeing them a single time. He is also very intelligent, and quite fit as well. Granfell thinks that this is enough, and rewards himself with some tea. However, he has to check if these traits also apply here, in the real world. Suddenly he gets a message from Cheolman, which is quite long. He ignores it for now, without reading it, as he has more important things to attend to. The first thing that he will be checking is to see if Granfell can really imitate most spells just by seeing them once. He pulls up a few videos and gets to writing. Cheolman and Taemin stare in shock at Granfell's text, a simple no. Cheolman wonders if he got an offer from another guild, and Taemin notes that can't be possible, as they offered him a house, car, all of the fees paid, and a deal with a split of 9.5. How can another guild could ever hope of surpassing that offer? Cheolman says that he can't be sure, but after the Mage Tower appeared in Seoul, foreign guilds from around the world have been setting up branch offices around here. Taemin asks who dares step foot in his own territory, and Cheolman explains that even if it's not a foreign guild that offered him something, all of the top guilds are right here in Seoul, so it might have been one of them. Taemin smashes the table and says that he can't let this go now, as no other guild can give an offer that can actually rival this one. This is a contract so special that he wouldn't dare show it to the higher-ups of Gaon. He gets up and starts dressing, noting that he can't move on from this, and asks Cheolman to know how he looks like, as he is going to bring him into their guild until some other guild nabs him from them. Cheolman thinks of how best to explain him, as he is quite the puzzling individual, and Taemin urges him to think faster, as they don't have that much time. Cheolman thinks about him, and notes that he looks exactly like a fantasy novel's aristocrat. A very fancy one at that. Granfell writes down all of the magical techniques he had seen on the phone, and Lee thinks that he can see it, the fundamentals of magic, that is. He is now certain he can use these things if he has enough mana, that is. As expected of the great Granfell now, he can forgive him for being extremely cringy, as he is the best genius around. Granfell finds his reaction quite rude, and Lee thinks that now, with the stuff he knows, he can distribute his stat points efficiently. He doesn't know how Granfell's talents will go, but he is open to any and all possibilities. He puts 2 points in stamina and agility each, and 7 into mana, since it is quite low. With 1 point left, he is reminded about Granfell's sad past, wondering why he even wrote such a dark past. The last point he puts into luck, for his and Granfell's sake, who will have to work hard for them from now on. He only raised luck form 1 to 2, but that means he basically doubled his luck. Who knows, maybe tomorrow, he will find some money on the street. In the morning, he looks onto the mirror with a shocked expression, as he has found much more than money on the street. A whole class quest, the prologue of Counterattack. After Arcana basically become reality, quests became much rarer, and the reason for it was quite simple. There are not many NPCs in the real world to be able to give quests. Even a normal quest is much rarer than before, but what he got was a class quest, which seems to be a normal quest related to his Demon Hunter class. But from what he remembers, this shouldn't be no ordinary quest. He finds an article about a paladin by the name of Guyver, who had also received a class quest. It is a quest given to only one person among those who share the same class. It is such a big deal that just receiving one is enough to make the top news articles an amazing kind of quest, that people start mentioning that getting one would mean to get into the top ranks. Logically speaking, there is no way a level 67 like himself would actually get a class quest, so it must mean that he's really the only demon hunter left on this world. However, it does make sense. Akshan was the post of the demon hunters, and naturally sounds like a great place, but the reality was quite shocking. The demon hunter training instructor welcomed them warmly by making them climb a 1,000-meter cliff. This is when Lee was met with the reality of the class he chose. The quests were a repetition of rather pointless hard work, and the facilities were inadequate, to say the least. Even for meals, they had to climb a mountain, and all the NPCs did was scream and yell. Anyone with a sense of preservation for themselves would have quit, but Granfell found it quite nice, as demons dig into the human mind, and that training made him much stronger. Lee thinks that all of that is in the past, and best left there, so he should take a look at what kind of quest he was given. He opens the tab, and his face drops. The AAU, the Anti-Arcana United Korean Branch, is a facility formed in order to reduce the chaos and damages all over the world. They hired all of the employees who had previously worked on Arcana and its development. In response to Arcana updating, an update that was going to reflect in the real world, they collected information and related it to Arcana, while also analyzing it for the players. In other words, they are overworked businessmen. An employee damns Arcana for ever existing while stretching, and also asks another worker who had been there for longer if there will be a new Rupture update this week, as it's already past 8. He says that they can only hope that doesn't happen, and the laid-back worker notes that Raymond is extremely creepy. He must be the one managing the home page and always uploading content, isn't he? The experienced worker tells him to stop making so much chit-chat and keep clicking refresh. The laid-back worker notes that he was just curious as he uploads the content on the home page. The same things happened in real life a little bit later. Suddenly, an update appears, and they both start sweating profusely. The whole office is in a frenzy, and one person even starts writing his notice of quitting, while another unplugs all of the phones, as the press will surely call them. This update is based around demons, with a new rupture appearing, containing the Count family's fortress, territory, and the territory outskirts. There are also new monsters, who are all quite high in level, the lowest being 220. There is also a new named monster, Count Oscura, who is level 430. The laid-back worker thinks that this is crazy, as the rank 1 player currently is only level 403. This is just a plainly unfair update, not meant to be cleared. He thinks that this is too hard, even if a bunch of rankers got together. The experienced worker says that this isn't the issue, as a whole association wouldn't be able to do anything here. The laid-back worker asks about the Mage Tower, as the NPCs there might be of some help. The experienced worker explains that the NPCs won't do anything, unless the tower itself is at risk, so they will certainly not help. Every which way they swing it, it's impossible. They are basically telling them to watch people die. It's so over, as this rupture will certainly have a breakout. The laid-back worker tells him to not jump to conclusions like this, as if they fail the rupture raid, those things will come and kill people in the real world. The experienced worker thinks that the updates up until now were very doable, but this destroys that balance completely, an unthinkable event. Unless some miracle appears, they are screwed. Granfell looks at the quest, which started with hunting a demon condition, which he completed. Now, he has a repeated quest, to train his weak body. Lee laments having to do physical work again. It's almost as if he has never left Akshan in the first place. His entire body is shaking. Is it really okay to train this hard? What if he just ups and dies? Granfell can barely make a sandwich, because his entire body is unstable. He thinks that making a sandwich with a new look like this isn't bad once in a while, and Lee asks him to stop spilling it everywhere. However, he does feel like he achieved something, as he would have given up right away if it wasn't for Granfell's pride in having to accomplish anything that he puts his mind to. Now that he completed that dumb quest, he can get some well-earned sleep, and is also quite excited to see what quest is next. Early in the morning at a park, Granfell is doing pull-ups, and Lee is extremely furious. He got another quest of the same nature as the last, to run 20 kilometers, do 1,000 push-ups, 500 pull-ups, and 300 burpee tests, which he did already. Lee wonders why they are going through this type of quest again and again, as it's already been a week since they started. Once he completes one, another just pops up tomorrow. Granfell sits on a bench, extremely exhausted at this point, and Lee thinks that he is able to do all of this because of Granfell's traits. But how much more quests he needs to do in order to get a reward? Suddenly, the system notes that he has completed a week of daily quests and rewards him with 2 stamina and 2 dexterity. Lee finds these rewards amazing, as they are permanent too. Items that raise stats are extremely expensive. It takes millions of one just to raise 1 point, and after that, it's just whatever the seller wants to receive. However, he just raised 4 points of his stats without even leveling up. That is just straight up broken. If it's a repeat quest, it must mean that he gets this reward every time, which he's very happy with. Granfell says that he would be able to do it 10 times a day for a reward like this while shaking, and Lee tells him to calm down. Suddenly he hears some news from the radio of the grannies that were at the park with him. Most guilds have decided to plainly give up on the new rupture raid. At the news, a reporter tells everyone about the new update, and the new monster, Count Oscura. He is a half-demon, half-vampire hybrid, and his level is 430, which is the highest a monster ever was. It is also assumed that this rupture raid will be the most difficult one ever. Granfell watches all of this on his phone while brushing his teeth, and Lee wonders how anyone will be able to beat a level 430 monster. Everyone, people panic, as the boss monster seems impossible to beat, and most large guilds pulled out instantly when they heard about him. Lee watches all of this go down, and thinks that demons are what players have the most difficulty with currently, as they grow stronger the longer they battle, and players also have to deal with the abnormalities they throw at them. This is why people say that one needs to be 10 levels higher in order to defeat a demon. Therefore, Count Oscura, with his towering level, will have no opponents. If it weren't for this new class quest, that is. Lee damns Akshan and everything that it stands for, as the only vampire alive right now is Askura, so it's basically telling him to fight it. He is scared, but that's a given, as he's supposed to defeat an impossible enemy. But these are only Lee's emotions, as his heartbeat is actually calmer than ever. This body is not his anymore. So how does Granfell feel about all of this? Of course he is ready, as these inferior species are threatening to interfere with his time, so he will punish them for this heavy sin they carry. Lee expected this, that this crazy bastard would want to kill them. Lee gathers information about the rupture, which seems to be in Russia, so his first destination needs to be the Mage's Tower, as there is a portal in there, which lets users teleport anywhere instantly. This is one of the main reasons why many large guilds all over the world have a branch in Korea. He smirks at his phone and thinks that it's best he takes a taxi rather than the train, as he will have to change trains too much. Granfell says that he had to get going, as time is of the essence in this situation. Lee demands he not leave like that, and he stops, noting that he forgot something. Lee is relieved, but his relief is shattered into bits, as Granfell grabs a few packs of instant tea, as he can't miss out on tea time, the most important time of the day. News outlets all gather around the Mage Tower and get ready to interview the Gaon Guild, who are planned to arrive shortly. A newbie reporter notes that there are lots and lots of reporters, and asks one of the camera crewmen if Gaon is really going to come. He says that it's likely, as the new rupture is in Russia, and the Mage Tower is close to them. Suddenly, the Gaon Guild arrives, with Taemin in the front. The crewman rushes in, and so do other reporters with countless questions about how they are going to raid the rupture, and if they are planning to share information with other guilds. The newbie reported rushes in, and asks Taemin how he's going to fight Count Askura. Kjolman notes that they would like to take interviews later, but Taemin laughs, and notes that it's quite a shame, but they have no method of actually killing Count Askura. They never really considered that kind of thing when entering ruptures anyways, and they chose to go earlier than other guilds to beat their competitors, naturally. They will also not be sharing any information, as even if they demand it, under the guise of world peace or some nonsense like that, they won't give it to them. If they really strived for world peace, shouldn't they challenge the ruptures themselves, instead of sitting back like cowards? The newbie reporter doesn't know what to really say about all of this, but suddenly, the Shining Guild arrives, with their leader Lox, who is level 399, in the front, and grabs everyone's attention. Their butler notes that they will have to go on foot because of the crowd, and one of the members thinks that Gaon's guild words were quite harsh. Lox notes that he's just anxious, as all the large guild are coming to Korea because of the Mage Tower, and their position is getting lower and lower. He's most likely betting everything on this expedition. Kjolman sees that he's concerned, and notes that there is no need to be anxious, as they will take things slowly. That is the best way to do things. Taemin asks if he tried to contact Lee again, but Kjolman notes that he didn't have time, as the update had taken place, which made them quite busy. Taemin says that if he's as strong as anticipated, maybe he will try to raid the rupture. Perhaps they will see him in the Mage Tower. While in a bus, Granfell watches another video about magic, and thinks that this marks the 100th video he watched regarding magic, so he understands fully now. There are 3 levels to magic activation: inspecting the mana, interfering it, and finally manifesting it. He uses a fire skill in the bus, and the driver tells him to not use skills in here, as it is quite dangerous. Lee urges Granfell to apologize, who does so quite pompously. He thinks that he just learned a skill from watching a video, so it's going to be quite helpful, as he didn't have many to begin with. He opens the skill tab, but the skill he just used isn't there. Is this perhaps a bug of sorts? Eventually, he arrives at the Mage Tower, which looks completely different from the outside. He approaches the portal, and suddenly feels something vague, almost as if he could also manifest this type of teleportation magic. It might actually be easier to understand than the ignition magic earlier. A man carrying something suddenly bumps into him and sends him straight into the portal. Taemin demands he watch where he is going from now on, as they are making them look bad. Kjolman thinks that the man who was pushed into the portal looked like Granfell, but his thought had interrupted by Taemin, who asks him for the briefing. Kjolman starts explaining that the new rupture is in Russia, and it looks like this. The outer circle is the territory's outskirts, and there are countless entrances. The inner circle is the Count family's territory, and there are about 30 entrances. The last is the innermost circle, the fortress rupture, where the boss monster Count Askura resides. This is just an assumption based on shapes and patterns, But if the rupture breaks, it's likely that the Count Oscura castle will be summoned in the real world. In Russia, countless news outlets film the new ruptures, and even a vlogger is there, who starts live streaming his experience. Suddenly Granfell arrives, and the vlogger tells him to find another rupture, as he was the first here. Granfell tells him to move at once, as he hasn't the patience for something like this. Lee just meant that he was cold, but of course it came out like something else. He arrives at the front of a rupture, the territory outskirts. He just hopes that from here out, it's more warm. Inside, a woman is slaying a few zombies, with her group telling her to wait, as she is moving too fast. This is Leonie Bellucci, level 348, and the Berserker Guild Master. Her trait? To say lots of words that need to be censored. Granfell arrives on the other side of the portal, and thinks that this must be the outskirts of the territory. Lee doesn't like it one bit, as it's even colder in here, but Granfell likes it, as this weather is making his blood boiling, and keeping him warm. Such a great way to begin the hunt. Suddenly, a few growls can be heard from behind him, and when he looks, more than a few bloodied wolves appear, which are all level 230. Granfell thinks that have a pretty high level, and he's only level 67. However, with the natural enemy skill, he can surely come out of this victorious. Granfell says that these must be the Count's guard dogs. They really chose the wrong owner. He summons his dagger, and notes that he will make them unable to be ignorant, and then they will realize the fear of being hunted. In a different part of the outskirts, Leonie's group assesses the dead wolves, while she starts kicking one who is already dead, and saying some things that YouTube certainly wouldn't like. One of her guild members urges her to calm down just a bit, but another dismisses this, as this is just how she is. Finally, she calms down, and looks upon the wolf, who is surely dead now if he wasn't previously. The guild members talk about how they already killed dozens upon dozens of these things, but there's seemingly no end to them. That's when Leonie noticed that something is very strange with them. These wolves hold no fear. It's as if they don't even know what that is in the first place. The guild member asks what she's talking about, and another urges her to not try and seem sharp, as it's clearly not working. She says that isn't why she's saying this. It's that it feels really ominous, and for no reason. For example, have they ever seen even one whimper or look in pain while they killed them? The party can't say that they have, and this leaves them quite puzzled also. Suddenly, a desperate howl can be heard from a distance, and they notice that it's clearly not a normal howl. It's a cry for help, rather. They didn't sound like that when they were killing them, so what could make them do that? Leonie notes that if they won't look, they won't know, so they should follow. The party urges her to wait, and one of the members signals the others to rush, as their guild leader is on another crazed sprint. Granfell uses the bow, and thinks that he can feel the mana that is gathered at the arrowhead. It's not a good arrow, as its craftsmanship is quite poor, but he can inspect the mana on the arrowhead and interfere with it. And if he does that, he can manifest whatever he wants to. He covers the arrow in flames and shoots a wolf, instantly killing it. The others are now hesitant to even attack at this point, but they also can't run away, as they can't escape Granfell's agility. Later, Leonie arrives and is awestruck at what she is seeing. A lone man, among countless wolves' bodies, enjoying some tea, as it's most likely tea time. One of the guild members wonders if he has a fire arrow magic skill, and Leonie wonders who this bastard is. Who in their right mind dresses up in a suit for a rupture raid, and why is he even drinking tea in the midst of all the flames? A guild member suggests that he's most likely a streamer, and he probably started following a guild, but couldn't catch up, so he decided to rest here. Leonie thinks that is pretty stupid, and talks with him, noting that it's very dangerous around this area, so a civilian shouldn't be inside. He must get out, now! Granfell just side-eyes her, and continues drinking his herbal tea. Leonie is extremely mad that he ignored her, while her guild members try very hard to contain their laughs. She tries to scold him for ignoring her so rudely, but that's when the guild members demand she watch out, as new enemies have arrived and are surrounding them quickly. The party gets ready to defend themselves, but are very scared at the sheer number of them, and wonder where they came from in the first place. These are bloodied bandits, and seem to be at the same level as the wolves, 230. Leonie demands everyone get into position, and they begin attacking the bandits. A guild member urges everyone to be cautious, as most of them are brandishing weapons. Leonie gets into a position to activate her skills, and slashes countless bandits in only a second. She tells her party that they have nothing to worry about, but she gets proven otherwise, as on a nearby hill, countless archers are ready to unleash a flurry of arrows on them, and they deadly red eyes glisten even through the darkness. A member notes that they are basically surrounded. So what do they do now? That's when Granfell finishes his tea, and Leonie is extremely surprised that he didn't leave. Is he actually insane? This is not the time for tea at all, so he should run already. Granfell looks at the thermos and notes that now, it's pretty doable. The bandits unleash their flurry of arrows, and Leonie can only look up, as there is basically nowhere to run to. Granfell starts inspecting the mana that is inside of the thermos bottle, and interferes with it. What is left to do is manifest, as in order to get the skill he wants, in the scale he wants, he needs tons of mana that he cannot really handle at this level. If his assumption about this is wrong, he will pass out instantly, by trying to manifest this skill. However, what if these magic spells that he's always using are not skills? A surge of mana rushes within him, as he has gained new meaning of mana and its uses. A large beam of blue mana comes from the ground, and Leonie prepares for the worst, but the worst doesn't happen, as giant wall of rocks have saved them from the countless arrows. She thinks that it must be alchemy, as she has never seen anything like this ever. To have a skill that can make great walls such as this one means that the person must be quite powerful. Granfell explains that it's not a skill, and what he is using is magic. Pure magic without restraints. The other party members are just as surprised, but still glad, that they were rescued. Still, they wonder if he is an alchemist. And what is he doing here, if he really is one, as alchemists are usually production workers? Leonie also wonders what he means by magic, and Granfell thinks that it's very possible to change the form of something, if he can interfere with the mana of the object. It is closer to alchemy rather than magic, so they aren't exactly wrong, but not right either. Suddenly the wall starts rumbling as the bandits have broken through and are coming from the side. Granfell finds this to be unfortunate, as he will have to push tea time back once again. The guild prepares for battle once again, and Leonie does so as well, while telling Granfell to scurry to the back for now. He has other plans, however, and summons his bow and arrow. One of the members asks for a healer, as someone has been injured gravely. But this gives a bandit the opportunity to strike from behind, leaving him no room to dodge. Suddenly, an arrow blows the bandit away instantly, and the members wonders if there was ever such an archer like this in their guild. Leonie is surprised that he is an archer, and wonders what the wall was about if that is the case. Granfell engulfs the arrow in flames, surprising Leonie even more. Is this man a mage, perhaps? But no. He has archery, alchemy, and magic. Just who can he be? Eventually, the guild takes care of the bandits, and the ones who went to scout say that there aren't any more in the surrounding area. Leonie congratulates them for doing a good job, but she is clearly frustrated about something. That something, or someone, is Granfell, as he is in such a dangerous rupture and dresses like that, which she finds utterly crazy. Plus, he also won't answer anything she questions him about properly, and also doesn't look tired at all. But he is most likely holding it in. It's quite embarrassing to even think this, but if he wasn't there to help, they all would have died. So it makes one wonder if he is a rancor, or something similar to. He is also quite handsome, but that's besides the point. She should just go and thank him for the much-needed help. However, he did ignore her previously, so saying thanks won't work. Suddenly he looks at her while making his tea, making her face red from blushing. Leonie swiftly looks away, and wonders why he's looking so intently at her, as she doesn't like him, or anything. Granfell continues staring, making her head spin with ideas. Does he perhaps want to drink tea with her, or something of the nature? Well, if he does share, she wouldn't refuse, probably. Suddenly, he calls her, and she asks what it is. He demands that she stop looking at him that way, as he doesn't have any tea for her. This crushes her spirit and confidence completely. Outside of the rupture, countless drones patrol the area, and a reporter from Today Arcana begins broadcasting. He says that this update brought upon lots of global attention, since it has the highest level boss they have ever seen. Another reporter asks if this rupture is named the Territory Outskirts, and he says that she is correct, as this is the first of 3 ruptures that came with this update. There are hundreds of ruptures leading to that exact place, but the other places will become available later. Shining, Gaon, and other guilds are already in the rupture as they speak. But which guild will be the first to clear the rupture? The first one will achieve that, will most definitely gain global fame. A man watches all of these news from a tent, and another man comes in and notes that he must want some coffee, since he is the director and all. He urges him to get inside fast, as he's letting snow in. The assistant asks why it's so dark in here, and the director says that he simply likes it this way. He also asks about how the rupture is looking, and if any new videos came in. The man explains that everyone is around the middle of the rupture, with the Shining Guild being the fastest right now. The director notes that if this is really the case, they should get a spot near Shining, and prepare to interview them first as soon as they come out. The assistant notes that it will take a lot of time to beat it, so they should just watch the drones. Suddenly, he spots something, and bolts outside, even through the camera's way. The reporter apologizes for their assistant director, as he just ran in front of the camera like a madman. The director starts clearing at them to follow the assistant right now, as a rupture has just turned blue, meaning that somebody cleared it. The reporter asks who it might be, but the director doesn't have that type of information right now. They just have to run like the wind, and be the first there. The assistant gets to the blue rupture, and is quite surprised at what he is seeing. He makes contact with the director, who is ecstatic, and asks what he captured and which guild it was, Gaon or perhaps Shining. The assistant explains that it's neither, and surprisingly, it's the Berserker Guild. The director finds this puzzling as they are the 32nd in terms of rank. The assistant confirms this, and notes that he's sending him a video as they speak. The director notes that Shining is still in the middle, and they went into a new and dangerous place, but they all look fine. Suddenly, the assistant spots a Korean person is amongst them. Even thought Berserker is a European guild, so him being there is quite strange. Other reporters start rushing in, and the assistant notes that he will try to get in front. The director is extremely confused at this point, and the assistant rushes to Granfell. He asks if they can do an interview, and what about his relationship with the Berserker Guild is, and if anything happened inside of the rupture. He bombards him with constant question, and that's when Granfell demands he move out of the way, as he is testing the utmost limits of his patience. The assistant is left shocked, and Granfell leaves, as this place is too cold. The Berserker Guild is bombarded with interviewers, who ask tons of questions. Leonie doesn't want to comment on any of their questions, but one of the guild members urges her to do otherwise, as this is their first big clear. She, however, still refuses, as they should interview that bastard instead. She is still very mad at what he told her, and that he pushed through and cleared the rupture first. She asks where he is, and a guild member notes that he left first, as he wanted to go home for a bit. Leonie is extremely mad, and the reporters can only watch her melt down. How can he leave like this when she was basically acknowledging that he beat the entire rupture solo? She continues her rant like a rabid chihuahua, and her guild try to calm her down, as he must have a good reason to leave like this. Suddenly, a second rupture gets cleared, and the interviewers flock to it. The second clearers were Gaon, who look very tired and bloody. The interviews flock to them, but Taemin notices that the Berserker Guild is also here. Were they really the first ones to clear it? That's when Leonie says something, which catches everyone's attention, including the interviewers. At the base camp of the Gaon Guild, Kyeolmin and Taemin watch the news while eating some well-deserved hot noodles. What Leonie said was that Gaon wasn't the only good guild in Korea. This makes Taemin quite mad, as she saw her giving him some side-eye while she said that. She got first clear, and this is all she says? They barely managed to clear it before them anyway, so why is she so smug? Kyeolmin wonders what she really meant when saying something like this, and Taemin notes that she must have been insulting them, as nobody is as great as their guild in Korea. He gets so mad that he hands the ramen to one of their assistants, which he happily takes. However, it was empty, as he already ate it all. Kyeolmin notes that she probably meant that she met a Korea player in the rupture, with Taemin thinking that perhaps it was the Mythology Guild. Kyeolmin notes that they are still in the rupture, and Taemin finds it great at first, but then laments it, as he doesn't know who it could have been. Kyeolmin says that he's not really sure, as it's hard to find a Korean who is better than them. However, there is only one person he can think of. Granfell takes a hot shower, and Lee dances around, as he is extremely happy to get out of that cold and enjoy some well-earned rest. Granfell finds his attitude quite embarrassing, and Lee says that after a hot and nice shower like this one, he will take a good and long nap. Granfell stops for a second, and Lee fears the worst. Unfortunately for him, the worst comes to pass, as Granfell has detected some dust, probably gathered while they weren't home, so he needs to get some cleaning done. Lee is extremely distraught, as he wanted to rest badly. After cleaning everything and eating a meal out of scraps he found around, he enjoys some tea, while Lee watches him. However, He doesn't even feel sleepy anymore, and looks at all the gear he got inside of the rupture. He thinks that there isn't anything really that useful in here, and also checks his stats. His level went up by 19, so it's now 86. It's not that much considering that was a high difficulty rupture, and additionally, it was very dangerous. Magic uses less mana than skills usually do, and thanks to that, he was able to use it more, which is much better than the skills he had. Granfell notes that, even with that, the regeneration of mana was very slow. That is a given, however, as they do not have any accessories or equipment that help with it, and the Demon Hunter class has few benefits, and there is nothing related to skills. It would have been quite bad if they hadn't met that group, and could have thanked them, if only he knew who they were. Granfell notes that it is because he was lacking, surprising Lee quite a lot. Granfell did not really know how to be humble, as if someone were to underestimate him, he would prove himself. On the other hand, if someone were to overestimate him, he would meet their expectations, and make their assumptions a reality. Why is he suddenly remembering this trait that he wrote? Granfell explains that the next rupture will be in the Count family's territory, so there is no time to relax, as he can't depend solely on magic and has to get better at combat. He found a suitable subject for today's test anyway. Lee thinks that he's right. The players that were fighting alongside them had combat skills, with the short-haired girl being the most notable of the bunch. If he can copy those movements, his combat abilities would improve. Granfell pulls up a menu, and Lee urges him to stop, as he knows what he is doing, but begs him not to. Granfell activates another body training quest, despite the Lee's words, as basics are the most important thing to take care of. However, he needs to do the dishes first, as cleanliness is also needed. Lee wonders where sleep will fit into all of this. Later that night, he starts running while listening to the radio, and Lee starts crying, as he only wants some sleep. Suddenly, the radio station notes that they have some urgent news to share with everyone. Currently, most of the territory outskirts ruptures have been cleared, and soon enough, the Count's territory will be available for raiding. However, according to some news they just have received, the destruction progress rate of the Count's territory suddenly jumped to a large 60%, despite it not being open just yet. At this rate, the Count's territory might break, so professionals are expressing worry about this matter. The Gaon Guild watches this, and Taemin notes that this is an impossible situation. It's only been a day, but the destruction progress is already at 60? How in the world is that even possible? Kjolman explains that the time limit to clear gets shorter the stronger the monsters inside of it are. Taemin notes that it got faster for no reason. Does it mean that the monsters inside got stronger? Kjolman notes that he will have to look further into all of this, as it is quite strange. At the Today Arcana camp, the director is in a frenzy, as there must be a reason the monsters suddenly got stronger. The assistant notes that there is no way to know, as even the advanced guild's analysts have no idea. The director says that something must be done about it, otherwise it's over for all of them if a rupture were to break down like this. Once the monsters start spewing out, all the civilians will be butchered and players will suffer the same fate. Granfell reads more about this and finds out that this has never happened before, so it makes sense that nobody would know, since this information is only available on Akshan, which was destroyed. He needs to hurry, as vampires are creatures that share authority through their blood, and Count Ascura did the same with the monsters inside of the outskirts. When they died, the authority naturally goes back to the owner, and the Count probably just redistributed his authority with the monsters inside of the Count's territory. This is why the monsters became stronger and the destruction rate progressed. But if that's the case, if they raid the Count's territory, there is a risk that the Count's fortress will break down instantly afterwards. Count Ascura is an aristocrat that does not take back what he granted to others, so he will bestow judgment upon him, who is dirtying the honor of the aristocracy. Lee thinks that is cool and all. But what about sleep? Granfell notes that he can sleep only when he sees that thing dead. The Count's territory starts breaking and cracking, and only 5 hours are left until it breaks down. More people gather around the Count's territory rapture, and a streamer by the name of Park Huigang welcomes his viewers back to his channel, which exudes determination. He is currently in the snowy mountains of Russia, as the Count's territory has reached a huge 70% destruction progress. So, there are less than 5 hours until the rupture breaks out. The time is exactly 3:48 a.m., and there are tons of guilds here, despite how early it is. He pulls out a notebook and notes that he has some interesting points to make, but the chat is not that impressed, and they mostly diss him. The grind never stops, however, so he explains that this time, the Count's territory only has 30 entrances, way less than the previous rapture, which had 200. And since there are so few entrances, various guilds decided to go into one rupture at once. The XP and loot is distributed based on the contribution rate, however, so guilds need to balance each other in order for both to prosper. The chat continues to diss him like usual, since they probably have nothing better to do, but that's when they spot Cheolman behind him, so Huigang turns around to see him, and indeed, it is. Cheolman greets his team, and Taemin asks how the rupture entrance situation is. Cheolman explains that he looked into it thoroughly, and found out that competition is basically inevitable, since there are so little entrances. Taemin notes that they are fine with anything, as long as they are not going against Shining, that is. Cheolman tells him no to worry about them, as they went far north, because they want to go against the unified Under Heaven Guild. Taemin is surprised, as that is the guild which holds the second rank, and Huigang's chat begin talking about how the first and second guild are duking it out. Cheolman says that Berserker is with Second Son and Bohemian, which makes Taemin think that they are better safe than sorry that way, but they will not gain much look or experience. Huigang's chat slowly disappears in front of him, as the people are going to watch other streams, so he tries pleading with them, but nobody is really listening at this point. Suddenly, someone arrives near them, and Taemin's face contorts into a wicked smile, and he shakes while asking what they are doing here. This is the fourth-ranking guild, Inazuma. They guild master, Hisagi Kazuma, who is level 376, and holds 6th place in the player rankings, says that this must be a coincidence, as the lowly Gaon guild is standing right in front of the rupture he wants to enter. Huigang is surprised that Inazuma is here, and his chat is even more intrigued right now. Taemin notes that they were very insistent on not placing a branch of their guild in Korea, so their plane must have just landed, right? Kazuma laughs it off, and explains that it's much better and economical to take the place to Russian than set up a whole branch in Korea. Taemin asks if he's really challenging them right now, and Kazuma notes that isn't worth anything of value, so the world won't lose anything if they eliminate them. The guilds both start to exert their power and get ready to attack at a moment's notice. Huigang is the first to catch this in action, and thinks that if he can record all of it, he just might make a fortune. That's when countless other streamers and reporters sweep besides him, and rush to see Gaon and Inazuma in action. They rush in and ask tons of questions, with no real rhyme or reason, while Huigang just watches from behind, as that is the only thing he can do right now. Cheolman explains that he knows how he feels about Inazuma, but the destruction progress of the Rapture is their biggest issue now, so if two guilds compete, everybody will lose, and there isn't enough time for that. Suddenly, the streamers around start saying that Inazuma is better than Gaon, as it's falling behind in 5th place. There is also the rivalry between the guild masters, which is quite sad, as Kazuma is 6th place, while Taemin is a lowly 11th. All of these comments sting Cheolman like bees, and they are both extremely riled up now, and ready to go. Cheolman explains that they were here first, so naturally, it will not look good if they give up this space. He gestures Taemin to rip them apart quite strangely, who happily obliges. That is how Gaon and Inazuma went into the Easter rupture at the same time. The news get wind of this, and report about their rivalry, and how their respective rankings and nationalities are bringing a lot of attention to the situation. At the northernmost rupture are the 1st and 2nd ranking guilds, Shining and Unified Under Heaven. In the southern rupture, the 30th ranked guild, Berserker, the 7th ranked guild, Second Son, and the 3rd rank, Bohemia, all went in together. The destruction progress has already reached a dangerous 80%, so this is naturally causing fear and anxiety to be felt throughout the world. While inside of the Count's territory, Granfell is having some tea, but the rupture he went through is unknown. He thinks that the most useful thing he got from the last rupture is a fact. That running out of mana is extremely dangerous, so he had to figure out a way to use mana more efficiently during battle. The result is this. Magic designed from the alchemy skill, in which he shapes things into the stuff he wants. At first, to test things out, he got some rocks, and changed them into a teacup and table. However, the more complex decor and detail he wanted, the more mana he had to spend, so it is not as efficient to use in battle. There is also one more thing he realized while pondering this issue. Suddenly, a few soldiers of the Count arrive, which are all level 300. Granfell puts his hand forwards and notes that if this is all the authority the Count gave them, it is quite pathetic, to say the least. A few rock formations rise above the soldiers, and Granfell demands they turn back into dust. He uses the Restore to Original State skill and crushes all of them. With this skill, almost no mana is used, and Granfell notes that this best classified as reversal magic, so he will name it just that. Lee laments the cringy name, but lets it go for now. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the territory, a few soldiers are waiting for victims, but they seem to be the victims, as Taemin jumps on one and instantly kills it. The others see this and jump on him, but this makes him smile, and he uses an extremely wide swing to hit all of them at once. Afterwards, his guild also arrives, but Taemin thinks that something is amiss here, as he has only killed 10 monsters, which is very few for how deep they are. One of the guild members reports back and notes that Inazuma is around the same state as them. They haven't killed much. They entered the same rupture, sure, but they went completely different ways, so how does any of this make sense? Suddenly, Inazuma pops up, and Kazuma notes that it's quite peaceful around here, which he finds to be boring. Taemin asks why he thinks they are friends all of a sudden, and they get into each other's faces. Kazuma notes that he doesn't really get why he hates him so much. It makes him want to kill him. Taemin tries to say something, but Chilman contacts him over earpiece and notes that he has done the dungeon analysis and needs to get out of the square, as that place will be swarmed soon. They don't get to, however, as the earth rumbles, and Taemin's expression changes. The Count's knights arrive, which are all level 350. Taemin demands everyone get ready to fight, and Kazuma also draws his weapon, as this is not the time to bicker around like they usually do. Taemin thinks that cavalry has much more destructive power than average terrain units, so even if all of their tankers combined go in front, they would suffer mortal injuries. So what is he supposed to do in a situation like this? Kazuma says that he doesn't like this idea at all, but he asks him to take his back, while focuses on the front. Slowly but surely, the enemies surround them, and there is nothing they can do. Chilman tells Taemin that this situation is too dangerous, as even the unified Under Heaven guilds suffered extreme casualties from a single cavalry ambush. They should not fight, and lure them somewhere where they can't come in all at once. Taemin thinks that he would like to retreat, but that seems impossible right now. Suddenly the earth starts cracking beneath them, and large pillars eliminate most of the cavalry and block the rest. They are all extremely surprised by this, and wonder who could have saved them in this manner. That's when Granfell shows himself, and Cheolmin is extremely shocked to see him. He tells Taemin that this is the man they wanted to recruit, and who saved their lives, Granfell. Huigang is still streaming, and is on Gaon's tail inside of the rupture, despite how dangerous that is. While he tracks them down, his 12 viewers continue to diss him, with many saying that a lot of streamers are already on Gaon, so he should do something more interesting. He tells them that he will try to go after the Inazuma Guild and see what he can dig up, but that's when he hears a large explosion, and his chat was very surprised by it. Someone donates 4,001 for him to check it out, so he gets going as fast as he can. The guild masters of both guilds are extremely surprised, as there are stone pillars all over the battlefield. Kazuma looks at Granfell and wonders just what type of monster this is, for him to summon all of that without chanting a single spell. Kazuma thinks that he must have extreme amounts of mana, and also finds his attire quite weird, considering all of this place is basically a battlefield. Just who is this guy? Suddenly, one of his subordinates tells everyone that knights have started to appear between the pillars. However, Taemin sees this as an opportunity. The stone pillars are slowing down the horses significantly, so this is the perfect opportunity to strike. He explains that he will have to thank him later, as he has a few horses to butcher. He also activates his Berserk skill, which increases his attack damage by a ton and dulls the damage he receives. He jumps high into the air and thinks that with these pillars advantaging him, this battle is won. He cuts one of the horsemen in two, and the impact of the attack permeates throughout, also damaging the others. Kazuma sees this as an opportunity to shine, so he tells his guild to charge forwards. They do so, and Huigang is glad that he caught all of this, and wonders who this amazing mage is, while his view count rises to 132. They also observe Granfell using reversal magic, as he crushes two horsemen. Huigang and the chat can only stare in awe, as they find it hard to believe what just happened, but it is real. Granfell summons a dagger, and notices that its durability is pretty high, but he wouldn't want to bring it down. Huigang's chat sees this as him playing with the mob's life. Granfell thinks that if he interferes with the dagger's mana to change it and reverse it back to normal right after, the durability shouldn't be affected. This should work, as when he changed the rock into a cup, it had a cup-like durability, and when he changed it back, the rock turned back to normal. If this ability to restore to the original state really bring it back to the original state, like advertised, it's entirely possible. He transforms the dagger into a silver awl and strikes the mob, leveling up in the process. His presumptions seem to have been correct, as the dagger doesn't lose a single durability if he reverts it right after. Lee is glad about this, as now, they won't have to pay for the repair fees, so more money in their pocket. The Gaon Guild congratulates themselves for a job well done, but Taemin is stuck looking at Granfell, who is enjoying some well-deserved tea. Cholman explains that this is the person they wanted, and Taemin notes that he heard him earlier. Now that he saw him in action, he wants him even more, and doesn't want to let other guilds sink their teeth into him, especially since Inazuma also saw what he is capable of. They will offer him a 10-0 deal, while also throwing something as a bonus. After some thinking, Huigang finds the courage to come next to Granfell and asks if he is willing to do an interview. Huigang's viewership skyrocketed to 68,000, and his chat starts simping for Granfell. That's when members from the Inazuma Guild start swarming him and ask if he would like to join their guild, as he is quite the amazing individual. Taemin pushes around them and offers Granfell a handshake while introducing himself. He also texted him recently about joining their guild, so maybe he knows him already. Granfell looks him dead in the eyes and notes that there is not a single shred of formality to be found around here. So, he will not be taking any questions, as he has more important matters to attend to. The chat explodes with comments, as they find it very cool or funny. News about Granfell go across the internet, and the Shining Guild seem to be very interested in this. They leader, Lox, asks his two subordinates what they think. Camilla notes that she doesn't know anything about magic, as she is an archer, and Dimitri, the 8th rank player, screams that they don't know. He also tells him off, as he is quite popular, so he doesn't know how desperate he is. He barely managed to get this date, but he is in this meeting with him, and missing all of the fun. For what? Just a bastard on a screen? Camilla takes a closer look at him, and notes that he does look cool, so if he is this worried about him, why don't they just scout him? Dimitri notes that it's obvious why, because this bastard of a leader is jealous. Because even though they cleared the Count's family territory first, everyone is talking about that man instead of him. Camilla notes that they are probably just hyping him up like they usually do, and Dimitri agrees, while noting that he can't be this late to a date, so he needs to go already. With that, both him and Camilla leave, letting Lox look at the screen in peace. That's when another member comes behind him and notes that what this man did is like magic, but not really. This is Jessie Heinesi, a level 397, and the 4th ranking player. Lox notes that he never heard her describing something as cool, and she begins analyzing further. She begins smiling, and says that this person is quite interesting, and should be studied further. At the Berserker Guild camp, Leonie is extremely angry that they missed recruiting Granfell, as the others didn't let her, so now, she is taking her anger out on them. At the Inazuma Guild camp, Kazuma gets a call from someone, who notes that they must bring that silver-haired man to their side, no matter what it takes. In the latest news, the reporter explains that the Count family territory has been cleared successfully. Shining and Unified Under Heaven both fought valiantly for the first place, but eventually, Shining was the victor and took the first place. The only ruptures left now will be the Count's family fortress, with its destruction rate being at 72% currently. Because of this high risk of a rupture happening, there is a lot of tension within the different base camps. If the fortress rupture really were to fall, they can basically wipe Russia off the map, so the only thing they can do is at least wish them luck and pray for them. Granfell, after taking a shower, watches the news about him, which describe him as a mysterious player. Many news outlets discuss in length about him, and reaction channels start blowing things out of proportion, like usual. One of the news outlets notes that building so many pillars from just a flick seems impossible to do with current abilities, so they will ask their rupture specialist. He explains that the situation was dire, and if he was a second late to the party, many people would have died there. The player who did all of this knew that the knights were betting on their mobility, so he changed the terrain, and that, combined with his quick thinking, is what saved Gaon and Inazuma. And also, from then on, he just watched, which seems to be his way of being nice to the other guilds, basically saying that it's their time to shine. Granfell thinks that he was just out of mana at the time, but Lee thinks that it's great they aren't calling him an asshole, like what would usually happen. He also checks the loot they got, as among it is a rare item, the first one he got. This is the necklace imbued with the blood curse, which must be purified in order to bring out its real effect. These items are called devil items, as once the curse is broken, a random effect is unsealed, so basically a gotcha item. Most players would throw this away because of the effort they need to put into breaking the curse. But there is another proper way to use a cursed item, with the exorcism ritual skill, which invites a demon into one's head. Lee thinks that this is one of the 2 exclusive demon hunter skills, and it's needed in order to use the item as an offering. The basic affect of the skill is that one can attack a demon without harming the one it possessed, like he did with Cholman. But things change when there is an offering into play, as he can invite a demon into his very consciousness. It's similar to the status abnormality given to humans by demons, although there is the possibility that one can be possessed by the demon if they have a low mental stat. However, if he can fight the demon inside of his head, where it's more advantageous for him, things will be easier. Suddenly he gets a call from Cholman, and Lee thinks that it might be because of how Granfell basically embarrassed their guildmaster on live television. They don't accept the call, and instead write a message, to maybe clear things out. Granfell, however, didn't get the memo, so he writes a single word: troublesome. He left out that he doesn't want to be sued, making Cholman and Taemin think that he is ignoring them again. Taemin sighs, as he only wanted to apologize for being informal and offer him a deal. They watch the playback of the news, and see that indeed, things were informal, as everyone tried to talk with him at once. They also see that his eyes were tired, so he was struggling to hold his anger in. This was just because he was tired due to the amount of mana he used. Taemin says that there is nothing they can do now, as the count is more important at the moment. The destruction rate of the rupture rises to 83%, so they need to cut their rest short and go in. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking, and some urgent news start blaring out of every speaker. The Count family fortress Ruptura has broken down, as it has reached 100% destruction rate in an instant. The base camps are now in disarray, and there are around 200 injured. The United Nations and US are advising Russia to close their borders now, so the players need to evacuate as fast as possible. The Count's fortress pops up into the real world, and Granfell also arrives, not being that surprised that it collapsed. The others watch him as he goes in alone, and he stops at a statue. He notes that it is quite distasteful, and with that, he is the first man to officially enter the fortress. Granfell wonders how that old and decrepit vampire dares call this place a fortress. But well, it does fit him, since he is what he is. Lee thinks that Granfell is saying all of this, solely because the mansion of his family was at least 10 times bigger than this place, which speaks volumes. Suddenly, the eyes of the gargoyle statue start glowing a deep red, which spooks Lee a bit. The statue snaps out of its eternal rest and starts cracking around as it gets ready to attack Granfell. The other players are as shocked as Lee, and wonder if they should help Granfell, as he is famous for attacking with a dagger, and if he only has that, he can't hope to win against that stone beast. Or perhaps, since the rupture has fully come out into the real world, should they just run away? The gargoyle attempts to strike Granfell with all of might, but with only one flick of his fingers, he shatters it into tiny pieces within a split second. The Shining Guild hears the commotion, and wonder what that noise is, as it seemed to come from the fortress. Camilla says that this sounded exactly like the noise from the video they watched, about that white-haired guy, and Jessie, probably out of sheer curiosity, starts flying towards that direction. Lox tells her to stop, as they were about to go in anyways, so they should do so together. However, she doesn't listen to a word of his, as she is extremely curious at this point. The other players look at Granfell in awe, as he defeated that mighty-looking gargoyle in a single attack. Lee notes that it was made out of plain stone, and he's broken too many of those in the past for this to be of any difficulty. Granfell explains that particular statue was of poor quality, poor texture, material, and creation. They put such a piece of garbage in their garden, like it was something they should be proud of. Pathetic creatures. The players start screaming, and with newfound confidence, they charge in, all eager to see what the mansion has to offer. Lee is surprised by their sudden change of heart, and Granfell spots another quest popping up in front of him. This one is a class quest, and is a subquest for the prologue of the counterattack class quest. What it entails is to make the vampires feel fear about being hunted. Lee is puzzled by this quest and wonders what that even means. But Granfell gets going instantly, as this is not the time to hesitate about things. Lee urges him to just sit and think about this for a bit. They can't just go to kill it now. And how is he going to make him feel any type of fear? The Count is an ancient vampire, who is level 430, and they are only level 100. Granfell says only that he is a demon hunter, which enrages Lee, as that has nothing to do with this. Eventually, they arrive at a banquet hall, and Granfell notices something strange, as the portraits of the Count start to emanate a strange feeling. Sure enough, in another place inside of the mansion, the Gaon Guild is barely standing on its feet, as they are all affected. Kjolman asks Taemin if he is okay, who notes that he's fine. He's just a little suffocated. Ever since they entered this hallway, which is full of paintings of the Count, he feels like he is being constantly watched, just like the status abnormalities the demons usually cast. Kjolman knows exactly what this means, that the portraits are connected to the Count directly, so they should burn them as quickly as possible. After they do that, they all feel much better, and Kjolman explains that this is why all of the players that went in first were retreating so fast, because everything in that damned castle is a trap. All of the portraits, statues, and even the interior items, everything is causing abnormalities. It makes perfect sense now, why the Shining Guild didn't enter through the main gate. Taemin thinks that they just have more experience, so it's a given, however, even if his class is Barbarian, which is more equipped to sustain status abnormalities, and he feels so overwhelmed already. How bad will all of this get once they go further in? Granfell walks around the halls and notes that all of these portraits are utter garbage. How can they eat in here with all of this garbage strewn around the place? They surely have strong stomachs. Lee says that he is too harsh, even if this guy is a vampire. But Granfell continues nonetheless. The statues around here are the same type of garbage. He now feels bad for the stone that had to be sculpted into something so ugly. And in the first place, why are there so many portraits around here? Now he fully understands why people think that narcissism is a disorder. The whole layout of the castle is also to be laughed at, as there are a bunch of unnecessary forks in the hallways, and also hallways that lead to empty walls. If they really thought themselves of this layout before building the fortress, they must not have a single brain cell in that empty head of theirs. That's when he notices that, throughout his ridicule of this place, he arrived at a stairway, which leads to a pretty large door. This makes Granfell smile, as judging from the placing and the stench that comes from behind that door, this must be the main area where the Count is situated. Lee is a bit hesitant to charge in, as that place just seems off in every way. But before they can fully go up the stairway, Jessie pops up in front of Granfell, happy that she finally found him. She explains that she saw his really cool and unique magic. Granfell just looks at her, and she starts yapping about how curious she was about him, and the skills she uses, while Lee thinks that if she's floating like this without a care in the world, she must have endless amounts of mana. She asks if they can talk about his magic, as she is very curious, but Granfell explains that she should watch her manners. He puts his hand on her shoulder, pulling her down, and notes that if she wants to be taught something, the bare minimum is to have some manners when asking. Jessie just looks at him, but her usually cherry expression is shattered into fear, as the Count himself has come out of his room. This activates Granfell's natural enemy skill, and the Count explains that he wondered who woke him up from his restful sleep. But it was just two measly humans. How foolish of them. Jessie thinks that the Count's power is truly overwhelming, and asks Granfell if he is all right. However, he doesn't hear her, as he is too focused on that stinking vampire. Count, how funny, as he should only be called a Skura. All he is a rather vulgar and vicious vampire. He takes out the necklace he got earlier and uses it as an offering. Today, he will be taught an important lesson for pretending to be of real aristocratic lineage. He activates the skill exorcism ritual, and Lee now gets it. If they do manage to activate the ritual, they could bring a Skura into his consciousness and fight there. So this is what Granfell meant by saying that he is a vampire hunter, as his head is filled with thoughts about eradicating demons. Will this be okay, however, as a Skura is still level 430, so if things go wrong, they might get possessed. Skura starts laughing at his necklace, and notes that all of his is quite a pity, in his eyes. He likes his arrogance, but he is still nothing more than a lowly humanoid. Jessie explains that the Count is now absorbing the power he shared with his subordinates. But Lee already knows, and this is very bad. He is already 300 levels above them. But if he were to absorb all of the power he shared with his subordinates, that level gap will become much larger. That's when the necklace breaks, and they are both transported in another place, Granfel's mind. Ascura wonders where this place really is, but that's when he spots Granfell and begins laughing maniacally. This is quite the unique trick, at least for a human, but he can simply destroy him and get out of his foolish mind. He tries to hit Granfell with a few flaming attacks, and after the smoke clears, he is nowhere to be seen, making Ascura think that he completely annihilated him. Granfell speaks from another side and asks if that is really what he thinks of him. Ascura is a bit annoyed that this guy is still alive and asks how he managed that. Granfell urges him to watch closely, as the one who died will be presented to him shortly. Ascura watches him with worry in his eyes, but that worry turns into shock, as Granfell is now standing on a dead version of him. Ascura cannot believe what he is seeing, and in the real world, he starts slashing around with his power. There is no way he died. This is all a mental trick, a measly ruse, trying to make him think of the worst. Jesse wonders what is happening, as that white-haired mage is still, but the Count is going on a rampage. Granfell mocks him, noting that he seems quite afraid, which makes Ascura scream at him to shut up while blowing the ceiling up completely. Lee just looks at the night sky as they almost died. Jesse thinks that he predicted the attack was going to miss. That is why he is so relaxed, right? Truly, an amazing individual. Lee thinks that they didn't move because there was literally no time to react, and Granfell uses the skill exorcism ritual once again. This skill allows the user to attack only the demon, should that particular demon be in possession of a human. However, there is an entirely different effect should the user use an offering. That effect is to forcibly invite the demon into the consciousness of the demon hunter. Whoever wins in this situation depends solely on one's mental fortitude. Ascura tries to attack him with some bats, as he is extremely scared. But this is only natural, as there is no way Granfell would be affected by something like a lowly demon. Jesse just watches in awe, as this is truly an unbelievable sight. Just what did he do to the Count? He is screaming like a maniac, and trying to attack in completely random places, while running away in utter fear. Ascura tries to deny all of these visions, but eventually, he is afflicted with fear, and Jesse finds that what he is going through right now resembles what demons afflict humans with. With this, Granfell completes the quest to scare him to death, so all that is left is to take care of him. Jesse starts to ask countless questions, like how he did it, and what magic type it is, but he ignores her and strikes Ascura as to end him once and for all. But he stops, as that attack basically did no damage. He tells Jesse to kill him, making her ask why, as he was the one who did everything, so why should she be the one to do it? He can certainly do it on his own, so why? Granfell looks in the other direction from the shame, and Lee starts cringing hard, pleading with Jesse to catch on already, as this is too much for his poor heart. She seems to have gotten something, noting that she was the one who asked for his teachings. So now, he is basically trying to tell her that if she becomes stronger, she can learn that new magic on her own, isn't that right? She creates a few runes next to Ascura, and moments later, a large beam destroys him, which surprises Lee quite a bit. With that, the distribution rate is calculated, and he also receives tons of levels. Jesse crouches down and looks at what remains of the Count, a bunch of ashes. Lee thinks that, even if that guy was weakened, she still basically one-shot a level 430 demon in a single attack. Is this really the power of a high-ranking player? Jesse, out of simple curiosity, starts picking up some of the ash and eating it, which shocks Lee, but not Granfell, who is looking at something else. The system congratulates him on completing the quest and gives him another class quest. This class quest is called Brewing, and tells him that with the prologue out of the way, now he is the only beacon of light in this world, full of demons and evil. The Shining Guild arrives at the scene and asks what she did. Did she defeat the Count, as all of their status abnormalities have seemingly disappeared? She tries to say something, but they also spot Granfell, and she starts looking at him. She explains that she is not very familiar with manners, but she will try her utmost to hold them. She introduces herself to Granfell as Jesse Hynesi, and also asks Granfell for his name, if it's not too rude to ask. The guild watches, and waits eagerly for a response. In a show of complete symbiosis, Granfell and Lee have the same thoughts. This girl does have bad manners, but she is willing to change and learn. which can't be said for a lot of people. So, she will reward her with his name, their name. He is Lee Hoyol. In an apartment complex, a woman is preparing some food while her daughter watches the news, which still talks about Lee and his exploits. The daughter recognizes him and pulls on her mother's skirt as her Uncle Lee is on TV. She wonders what she is talking about, but when she looks at the TV, she sees when Lee introduced himself to the whole world, albeit reluctantly. This woman is one of his sisters. Later, while cleaning, she gets a call from her and thinks that it was about time one of them called him. Even since the defeat of Ascura, all that appeared on any type of media was his face, so it was only a matter of time before his family found out about this. He gets a few calls from 2 sisters, and the third one starts calling him also. All of these 3 sisters are older than him, and they have been close ever since they were young. Well, except him, who was the only boy, and constantly bullied. He doesn't really want to pick up the phone, as they will surely start screaming at him like they usually did. That's when 3 bangs can be heard from the door, and the sisters demand he open it, as they know he is in there. Lee is extremely scared, and the sisters wait eagerly. The one on the left is the first sister, named Yuni. The second one is named Jiyoon, and the third one is Yerim. Granfell opens the door and notes that they are being too loud, and the neighbors will consider them nuisances. So first they should calm down and come inside. They are all surprised by his change, but Yerim is shocked. At another news outlet, Lee is the talk of the town, as he seemingly appeared out of nowhere, and is the one who defeated Ascura accompanied by Jesse Hainese, someone from the Shining Guild. Despite all of the interviewers trying to get more out of him, he simply said that he is Lee Hoyol, and left. Cheolman watches all of this while chilling on the couch, and Taemin hands him some hot cocoa, as they deserve it after what happened. Cheolman wonders if Lee will even consider joining their guild, as he has become the talk of the town, and a lot of guilds are surely trying to scout him as they speak. Taemin explains that even this is true, he is still most likely to come to them, as they have his number and a reason to contact him. The loot they got from the fight with the horsemen in the square was all thanks to him, so it would be quite impolite to not share some with him. Cheolman asks how much he is planning on giving him, but Taemin tells him that is not important. What is that even if they somehow lose him and another guild gets to him first, they need to make sure they leave an everlasting impression. In order to do that, they will give him everything, if they have to. So they should call him, right now. They do just that, but he is busy, as his niece is doing his hair, while his sisters chat. Yuni is the third in the family ranking, and tells him that his new hair color is pretty cool. Jiyoon, who is ranked 4th in the family ranking, starts laughing at him for that, as he looks like one of those K-pop stars. While Yerim, who is 5th in the family ranking, just looks at him, as she finds his tone extremely strange. The niece is ranked 6th, while Lee, who asks them what type of tea they want, is ranked last, 7th. Jiyoon is laughing until tears come out of her eyes, while Yuni notes that he has become much gentler in nature. Yerim says that if he became a player, it means that he was synchronized with his character, right? Lee confirms it, but gets interrupted by his niece, who wants something from him. The sisters look at this sight and thinks of the old days, specifically 10 years ago. Lee knows what's coming, and sure enough, the sisters begin talking about the era when he thought himself as Granfell, and also dyed his hair white. Lee starts cringing extremely hard and wants them to stop, but they still talk about how he greeted their parents like an aristocrat, which was extremely funny. Yerim looks at him and asks if he is in any type of danger. They were all very surprised when they heard about him, as players get injured all of the time, and he also doesn't pick up his phone at all, so they were extremely worried about him. This makes Lee smile, as even with their constant mocking, in their heart of hearts, they still love him. They also say that he can quit whenever he wants, as they are on his side, always. Lee tries to apologize for worrying them like this, and tell them that he is actually fine, but Granfell tells them that he, the demon hunter Granfell Claudi Arpeus Romeo, is plenty suited for the job, so they needn't worry. Lee wonders if he should just end it all, as that was so cringe, he doesn't even know what to say. Later, having finished their tea, they get ready to leave, and Granfell wishes them farewell, and is looking forward to meeting them again. Yerim remembers that she had to tell him something before leaving, that is to save some money. Lee wonders what saving she is talking about, as he doesn't have any money. But that's when he remembers that he must get the Rupture Clear reward. This is the player's main source of funding, directly from the developers of Arcana. The amount differs a lot, depending on the contribution and difficulty of the rupture. He eagerly checks his account, but blocks the last number with his fingers, and wonders how much it's going to be. 10 or perhaps 20 million won. At the Shining Guild, Camilla bothers Jessie constantly, wanting to know more about Lee, as he seems interesting. Jessie tells her every time that she doesn't know much about him, but Camilla doesn't give up. This makes Jessie emanate a dangerous aura, and tell her that she is focusing on something right now. So, can she be left alone? Camilla gives up, and wonders why she is watching videos on Korea etiquette of all things. Jessie continues watching the video, and a notification telling her that the reward for clearing the rupture was sent. Lee also finds out about the amount of money he was given, and almost faints from shock. 110 billion won was credited to him, which is a lot of cash, but Granfell finds it annoying that he is so happy over pocket money. The loot that Lee got automatically after killing Ascura was his vampire orb, which is a unique rank cursed item, same as the necklace. Lee from the past would have instantly dissed this item, probably saying that it's trash and undoing the seal is impossible. But well, it can be used as an offering for an exorcism ritual, so even if it's trash, it's befitting for a trash class like his to use it. However, he is different right now, as when he used the necklace imbued with the blood's curse in order to face Count Ascura. At first, he thought that the item would simply vanish from his inventory, but it is still there, and with the curse undone too. His presumption is that the ritual purified the item somehow, but now, he doesn't know what to do, as he has the orb, the necklace, and 100 billion won. Due to all of this sitting on his head, especially the money, he can't get a wink of sleep, as he wonders constantly what to do. Get items, put the money into his savings account, maybe even tell his family about it. Granfell tells him to think less, as he is trying to sleep, but Lee doesn't stop overthinking, wondering if it would be better to get some equipment since he is going into ruptures, but it would also be an utter waste to get a lot of gear for this level. When he killed Ascura, his level grew by 34, so now he is level 134. He was level 55 literally just a few days ago, so considering the fast rate at which he has been growing, it's not wise to spend like a maniac on things that would be useless in a few weeks. He would like a few mana recovery items, but they are exceedingly rare, and when they go on sale, they are too expensive. Granfell urges him to get off the phone and rest, as he is hurting his retinas from all of that screen time. Lee tells him to shut up, as he is a millionaire, so he doesn't have to worry about such petty things, right? The next day, at the AAU Korean department, all of the employees are called for a meeting, where someone presents what happened to the knights that Lee defeated, and based on this and some presumptions, it is highly possible that this is alchemy. One of the employees wonders if it is so, while another slams the table and notes that this is utter nonsense. Alchemy couldn't never create such giant columns of rock like that. Nobody could ever hope to have the mana for something like that. Eventually, the meeting falls into just bickering, while the experienced employee watches them as they gnash at each other's throats. He thinks that this is very exhausting, as everyone he goes, literally everybody is talking about this new guy, Lee Hoyeol or whatever. The newbie asks if he knows anything about that guy, but the experienced employee notes that they are in the same situation. If he doesn't know, he has no clue. The newbie explains that in just a few days, his life turned into a nightmare, as everyone, including his friends and family, are asking him to tell them about Lee. Nobody even goes by that name in the Arcana database, so is that his real name, or just an alias to throw reporters off? The experienced employee says that it's Thursday, so when the new update pops up, he's sure that all of this fangirling over one guy will eventually die down. That's when they get information about the new update, and they both stare in awe, as a new region has been added to the world, called the Yusra Archipelago. This place is known to those who played the game in the past, as it was a mystical region, nicknamed the Island of Treasure. Of course, what flew around were only rumors, as nobody was ever able to find it. But it was said that everything living in that place was treasure, so valuable in fact, that it was incomparable with what they have. Such an amazing place will surely bring more life and hope to the world. On the news, there is of course coverage on the new update regarding the Treasure Island, but there is also news about how the Academic Society of Mages will be recontinuing. This Society of Mages, which is a near constant discussion and debate between the most experienced mages, has always helped mages in improving their skills greatly. Lee and Granfell watch this coverage on the phone, and something more interesting seems to be happening. Jessie, from the Shining Guild, was also one of the invited players, and is entering the tower right this very moment. Granfell continues to do his pull-ups while watching, and Lee laments that he scolded her about manners, since she is literally the 4th-ranking player in the world. Granfell doesn't really much care about Lee's annoyances right now, and notes that he is more interested in the academic society of mages. There's also a saying that goes with them: the Tower of the Mages has magic, but not skills. Lee recognizes this quote, as it was written in the description of the Mage's Tower, back when Arcana was still a video game. Granfell explains that he doesn't know what this society is even about, but he will probably get something out of it if he goes there. Yes, he will do that, right after cleaning the dishes, of course. Lee doesn't even know what to say at this point, so he just lets it go. At the Mage's Tower, countless people gather in the front as they patiently wait for the doors to open. A girl who is affiliated with the Mage's Tower, Cleo, is very happy that the academic society is happening once again, as she wonders what kind of things she will learn, and if Marcello, the head mage, will really be presenting his research today. A random person walks backwards while talking with his friends, and doesn't see Cleo, so a crash is about to happen. Cleo, however, remains untouched, and the guy's friends being laughing at him as he ran into a wall. Cleo calls him an idiot, and that's when Jessie comes around, and tells her to not call these people idiots, as this illusionary wall is a spell cast by the Tower Master for the meeting, so it's hard for common people to see through it. Cleo apologizes profusely, noting that indeed, it's as she says, but the random group look at the wall in awe as they saw Jessie go through it. Cleo explains that she is the guide for this meeting, and is supposed to take anyone who is invited to the Crystal Hall. She is actually the last person here, so she is also going to go in, as nobody else should be coming. Jessie wonders if it is so, and notes that she would like to wait here, just a little while. She has a strange feeling that a certain someone will be coming very soon. Eventually, Granfell makes his way to the Mage's Tower, and both of them think that each time they come to this place, it is way too crowded. Today especially, there is way too many people, maybe because they are trying to get to Yusra, or maybe even join the Mages Society. That's when someone recognizes him as Lee, and in a short second, he is bombarded with admirers, who ask him for countless things. Both Lee and Granfell are peeved by this, and think of how to get away, but that's when a random person grabs his bag and notes that he is a really big fan. If he gives him just one picture with him, he will stop annoying him. Granfell thinks that this bastard is pulling on something too important, as that bag has his brown rice green tea, which cost 501 per tea bag. This is the only thing he splurged on with his hard-earned cash. Thus, Granfell tells him to screw off, which shocks Lee, as that may have been too harsh, even if this guy was being quite annoying. But maybe, if he disappoints these people, he will get less attention, so maybe it's for the best. Unfortunately for him, instead of being disappointed, the annoying man starts fangirling even harder, as he got insulted by Lee in real life. More and more people start requesting this, which makes Lee disappointed in the human race. They both think of ways to get out of this debacle, and that's when they see the wall, which seems different. Granfell starts running towards it with full force, even with other people warning him about it. Sure enough, he almost falls over Cleo after stopping, which makes him note that this is some praiseworthy illusion they got here. Cleo escorts Granfell up the stairs, and she looks at him sometimes, wondering who he is. All of the people that were invited are definitely already inside, so even if she flips through the invite list countless times, this man is just not here. Granfell observes her rummaging through the list and asks if there is a problem. Cleo immediately thinks of how she was pinned when they first met, and notes that there is none, as he wanted to attend the meeting. Isn't that right? Granfell confirms that he does, but Cleo finds it extremely strange that this man could see through the illusion magic, as it was put in place by the Tower Master himself. So just who is he? She continues to blush and stare heavily, which makes Lee wonder if she has a fever or is sick. Granfell asks if he can't attend without an invitation, and Cleo explains that people who can actually see through the illusion magic are allowed to attend the meeting, even if they did not get an invitation prior. However, he is the first to do such a thing, so she is amazed, and actually really curious about what kind of man he is. In an academic standpoint, of course. Granfell, again, notes that it's very extraordinary illusion magic, and continues walking, while Lee analyzes the steps they are walking on, thinking that, with enough mana, he could recreate them. Eventually, they arrive at the Crystal Hall, the place of knowledge and inquiry. When Arcana became a reality, The NPCs that were in the game also appeared in real life. The one who is said to have more influence than all of them combined is the youngest head mage, Marcello, who is nicknamed the future successor of the Mage's Tower. He is the fastest, wisest mage there is, and nobody even gets close to his wisdom. The hat on Jessie's head keeps talking and talking about how amazing Marcello is, but she doesn't care in the slightest, which makes the hat angry, as this is some top priority wizard lore. Jessie explains that this whole meeting is making her sleepy, and it's also very boring. Magic, in and of itself, is a skill to her, so inspection and interference, things that are being talked about in this place, are irrelevant to her. She would have just skipped all of this if it wasn't for her dumb class quest, so at least she has to put up with it. Marcello notices her and asks if she is bored. He explains that the tower was summoned to this world for explorers and a myriad of other reasons. However, it wasn't directly summoned and was more part of an interference, what they call a new update, which continues to happen even to this day. He is quite sure that they are not used to their form of magic. It's just like how they have difficulty in understanding science. But in order to figure out what is going on and regain peace in their world, they must work together, no matter what. This actually segues to something he was going to talk about: science. He has figured out a possibility in science to further develop their magic. He creates a small ball of flame and notes that this is fusion, which is basically ignition created by joining magic and science together. Even if this is an entirely new development, they must approach it carefully. They do not know what kind of things will happen when combining two entirely different things. Jessie is now quite interested in the lecture, as it has caught her attention. But that's when Marcello notes that because of this discovery, he needs their help. Everyone at the lecture thinks that this is a quest of some sorts, and Marcello says that if anyone has any questions, they should feel free to ask. Granfell is the first to raise his hand, and explains that there are quite a few unnecessities in his inspection he showed earlier, and would like his opinion on the matter. Everyone is surprised that he would actually question the head mage, while Jessie is glad that he is here, as she knew that he would come. The council on the other side starts sweating, and most sigh, as Marcello isn't the calm sort, so things are about to get out of hand real quick. Marcello stares at him, and asks why he thinks that way. Granfell begins explaining that it is quite simple. He just feels the estrangement. Science and magic are entirely different concepts, each with their own rules, so there are unnecessities because estrangement occurs in the process of their combination. He experiences something similar while combining skills and magic. He creates the same thing that Marcello created, which shocks him to his core, as it took him months to just activate that magic. But he just did it in an instant. And how can this man experience estrangement, considering that he is an explorer? Everyone in the hall experiences the same shock that Marcello felt, and that's when they notice that this man is Lee Hoyol. Granfell explains that using centrifugal force actually improves the effectiveness, and even if it is a bit lacking at the moment, it is not a bad result. Lee notes that the default ignition for this used up tons of mana, which he didn't want to waste, so he is using centrifugal force, which made things much more easier. Granfell thinks that it was a good choice to come here, and brandishes his very happy face, which makes people think that he's sneering, meaning that this must be child's play to him. At first, Marcello seems defeated by this level of development, but with newfound confidence, he asks Lee to join him in his research, as it would greatly improve and hasten it. This comes in the form of a quest, which Granfell accepts instantly, as he is very happy. Yet his face makes it seem like he has defeated Marcello, and is now reveling in the glory. In the Yusra archipelago, Leonie and her guild arrive, but she isn't too happy, as it is way too crowded for her liking. One of the members kisses her on the cheek, as she finds her annoyance very cute, while another member notices that, even though he anticipated for this place to be crowded, with reporters and such, there are also a lot of Arcanians in here, which are the NPCs. Among them, there are the Lionheart Knights, the Shadow Mercenary troops, and even the Explorer Alliance. Another member notes that this place is known as a treasure island, so of course, even the NPCs would be interested in it. That's when Leonie's phone rings, and it's one of her members, who attended the meeting. She explains that Lee was also there, and told the head magic that his magic was flawed. This makes Leonie laughs reel from the laughter, noting that the guy is a real psycho. The mage continues explaining that Marcello actually admitted to that, and even gave him a quest. Somewhere in the mage's tower, Marcello asks Granfell to write anything he needs for the research, as he will do his utmost to obtain them. Both Granfell and Lee are happy about this, as they can use this to their advantage. Eventually, Marcello is summoned to the top floor of the Mage's Tower, and the 5 stars of the tower berate him for inviting an explorer to work with them, as this violates their rules. But why would a mage even do something like this? Marcello explains that Lee is someone who perfectly understands magic, and he also overcame the gap between magic and science, something which he struggled with for months. His talents can't be wasted, as they can improve the world greatly, which is needed right now. The 5 stars tell him that mages should act on their own and take responsibility in their own hands. They will respect his judgment for now, but he should remember that eventually he will need to take responsibility for it. With that, he is excused, and Marcello laments having to work under these boomer bastards, as they refuse help from outside sources out of pride, which will hurt them in the long run. Cleo comes from behind him and notes that she is on her way to pick up the items that Lee requested. Marcello says that if it's so, she should give that to him, as he was headed there anyways, as he had something to check. Cleo is quite confused, but accepts nonetheless. Eventually, Marcello presents Granfell with the items he and Lee requested, items that improve mana regeneration, and the various magic texts he wanted. He asks if he likes them, but Granfell laments even seeing them, as they are all too high level for him. He tells Marcello that these are not fit for somebody like him, quite literally in fact, which surprises Marcello, but he somewhat expected this. He apologizes for underestimating him, as he was curious why he requested mana regeneration items, but he probably already knew about this item. He hands him a hexagram brooch, which seems to be part of a 6-piece set. It is a level 100 item, which regenerates mana by 10% when magic is used. Lee thinks that this is exactly the type of item he wanted, as it improves his abilities greatly. Marcello notes that he realized he is an amazing mage when he found the unnecessities in his magic, but to think he also knew about this item, truly amazing. Lee wonders what's so great about this low-level and rather simple item, while Granfell stares at Marcello. He explains that, unfortunately, they cannot carry out the proper research, as he needs to fix his magic. The quest's updates, telling him to wait for Marcello to call. Granfell notes that he will wait for him to overcome himself, and Marcello thanks him once again, while thinking that, if it's with him, he might be able to change how the Mage's Tower works. On the new archipelago, Huigang sits around while streaming, which seems to be watched by 19,000 people. He explains that he is waiting for Lee to get to Yusra using the portal, and shows that there are countless people entering, so he believes that Lee will also be coming soon enough. The stream is tired of waiting, but Huigang tells them to be patient. A player overhears him talking about Lee, and gets up close and personal to the stream. They recognize him as Kinver, who seems very angry that Lee is getting so much attention. This man is a part of the Supernova Guild, a group which is infamous for doing whatever they have to in order to complete their objectives, and Kinver is rumored to be the most evil of them all, as he is tied to many missing people cases. He tells Huigang to tell Lee that he shouldn't go overboard with his clown act. With that, he leaves, noting that he will keep a close eye on his stream to make sure he completes his objective. This whole thing makes the chat wonder if Lee could actually clear Yusra on his own, and they come to the conclusion that perhaps Lee is not showing because he knows he will be targeted by people like Kinver, so he is into hiding. Huigang is offended by this, and starts banning anyone who taints Lee's good name. Huigang explains that Lee is probably uninterested about the treasurers, as he doesn't do any commercials or shows, which goes to show what kind of man he is. The chat agrees with him, and people around just stare. While sitting in the Mage's Tower library, Granfell asks Lee if they have any reason to go. Lee notes that they really don't, while thinking that, even if it's a treasure island, he is only level 134, and that place is a level 350 rupture. There are also no demons, so he would have to fight with everything that he can in order to just survive. That's when they get a class quest, which has the condition to inspect the 7 deadly sins of Yusra. Those are pride, envy, wrath, gluttony, lust, sloth, and greed. Lee thinks about the situation quite a bit, wondering if it's really okay to go. But Granfell notes that there was no reason to go until earlier, however now, there is no reason to hesitate. With that, he packs a bunch of tea bags and walks away, while Lee tells him to at least change clothes, as it will be very hot in there. Eventually, in Yusra, Granfell arrives at the scene, and Huigang is extremely happy to see him finally get here. Lee doesn't like this place, as it is very hot, but he doesn't have much time to complain, as they both feel a great sense of evil that is surrounding the whole island, even the ground below them. Thus, Granfel's natural enemy skill activates, which prompts him to think that this influence is strong, so surely the demons around here must be on a completely different level. This can be seen as bad, as the island in its may actually be the evil, considering how much he feels. However, they both see this as an opportunity, as the natural enemy skill will be activated at all times due to this, which means that this will be quite easy. Huaigang follows him around, and happily notes that there Li has entered the forest of this archipelago, while his chat continues to wonder a myriad of things about him. Huaigang notices how carefully he's moving, and thinks that it's because there may be some hidden things on this island that he can detect and wants to get first. But in actuality, they are both searching for an easier mob, because of their very low level. Huaigang also tells his chat that he will never disturb Li in any way, shape, or form, so if they don't like that, they can leave. They also shouldn't worry about him being caught, as in real life, he's basically invisible, as nobody looks at him. Suddenly, Granfell notices something, and in that moment, a group barges in Huaigang's way, as they are trying to fight an emerald tiger, which is a level 420 mob. While one of the group members backs away slowly and berates the others for not wanting to split up, he bumps into Granfell, who he recognizes as the Li, and asks what he's doing here. Granfell isn't that moved by the question, but Li feels it into his very core, as he too is wondering why he is here. He was originally planning to just find a scorpion to warm up, but the first monster that popped up, unfortunately, is an emerald tiger, the highest level monster around this damn place. It's 10 levels lower than the count, but even still, he can't hope to outrun it. Not with his stats anyways. Granfell notes that the situation isn't great, as the sunlight that is falling on the tiger is blinding him. But, if he stops the movements of this beast, he can stop it from pulling any more tricks. He continues to create pillars of stone from the ground, which incapacitate the tiger, while the group, with Huaigang behind them, watch in awe. Granfell prepares to use ignition, as he hasn't tried it yet, and creates a large ball of fire on his palm. He throws it at the tiger, which creates a fiery explosion that almost reaches Huaigang too. The beast is defeated, as it couldn't do anything against the might of this power. Huaigang's chat blows up, and Granfell receives a level, while Li thinks that the ignition he perfected with Marcello is a crazy ability, and additionally, that brooch, that recovers 10% of mana, is very nice to have. The group is shocked that he one-shot an entire emerald tiger by himself, and most are left speechless. In another part of the island, Shrek, the third raking player, and the guild master of the Second Sun Guild, is getting extremely annoyed, as they have been walking around this island for hours, yet they are still on the very outskirts of it. One of the guild members suggests that they regroup with the other teams now, as he has just received news that Shining has already reached the very core of the island with their entire team to boot, and they also haven't been able to deal with powerful monsters, since they are all split up like this. Shrek finds it difficult to admit, but he knows, and thinks that maybe, splitting up is where it all went wrong. His original goal was to get a lot of accomplishments, and loots from as many roots as possible with their numbers, because the Berserker Guild, which is ranked lower, got first clear on the previous expedition. He clearly underestimated the Yusra archipelago, and he says that he finds it hard to admit this, but he was way too greedy for their level, so they should call everyone back here now. Suddenly the team from the west, the one that Li helped, calls, which Shrek thinks as perfect timing, as he was going to call them anyway, as they will regroup. The west team leader explains that they will come to them, as they have to give up this route, since Li Hoyaol himself has already passed through it. Before Shrek can ask further, one of their mages gets a report from their other mage that was at the mage's tower. Supposedly, Li received a quest from Marcello, the head mage, and he is now also the first player to ever get a personal research lab in that place. Shrek thinks that he thought it would be impossible for an NPC and player to build such a deep bond and relationship, even if he heard things previously about it. He notes that their analysis team will not be dedicated to only this guy, as they need to find out more, as he might be more dangerous than he is leading on. Li smiles like a maniac at the pure emerald crystal he is holding, a supposed top-tier ingredient. He jumps around from how happy he is, which Granfell finds utterly pathetic, so he chooses to try and ignore him. Li thinks that this ingredient is very rare, so there are few that can truly handle it, but if he makes a request to the mage's tower, as part of his research, He will be getting a free evaluation. Granfel's expression suddenly changes as the atmosphere around the island changes, and the quest to investigate the 7 deadly sins on this archipelago pops up again. Before Lee can even wonder why it's popping up once again, the ground begins to shake, and another system message appears. The Yusra archipelago is being taken over by greed, and the destruction progress increases. Lee isn't the only one to receive this, as everyone that is on the island does. Granfell looks at the message, and notes that, if it's greed, there are plenty of greedy humans around here who could have awoken him, Lee included. All of this is because of one of this archipelago's 7 deadly sins, greed. With it, the message. The demon of greed must have awakened, and any demon hunter from Action would know that if the progress rate reaches 100%, every single deadly sin from this island will be awakened. Granfell receives another class quest, Brewing, as his prologue quest has ended, and he gets 2 new objectives: to stop the resurrection of the greed sin, and make sure that the treasure of this island is not corrupted by it. He is glad that it's like this, as he wouldn't have had the power to defeat that thing. But that isn't the biggest issue now. People around him start going manic about the treasure, and they all rush to get some, since the Shining Guild already cleared an island and got the treasure. Granfell thinks that this is a normal reaction to what's happening, as right now, all of the players on this archipelago are thinking the exact same thing as them. In order to stop the treasure from being corrupted by greed, they all need to let go of their desire for riches. But right now, considering their manic state, it would be an impossible venture. They start bickering with each other about who gets the treasure first, with all of them slowly becoming greedier and greedier, and Lee wonders what to do now, as one of his quests is about stopping this from happening. Granfell sighs and says that there is only one way out of this. He has to take it upon himself and get all of the treasure on this island, something which puzzles Lee. On the second island of the Yusra archipelago, the Shining Guild also received the message about greed, and Camilla explains that since there are 10 islands here in total, they must be a part of the countdown, as there are 10 squares, and one of them filled up as soon as they got the treasure. Lex notes that it's precisely as she says, but did they hear anything from Jesse's report? Dimitri says that if he's talking about the one where she constantly talks about Lee, and how he got to the top floor of the Mage's Tower, they read it already. And Camilla notes that Jessie is quite cute when she talks about Lee, as her eyes start to sparkle whenever she does. They totally have a thing. Dimitri asks her to be more serious about the situation, and Camilla mocks him by saying that he wouldn't know anything about that, since he got rejected by her after renting the whole hotel lounger, like a dumbass. Locke smiles and asks them, could they win against him if they were to fight? Dimitri tells him that he doesn't want to interact violently with that guy, and Camilla notes that they have plenty on their plate already, and plus, Jesse will literally kill him if he touches a hair on that guy. Lex says that it's true, as he just said this out of envy anyways, as there's no real reason to antagonize him. That's when another square fills up in the progression bar, and Dimitri explains that it was the Unified Under Heaven Guild who got the treasure this time. With that, Lex notes that they should get moving, as they wouldn't want for their treasure to be taken away. On another island, Lee desperately tries to stop Granfell from taking all of the treasure, as that would just progress the bar faster. That's when they meet with the Lionheart Knights, and Lee thinks that he didn't expect to come across them around this place. Granfell immediately recognizes one of them as the Lionheart captain, Harcom Kingsguard. One of the soldiers screams at him for addressing him like that, but Harcom stops him and asks for his name. Granfell introduces himself as Lee, and notes that he didn't think he would meet the Lionheart Knights in a place like this. Harcom explains that he feels a different kind of energy from him compared to the other explorers, and that's when he notices it's because of that brooch. Before they can speak further, something tries to smash Granfell from above, but he dodges just in time, and Harcom notices that the thing that crashed was the protector of this island, the great turtle of golden canines. He tells his men to prepare for battle, as this turtle is known for firing meteors, so they will split apart to not get hit. Sure enough, the turtle starts to shower them with powerful meteors, which also blocks their sight, as smoke gathers all around from the flaming rocks. Suddenly, one of the soldiers, Enoch, is put in a dangerous situation, as the turtle is almost stepping on him. Harcom desperately tries to reach his comrade, but the turtle steps down with all of its might, which pushes back the other soldiers. Enoch isn't dead, however, as Granfell has stepped in to help him by forming a giant wall, something which shocks the soldiers, as they did not hear any chanting from him. Before Harcom can ask how he did it, Granfell interrupts him, as this isn't the time to be chatting. The turtle prepares to shower the area with meteors again, and the knights get into formation, while Lee thinks that because of that wall, he almost consumed his entire mana pool, as he had to strengthen it. He didn't pass out only because of this brooch, which he is very thankful for. But still, he needs to save up his mana, so he needs to use these knights to their fullest potential. Markham grabs his attention and expresses his genuine thanks for his timely rescue. Additionally, if he helps them in battle, he swears on his lion heart that they will never forget this favor. Lee thinks that this is the perfect opportunity to get some bonuses, and Granfell notes that monsters are naturally meant to be killed, so if they need help, he will be more than happy to accept. Huaigang, who watched all of this from a hiding spot, heard what Harkam said and starts fangirling for Lee once again. The chat also explodes with comments, while Huaigang apologizes for not being able to get closer to the action. Harkam tells his knights to charge, with all the honor they can muster, and they do just that, as Granfell just stands around, looking at the beast. Enoch looks at him and wonders if the captain did the right thing. To swear on his heart like that is the strongest form of swearing that they serve only for the royal family, so to do it with a mere explorer is strange. The men all try to hold the beast back as they try to bring it to its knees. Lee looks at them and is amazed. So these are the Lionheart Knights, a truly amazing display of weakness. That is, as the turtle is only slightly annoyed by their attacks, and not much else. Lee thinks that they aren't that weak, but they are not the right damage type for that gigantic turtle, as every single one of them is a melee class, so they can't attack all at once, as they don't have enough space. He checks the destruction progress, and it's halfway done already, as the people are taking the treasures much faster than he originally anticipated. He needs to finish this, so he needs to find a way to let all of the knights attack all at once. The turtle rumbles the ground beneath its feet, and magma starts coming out of it. The knights try to dodge, but there is no space to step on for them. This gives Granfell a grand idea, as he remembers the steps from the mage's tower. He tells Harkam and everyone else to get ready and charge, as he will open a path for them. He creates a stairway for them out of rocks, and the knights watch in awe as he does it. Huaigang is now in a state of shock after seeing this, with his chat being filled with comments. Harkam recognizes these types of steps, as they are the same ones as the ones from the mage's tower. The other knights also recognize it as so. Just who is this man, to be able to do all of this? Lee is now drained of basically all of his mana, and he looks more like a skeleton than anything else. The knights charge in, and Harkam screams at them to not waste this opportunity and deal with this beast as swift as possible. They all go to attack its head, and when they strike it once, the beast immediately falls, and the contributions start being sent out. Most are sent to the other knights, but he also gets some loot, and some level to boot, even though he didn't damage the beast at all. Harkam comes next to him, and notes that the brooch he has was a gift from an ancient emperor, who bestowed it upon the mage's tower graciously. He has saved their lives on this day, so they are extremely thankful. They all bow down in unison, and Harkam says that they, the Lionheart Knights, will continue to fight alongside the owner of this brooch, Lee Hoyol. With this, he receives the highest contribution rate for killing the great turtle, and the treasure of this specific island. Lee looks at it and wonders what to do, as if he takes it, greed will awaken, but if he doesn't, someone will end up taking it anyways. So this is a lose-lose situation. The destruction progress advances once again by 1 point, and Lee is quite scared. But Granfell just picks it up, which shocks Lee to his very core. He starts screaming, saying that they are screwed, and that he is a dumbass who doesn't think before he acts. However, Lee doesn't know that to the great Granfell Claudiarpaeus Romeo, wealth had no real meaning. As somebody who was born as the direct successor of a renowned family, he had already tasted what wealth was. The emotion that is called greed simply did not exist in Granfell's heart. He notes that to prevent the island from being consumed by greed, he must do something quite simple, just take it, without any greed in his heart. Lee is surprised that something like that is possible, since he is a greedy little bastard. Above them, Kinver watches him eagerly and tells him to keep collecting those treasures, just like that. Behind him, the West group of the Second Sun group is decimated, with only one player being left alive. He calls Kinver an irredeemable monster, a coward, who only attacks weak players, and soon, Shrake will have his head. Before he can do anything further, Kinver cuts his head clean off, and his karma stat increases. He eagerly waits for Lee to get more items. That way, it will be very convenient for him to just take them, like taking candy from a child. From this group, he has looted some emerald essence, and 32 other looted items with it. As Granfell unlocks the island's treasure, everyone watches in awe, including Huigang, who is now fangirling to the max, and his chat explodes with comments. The treasure glows in Granfell's hand, and he notes that, in order to prevent the island from being taken over completely by greed, they just need to take the treasure without any greed in their heart. Huigang starts crying while he asks his viewers if that was recorded well. Their Lee just took the island treasure, and the destruction progress has not up, and they should watch how refined he still is. He really has no greed, and is fully selfless. The real Lee cringes, however, as the item they have received is only an epic and has no real stats to speak of. This must be a joke. He got excited for nothing like a dumbass, so much so that his greed just disappeared. If all of the treasures are so worthless, he doesn't even want them. Suddenly, Granfell gets a status window, showing him that the Great Lionheart Knights have joined his party. Lee wonders what this is all about, and Harkham reaffirms what they said previously. They will be at his side from now on no matter what. They, the Lionheart Knights, will continue to fight alongside the brooch owner. That is what both Granfell and Lee remember. But Lee didn't think they would actually join him, but leave him alone during his stay on this archipelago. Harkham notes that he has saved their lives, and even showed that he can acquire the treasures without a speck of greed in his heart. They are not sure what his true goal is in this place, but at least here on this archipelago, they will be his sword and shield whenever he commands. Lee is very shocked, as even if this is only for the Yusra archipelago, he now has the best knights in the entire continent by his side, and the level difference is just insane now that he looks at it. Not for him, for the mobs, who are now extremely easy to target with these loyal helpers. Granfell grabs Harkham's shoulder while grinning quite devilishly, and notes that they should move on to the next island. Above all of them, hidden in the purple mist and dark green leaves, Kinver watches Granfell diligently before getting interrupted by his earpiece, as somebody wants to talk with him. That person notes that he's worried about the destruction rate not progressing the same after Lee took the treasure. Is he sure that he is the one that took it, and not the NPC dogs he has with him? Additionally, if he does have Markham and the stupidly loyal Lionheart Knights with him, can they really do anything to Lee at this point? Kinver asks the person if they are scared, and the person explains that they are not. They just want to be careful about it, as those guys are on a much different level than those bastards from Second Son. Kinver explains that he still sounds like a scared idiot, so he should stay out of this if he really is that scared. He has already prepared a little surprise for them, as the moment they decide to get on a shop to progress to the next island, all he needs to do is flick one single finger, and the Hydra poison, which is extremely deadly, will spread on every inch of the ship. Whether it's that bastard Lee or the popular Harkham, nobody will be able to stop it. They will all die slowly. Additionally, they can check for all of the treasure after Lee is dead. But suddenly, Lee looks at him, and he feels like he's been beheaded gruesomely. He clenches his neck, and is now extremely fearful. It was impossible for Lee to notice him from this distance, and this amount of bloodlust is no mere joke. What Granfell and Lee see, however, is just a cute squirrel, most likely Kinver's disguise. Markham notes that, judging by where he is looking, he also noticed that tiny little rat over by that tree. What does he want to do with him? Kinver clenches his neck even tighter, as his mental health becomes extremely broken, and he is hit with the fear status abnormality. Granfell still sees a cute squirrel on that tree, and notes that he's not sure. Suddenly, the destruction progress advances, and Lee thinks that, excluding the crown they got, there is only one left remaining, so they better hurry. Granfell tells Harkham that there is no reason to focus so much on a tree rat, and thinks that they need to stop greed's awakening, no matter what. He tells Harkham that they should hurry, who does as he wishes. The person who contacted Kinver previously tries to contact him again, but Kinver can't hope to respond, as he is still hiding in fear. And also he has literally pissed his pants. Is he alive only because Lee took pity on him? Or because he is just a rat that he cannot be too worried about? He falls down and thinks that, whatever the reason was, he thanks him from the bottom of his heart for saving him. He removes his mask and announces that he's done, and out of this deal for good. The person over the radio asks what the hell just happened, and Kinver warns them If they don't want to die gruesomely, they should turn back now and never, ever look back. With that, he closes the call, and the person over the phone wonders what the hell just happened. One of his men asks what's wrong, calling him Park Hyun-jun. Hyun-jun explains that Kinver hung up on him like a scared rat. Fuck. They invested too much money in this. They even borrowed money from a loan shark because that bastard Kinver promised that they needed the Hydra poison in order to succeed their mission. The man tries to calm him down, but Hyun-jun is having none of it, as he is in manic state. He is telling him to calm down? Did he get the loan on his name or something? The other party members get in front of him and tell him to stop, as it isn't like him to get so worked up for things like this. Hyun-jun asks, if he is so worked up, how are they so calm, huh? Oh, now he gets it. They are on the same side as Kinver. How much did that bastard pay them, huh? The members desperately try to calm him down, but Hyun-jun is out of it completely and screams, just how much money are they taking from that bastard? Granfell notices something wrong in the distance, and Markham asks what it is, which he replies with nothing. He was just looking around. There is something dangerous around here, though, because his natural enemy skill has activated, and his demon hunter instincts are warning him to be very careful from now on, as there is a demon nearby. Hyun-jun stabs one of his men, who notes that he knew he was a piece of shit that was obsessed with money, but to think he would go to this extent. Hyun-jun tells him to just die quietly, as they were the ones that worked for Kinver in order to get more money. Hwai-gang watches all of this with a tear in his eye, as he is extremely scared for the demon-possessed person that is right behind him. When he gets the chance, Hwai-gang bolts out of there and thinks that he knew previously the Supernova Guild was filled with killers, but he didn't think that they would also slay their own men based on baseless accusations. He needs to leave as fast as he can before he is their next target. Suddenly, he trips on a branch, but before he falls, someone from the Explorer Alliance stops him and asks if he is okay. They reassure him and tell him if he's afraid, he may have a seat and rest for a while next to them. Hwai-gang thinks that even someone as crazy as that guy, who killed his own teammates, won't be able to do anything against the entire Explorer Guild. He accepts their offer and thinks that now, he is spared. The Today Arcana news outlet deployed drones all around the island and broadcast it to everyone around the world. As they can see, the archipelago is separated into 10 islands, and apparently each one has a hidden treasure, ready to be found. The ways to obtain such treasure is different from island to island. For example, one might need to defeat the island owner, a powerful boss monster, or solve a hidden puzzle. And now, they have reached the final island, where a lot of players and guilds have gathered. Suddenly, the Shining Guild also arrives, who has already taken 2 treasures, but that was to be expected. Gaon, who is also there, has also taken a treasure, and beside them, there is the Inazuma Guild, which couldn't take any treasure, as Gaon took the one they were aiming after. The Berserk and the Rising Sun Guild, which are apparently rivals, also arrive, so all of their viewers should stay tuned for this mighty final battle. That's when somebody arrives that silences everyone. The mighty Lionheart Knights have arrived to the scene, which surprised every single player and guild there, but when they see who is leading them, they get even more surprised. Naturally, it is none other than Granfell. They all look at him, and notice how confident and calm he looks, like he is sure that he will be taking the last treasure with him. Lee, however, is very scared, as he knew he would attract some attention, but still, everyone is just staring at him constantly, and he's scared. Every single player there talks about him, and Camilla notes that she is saying this only now, no matter what. She will not be fighting Lee, as she only has one life, and she wants to cherish it. Lee stands behind Granfell like a scared cat, and wants everyone to stop looking at him like this, as if everyone finds out he's actually low level, he will be cancelled. Harcom suddenly notices something, and tells Lee to dodge, now. The earth beneath them opens up, and magma flies all around, as the earth cracks and cracks, leaving many to just fall into the fiery pit. Out of it, the island owner, a great lava koi, which is level 420, gets out and starts spreading lava all around itself. One of the players notes that they can't hope to attack this thing, as it is covered in lava, so they need to just watch right now. Every single player there tries to coordinate themselves to the best of their abilities, but even if they hit it with all they got, the long-range attacks do nothing, as the lava simply swallows it all. Even Taemin can't seem to approach the beast, and the new outlet records all of this while brining the drone higher into the air as to not get it damaged. From above, it can be seen that the koi has created a pool for itself, where nobody could realistically approach it. Harkam asks Lee if he's okay and apologizes, as he promised to be his sword, but he doesn't have a way to even strike that beast. Granfell smiles and notes that he worries far too much for somebody so prestigious. He did not lead them all of the way here without a plan. He puts his hand forwards, and that's when Lex notices that, even in this most dire situation, Lee is still smiling. Just what does he have in mind? While preparing his magic, Granfell thinks that magic activation could be divided into 3 important steps: inspection, interference, and most important, manifestation. The lava around the koi fish is not a skill, and it's merely a part of nature. Thus, lava, which is only just a force of nature for him, is no different than the rocks on the ground. He picks up all of the lava in the pool, and everyone is left speechless, to the news people, to Chiolman. Lex can't help but smile, as he wonders, just where did this guy come from? The news outlet notes that this is an unbelievable and rather amazing sight. The path to the island owner is now open for everyone. Harkam laughs and charges forwards, as he needs to do his share of work. Lex notices, and thinks that he spaces out for too long. He tells the Shining Guild to charge as the path has opened. They all charge, and Chiolman advises Taemin to get in there and at least get some contribution points, and maybe even get the first attack bonus. Suddenly, the koi fish jumps high into the air, and to everyone's surprise, slams back on the ground, sending everyone back from the impact. Leonie notes that it is very annoying for a single fish, and that they should be careful, as it is getting ready to jump once again. The news outlet says that due to how powerful this fish is, the fight will be a long and treacherous one. But that's when the lava that was formerly liquid is now a solid, and it slams into the koi fish into the form of spears. They all look at Lee and wonder once again, as something like this shouldn't be possible. It's like turning water into ice. A change so big shouldn't be possible with the limits of mana set by the system. Granfell tells Harkam to charge, who does so immediately, and kills the koi fish in a single mighty strike. Every single player gets the message that the koi has been defeated, and Lex thinks that for the first ranked guild to not even have a single contribution point, such shame. The news outlet screams in joy. The island's owner has been defeated, and the one with the highest contribution rate is of course Lee and the mighty Lionheart Knights. He cannot believe how relaxed he is. He defeated the boss so easily. In actuality, Lee is basically dead already, and Granfell has his eyes rolled back as he is trying to not pass out due to the lack of available mana. The island's treasure suddenly appears in front of Granfell, and everyone eagerly watches to see what he gets from it. Granfell gets to opening it, and everyone is surprised when the destruction progress rate does not pop up. Is this perhaps not the island treasure, but something else entirely? However, suddenly the destruction progress rate appears and fills up once again, which also surprises people. Why was it late? Or were there more treasure around the islands? Lee is weary now, as there is no way that Granfell advanced the destruction after taking the treasure, as the treasure itself is still a shining blue. However, he feels that extremely strong demonic energy. A different treasure has been taken by greed once again. The rest of the Explorers Guild and Huigang watch in horror, as Hyunjun has killed most of the other NPCs, and has taken one of the island treasure for himself. They are all teary-eyed from losing their comrades. But they must stay back, as this man is far too powerful for them. Hyunjun looks at the treasure with a wide expression, and his head starts to hurt as he tries to fight back. What is happening? His head is feeling heavy, and he didn't mean to do any of this, not at all. The demon comes next to him and asks what he means by those words. He himself said that he wanted this, so he has helped him like a good demon should. He does not even have a skill for him to take, yet he has helped him get what he wants. Since that is done now, it is his turn to take what he wants and needs. Hyunjun feels like he's being swallowed into a sea of nothingness, a darkness that would take down even the most valiant of men. Suddenly, a member of the Lionheart Knights jumps into action and pushes Hyunjun back while asking Huigang if he's alright. He thinks that, if they are here, it must certainly mean that he is also here. Lee, who notes that it smells disgusting around here, probably because of the demon. Huigang is still amazed that he is here, although he expected it, and wipes his tears fast. He apologizes for having his viewers wait for so long, and announces that the #1 Lee fan stream is now starting once again. Granfell is suddenly hit with a strange sensation, as the Lionheart soldier asks for orders. A class quest is created for him, and Hyunjun is being engulfed by a sea of red demonic energy. The system warns them that Yusra Archipelago's evil is brewing to the point of no return, and everyone there watches in horror, except Granfell, of course. Suddenly, the island's treasure rises into the air and breaks above Hyunjun, who is by now just a soulless puppet. The system warns them once again. The island's treasure is being corrupted by greed. Lee knows what this means, and the conditions pausing confirms it. The destruction meter is full, and so the destruction is beginning in full. As the archipelago destruction begins, every single guild feels it, and when they look in the direction of this immense aura, they all see a gigantic hand that breaks off into multiple, and they invade every single inch of the island, and the ground shakes heavily as it does so. Eventually, the hands now touch all of the little island around, and the reporters see all of this, being rightfully scared of this situation, and they also announce that slowly, the island is being merged into one. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a gigantic building appears in the middle of the island, and even Harkam is surprised at what he sees, an entire castle made completely out of gold. This makes the other players there think that this is simply another treasure, waiting to be taken apart and enjoyed. But Granfell knows that thing is named the Castle of Greed, and is the home of one of the 7 deadly sins, greed. It also has a very ominous aura that the others should also feel, but it seems that they are more fixated on the gold. That's when he receives a quest notification, specifically that the quest was paused, which surprised Granfell, as he thought that quest was failed. Harkam suddenly announces to everyone that something really bad is coming and that they should prepare for battle, right now. That's when hands start appearing from the ground, as the vengeful undead rise from the ground, ready to feast on some long-awaited flesh. The reporters are very eager to show all of this, since it means that their viewership will skyrocket. But suddenly, the chief receives a notification on his phone, and when he sees it, his smile drops. He tells the other reporter that this is not the time for laughter. Somewhere else, at the Arcana building to be exact, the employees panic and run all around, with the newbie and the experienced employee, who is named Suk, trying to contact someone. Eventually, he gets into contact and explains that they saw the update. While the newbie rages, they need to stop everyone from entering or leaving, lock the whole damn island down. He should look at the levels of the enemies. It's over for those inside. Granfell decides to look at the updates, and sure enough, the boss monster, Greed, is level 650, with this zombies being level 500. While the others fight in front of him and are desperately trying to defeat the overleveled enemies, the class quests continue to be spammed in front of his face, which he finds very annoying. He walks forward still, and while he does that, he thinks that this quest is quite impossible, as even the lower level monsters are a challenge, but the boss is literally level 650. Harkam tries to maintain a sense of formation and calamity with his soldiers, but Granfell suddenly comes behind him and calls him out loud. Harkam looks at him with a widened expression, and Granfell asks if the oath that he had made previously is still valid. He thinks that now, of all times, he needs to depend on Harkam in order to be able to even try something. Harkam asks if he really wants to fight this, as the enemy is one of the 7 deadly sins. All of their lives are in danger at this point. Granfell proclaims that demons are meant to be defeated, and only that. There is no other option. They all need to be annihilated. This statement surprised Harkam, but he smiles, as he doesn't see a lick of fear in his eyes. He is a true warrior. Indeed, Granfell is not fearful, but Lee is, very much so. Harkam calls out his Lion Knights, and explains that from now on, they stick to their oath, and help their savior reach the evil and free this island forever. The soldiers immediately get into formation and are ready to defend Granfell with their lives in the name of the Lions. The people who watch all of this, including Huigang, are amazed, because from what it seems, Lee and the Lion Knights will attempt to go into that castle, being stopped only by the countless undead horde. Granfell orders them to charge forwards, and at the Arcana building, everyone sees that some crazy people are trying to get in. This because of the reporters, who are also quite shocked by this, but report it nonetheless. Everyone in the country watches as they go in, at home, at school, or even on the street. This legendary moment is televised for all. Granfell and Lee analyze the situation, with both of them thinking that the Lionheart Knights are doing much better than originally expected. But they are the best knights on the entire continent, so in combat, they will not fall behind, no matter what. Their mana is also recovering really well, and at this rate, he will be able to help with this battle too, instead of saving for the final boss. That's when Granfell notices a sudden movement behind him from a body that was previously killed. Shrek is being pestered by one of his guild members, as they will get 0 contribution rate if they don't go in too. But Shrek explains that if they do that, they will just end up dead. If they are being real, this situation is impossible, and no other guild will be joining them in this do or die mission. That white-haired guy will fail soon, and then they will all fall back. Behind Granfell, the undead that were previously defeated rise up to fight up once again, and this is bad, as he does not have enough mana to defeat them right now. But still, he must fight. Suddenly, a beaming light passes Shrek, and both Leonie and Taemin have come to help Lee. That's when they notice each other, so this wasn't coordinated, and the other guild members rush to help them. With that, the temporary Greed Extermination Alliance is formed. The reporters note that this alliance was not expected at all, but is it a coincidence? As both guilds have been helped by Lee numerous times in their respective ruptures, Lee wonders if they will really help them, and Granfell doesn't ask but announces that they will help, something which shocks Lee, as that is no way to ask for help. He needs to do it nicely. Granfell then says that he will only say this nicely once, which makes Lee even more crazy, as this guy doesn't know how to communicate at all. Leonie looks at him like a sad puppy, and notes that they came to help anyways, since they have a debt to pay with him, but he really likes being an asshole. Kjolman on the other side tells his brother that this is the perfect chance to make a good impression on Lee, and get closer with him. With that, for their own reasons, they both look at him with a manic look, something which Granfell doesn't really care about. The undead resurrect once again, and everyone around begins fighting them, with Taemin calling up his saints, as they need blessings and protections in order to efficiently deal with these ugly things. Lee thinks that this will cut into his contribution rate, so he needs to buff the Lion Knights too, so that he can push forward. That's when Granfell goes to Leonie, and explains that the Lionheart Knights need protections and blessings too, and he doesn't have any of his precious tea to give her. But he needs buffs, so she should hand them over. This leaves Leonie quite stunned, and Lee apologizes. But that's when the Lionheart Knights are being buffed, by none other than the Gaon Saints, who urge them to fight under God's protection and win. Leonie is quite mad that the Gaon Guild did it first, and Taemin congratulates his brother for the swift steal. With the blessings, the knights have more confidence, and they charge in once again, in order to fulfill their oath. Granfell thanks Taemin for the help, as he will remember it, and Taemin happily notes that it was nothing. Perhaps he needs other buffs too? God's blessing or protection, whatever he needs, their saints will surely have it. Granfell, however, refuses, as he doesn't believe in something as idiotic as the idea of God. With that, he walks away, and Lee tries to kill him from embarrassment, but to no avail. It seems that Harkam has heard him, and is quite surprised, but suddenly, something deep from deep inside him calls his name, and he remembers his king, and how he also said that he doesn't believe in God anymore. Harkam's eyes glisten as he sees this vision, but that's when 2 dark hands reach out to him from the castle's golden doors, and the others notice too, as Harkam is slowly consumed by the dark energy. He finally remembers the promise he made to his king. Way back then, Harkam announced to the king that the general of the demons has been seen in the northwestern valleys, and he, along with his knights, will be on their way if he is willing to give out the order. The king thought about it, and said that if it's the commanding general of the demon army, thousands of soldiers will die at their hands once again. He slowly walked to the window and explains that the demons appeared out of nowhere, and the explorers vanished without a trace. The mage's tower, which had been investigating all of this, has also been destroyed. And if that wasn't enough, the people of the nation have also disappeared, almost as if they were swallowed by the earth. Since then, he asked God every single night, why has this world come to an end? Is this really what he wanted to happen all of this time? However, he has not received an answer, not even once. He was ignored. If that's the case, maybe God also vanished, along with everyone. He asked Harkam what he thought about it. Has God really abandoned them? Harkam looked at him, and noted that all of this is because of the demons. God has not abandoned them, not at all. The demons are the ones that are blocking their path to God. He, Harkam, will go and defeat the commanding general of the demon army, and open up the path to God once again. The king looked at him, and said that it was all okay, since he no longer believes in God. However, all is not lost, as he believes in him more. With that, Harkham and his knights went and fought, a gruesome battle that saw heavy casualties from both sides. Harkham commanded his troops with great passion, as their king was waiting for them to come back home. While he was fighting another demon, he noticed the general and rushed to kill him, but the general just smiled and said that it was far too late for that. That's when he and his soldiers were all engulfed in a blue light, and slowly they were transported somewhere else. That place being Earth, where everyone immediately started to take pictures of the battle-worn men. Harkham was extremely confused, but in his heart, he knew that he had to return to his king, no matter what, and fulfill his promise. The evil energy that is now consuming him gives him the vision of what he wants most, his king, who stands above him in a saint-like position. Harkham's voice cracks, as he notes that he has been looking everywhere in order to find him. Where has he been all of this time? He apologizes for being ever so late, and promised that he, Harkham, will become his sword once again and slaughter all of the enemies that stand in front of him. Lee is extremely surprised, but it can be seen, clear as day, that Harkham was consumed fully by something and is being tricked. While Harkham slowly walks towards them, his soldiers wonder what is going on, with Leonie being extremely annoyed that they are facing one problem after another. Lee thinks that he is extremely unlucky, as the strongest knight in the continent just got possessed. He also notices that it must be some king of status abnormality, probably mind domination, which will be hard to deal with depending on the situation, of course. In a split second, Harkham disappears from their eyes and gets behind Granfell, ready to take his head off at any moment. Before he can do that, however, Taemin punches him away and asks him if he's all right. However, instead of thanks, he receives Granfell's glare, which surprised him. Cheolman scolds his brother for overdoing it as he just beat one of Lee's most prized party members. But that's not the reason, as Lee is completely out of it since he almost died. Suddenly he snaps out of it, reminding himself to thank Taemin later, and looks at Harkham, who is being pushed back by Enoch, who urges him to wake up, as he doesn't want to fight them, and they all need to return together to their king, right? This comment enrages Harkham further, as what he sees them as is demons, and demons are not allowed to talk about his king, ever. Both Enoch and Jessica try to get him to his senses, pleading with him to see past the lie, but Harkham thinks that this is only the demons playing tricks on him. So he gets into position and tells to be silent in their final moments. Perhaps then they will not be punished as hard. Lee suddenly notices a strange light, and Harkham charges in, hitting the ground just in front of Enoch. But it doesn't stop there, as he once again jumps into the air and smashes with all of the strength he can muster into the ground, creating a large crater at the landing location. The wind alone pushes the weakest of the guild members out of the way, with Taemin and Leonie barely holding onto the ground. With one powerful thrust, Harkham pushes through all of them at once, and when he gets in front, he unleashes a mighty power, as his sword crackles and emanates tons of energy. Once he unleashes that power onto the ground, it is sent all over the ground, breaks it in countless pieces. The reporter drones scour the land for survivors, and Leonie seems to have made it out alive, even though she barely did. Jessica is also found to be fine, even though she got separated from Enoch, and the healers rush to aid everyone that has been injured in the attack. Taemin is also safe, but was injured, and think that Harkham should be considered a monster, not a human, given just how powerful that attack was. While he talks with Cheolman, that's when his eyes widen as he looks at something. Everyone starts to, including Enoch and Hwygang. What they are looking at is Granfell, who stopped Harkham from hitting him with a single hand gesture. The Lion Knights wonder how he managed to pull this off when they couldn't, but even though they look cool, both Granfell and Lee almost pass out from fear. Harkham looks at him with a strange expression and asks what he is. Among the others, his silhouette is bright and pure, nothing compared to the demons among him, who are all blurry and vicious. Granfell would like to answer, but he doesn't really know, as he doesn't see what he sees. But it's probably because he's a demon hunter, and it could be an effect from one of his skills, probably. Harkham asks him to reveal his identity, or he will have to kill him too. Granfell thinks that if he doesn't say anything, he will die, so he must speak now, even if he doesn't know about what. He tries to speak, but he is too shocked from what just happened, so he can't speak at all. Harkham asks him once again to speak, or perhaps he cannot. To him, though, it doesn't matter, as he will slay him either way. Suddenly, in an act of desperation, he reaches his hands forwards, which stops Harkham, as he wonders what that really means. Is he perhaps trying to tempt him into something? Granfell then points at him, and directly at the brooch, which Harkham sees clearly. That's when he remembers everything that happened, how Granfell saved them, and how he swore his sword to him, like he did his king. Suddenly he sees Lee once again, in his full form. Lee didn't do all of this because he knew, but he was basically telling Harkham that he was no danger and actually a friend, which he is very glad about it working. His exorcism ritual skill goes up, and a new feature is also added. Suddenly, Harkham looks behind and tells Lee to watch out as the dark energy comes to him. It tries to consume him, just like it did Harkham, but he doesn't know that he is a demon hunter. Before Harkham can fully warn Granfell of the danger, the evil energy engulfs him, and he is transported someplace else, where he spots a single man standing alone on a simple throne. Lee notices that this is his mind realm, and that the person standing there must be one of the 7 deadly sins, greed. He explains that all he wanted was to keep his kingdom safe and prosperous, his beloved Yusra kingdom. In the past, it was beautiful and bountiful, no matter land or sea. The land was also filled with sparkling jewels, and the people loved each other without prejudice. It was peaceful, heavenly, and everyone was happy. However, one normal day, a stranger washed up on the beach. The people of this kingdom were kind, so they took care of the foreigner, and they sent him back peacefully the moment he was fully recovered. But that wasn't paid back properly, as what they got back for it was an invasion. The people here did not know how to fight, and so the invaders trampled over everything in this entire kingdom. The king asked them, what was the reasoning behind all of this? If they wanted the jewels, they could have simply shared them with them. The invaders laughed, as sharing is a coward's move. They could just have it all if they just stole them. So what is the point of sharing in this rotten world? That is how the king became greed incarnate. That is why now, he reaches for Granfell's neck and screams that everything is his, and only his. The island, the ocean surrounding it, and the sky that gives light. Even if this island is filled with great treasure and mighty enemies to defeat, everything is his, all his. Suddenly, Granfell interrupts his villain monologue. He's being quite a drama queen over some pocket change. This, coming from a trillionaire. This confuses Greed, as he didn't expect someone to answer in this way. Granfell explains that all wealth is in vain, and he will be the one to teach him well. That the only thing that can be stolen is pride, his pride. Greed snarls at him, but in that second, Granfell unleashes his aura upon this dream world and breaks out of it. Harkham asks if he's all right, but he doesn't have the time to answer, as he searches with his mana for the palace's foundation. When he finds it, Granfell disrupts it, causing the entire palace to start cracking, which makes everyone around him widen their eyes with shock, as they haven't seen something like this ever. Eventually, the whole palace crumbles into bits, and now everyone knows just how much of a beast Granfell really is. Lee notices that they barely have any mana left, but Granfell taunts Greed to reveal himself, as they are not finished yet. He should see just how pointless his wealth really is. He should look at the ground, where his soldiers lie, as they have sacrificed themselves to protect him. How can he dare to call himself a ruler, in spite of all of this? Suddenly, Greed's true form appears, and he asks how he, a puny mortal, dares to destroy his palace, his wealth. He dare challenge Greed, of the 7 deadly sins? A mere human? Dark energy starts surrounding everyone around the place, and the other players notice that this is a status abnormality, which they think that they can tank, but suddenly their chests tighten, and they cannot breathe. This is because Greed is watching them very, very closely, as he will make all of them into undead, so that they can protect his wealth until the world ends. Taemin reaches for his sword, as he thinks that he would rather die now than become an undead soldier. But his judgment is impaired, and he cannot hold back any longer. Suddenly, Granfell screams at him once again, and the dark energy that was engulfing everyone disappears in an instant. Granfell stands ever so proud, and Greed asks how he broke through his mind domination skill like this. He is one of the almighty 7 deadly sins, Greed, and he is just a mere human. Granfell tells him that he is neither greed nor a cardinal sin. Suddenly, he chooses the Vampire Count Orb as an offering, and activates his exorcism ritual skill, which is now level 2, and its passive is to prevent status abnormalities from overtaking nearby allies. Granfell orders him to wake up, as he is the last king of the Yusra kingdom. It is finally time for him to correct his mistakes, and become pure once again. Greed laughs maniacally, as a simple attack like this will be extremely easy to dodge for someone as great as him. However, Deep down inside, he knows already that this is enough, as his palace has already been destroyed, a long time ago in fact. With that, greed explodes from the neck down, and everyone watching is shocked that he once shot the boss. Their celebrations are cut short, however, as the king of the Yusra kingdom is now bowing down to Granfell. He notes that he shouldn't be here, as he eliminated himself with greed. So what is happening? He asks Granfell if he is the one who fought greed, but he can't really hear him, as he is leveling up constantly. The king continues to pour his heart out to Granfell, but due to the leveling up and a hidden quest popping up, he can't hear anything. However, he is extremely surprised when he sees that the hidden quest has a 9-second timer, but all he needs to do is give the Yusra Kingdom King a crown. But where should he get a crown? While they both rack their brains for answers, the island's treasure he got before pops up again, the broken crown of the Broken King. The item appears before them, and the reporters are having a field day recording all of this, as there are tons of questions left unanswered, which racks up tons of views. Suddenly, Granfell pulls the crown out of his inventory and bestows it upon the king. His body starts glowing a bright blue, and Lee is very glad to have picked up that item from the turtle previously, as he thought it was just useless. So it's nice to see it actually had a purpose all of this time. With that, he has fulfilled the conditions of the secret quest, and the archipelago's secrets will now be fully revealed. Every player on the island gets a notification that somebody revealed the secret, and they start bickering amongst each other instantly. As they wonder if it was a guild, the stakes become even higher, as Huigang's chat blows up, because everyone received the notification. This is something extremely rare, a worldwide message. The whole ground starts to reveal itself in a blue color, as the ancient kingdom of Yusra is revealing itself fully. The whole island glows, and out of the ground come tons of buildings, and the whole atmosphere of the place changes. Finally, the hidden Yusra kingdom has been discovered once again, in all of its beauty. Everyone is left awestruck, but the reporters focus more on Granfell and the mysterious man, as it must be quite important. Granfell looks at the now gliding king, and Lee wonders what's happening, and why it's happening so suddenly. The king bows down to him, and introduces himself as such, and also gives his name, Hakuna. Granfell has now become the savior of this kingdom, with his affinity and influence being maxed out, and now he has authority over the kingdom. Hakuna expresses his deepest thanks for saving the king and the kingdom. They're all surprised that he's the king, but Leonie's guild member wonders if she should try to seduce him, which kind of freaks Leonie out. They all listen carefully, and Hakuna finally asks Granfell for his name. Lee thinks that he should speak formally, as the man before him is a king, even if his kingdom has been forgotten. Granfell doesn't really care, and just casually introduces himself as Lee. They are all surprised by his way of speaking, but Hakuna is unmoved, and notes that from now on, his name will be remembered for generations. The others are once again surprised by the king's formal speech, but alas, Hakuna explains that when he was engulfed by greed, he said that it was about time he should correct his mistakes, which Lee cringes over. After hearing that, he decided to self-destruct and take greed with him, but he saved him and also gave him back his crown. Suddenly, Harkham starts seeing his own king in him, as they share the same elegance. Hakuna asks, what was the reason for rescuing him like this? What is it that he wants to do so badly? He is a king with no subjects, as he killed all of his people with one single mistake. Somewhere else, Shrek's guild runs in the kingdom's direction, as this is a national level event, as an entire nation just appeared on Earth, and it will be their El Dorado. His mind is filled with greed, as this place most likely has tons of it, and they need to grab the chance and make as much profit as humanly possible. Granfell thinks of an answer, and notes that he thinks it's only right that he reconstructs this entire kingdom. Everyone is quite surprised that he said that, including the king, who looks down and asks who will follow someone like him, who has turned his back on his people once already. Granfell tells him that it depends on what he does from now on. In order for him to regain his pride and correct his mistakes, he will help with it, no matter what. Hakuna smiles, and says that it's as if he is reading his mind. Granfell didn't do that, he just read the quest window, which had these exact words plastered on it. When Hakuna tries to announce that it will be so, Shrek arrives and agrees that such a mighty kingdom should be rebuilt, and they, the Second Sun Guild, will help with everything. He scooches around everyone, and that's when he spots Lee, and notes that he heard a lot about him, while also thinking that it would be best for him to get acquainted with this person. He starts shaking his hand with great fervor, but that's when he notices Granfel's expression and thinks that he probably shouldn't have done something like this. Everyone just keeps quiet as this happens, but Harkam comes around and tells him to stop, as this is extremely rude. Granfell gnarls at him, not because he is angry or whatever, but because he literally almost fell asleep. His eyes won't even focus at this point, and the person in front of him looks like a bunch of hand-drawn cartoons. Granfell ignores him for the time being and turns to Hakuna, as he has an offer for him. Everyone watches silently to hear what it is, especially the reporters, who are now basically at the movies. Later at the Berserker headquarters, Leonie reads the news about what happened. Gaon and Berserker will work together to rebuild Yusra. Harkam decided to stay there, and Shrek was ignored and treated like an invisible flea. This makes both Leonie and her member burst out in laughter. One of the members comes back with ice cream and asks why the others are so cheery. The other explains that there's an article on Shrek and how he was humiliated. Sure enough, when he goes to watch, he starts laughing too, as this is quite amusing. At the Gaon headquarters, people are also laughing at Shrek and his past internet activities, which were very cringe. But Chaelman is just happy that his brother got them a quest to rebuild the Yusra kingdom. Taemin just did as he said, but Chaelman is still glad and wants to kiss him, which Taemin immediately denies. One of the members wonders why they are so happy. Is this rebuilding quest really that awesome? Another member explains that it's not just that, it's the first ever kingdom that has appeared, after Arcana began updating into reality. Once the reconstruction is fully done, the value of that place will be priceless. He's also sure that there's a buttload of people who are trying to get on good terms with the kingdom, Shrek being one of them. Its value is so high, solely because it's the first national scale update to the world. Plus, the kingdom is known for its resources, so it has tons of potential. If one accumulates enough influence and affinity with the kingdom, it's possible to even get a noble title after the reconstruction is done. In another place, tons of players run towards Lee as they want to get into the reconstruction project, all for different reasons, mostly greed. Lee escaped all of them by hiding in a nearby wall, but he is extremely tired and thinks that he won't make it home if things go like this. Should he just take a nap at the Mage's Tower instead? Suddenly, Jessie appears in front of him, which scares the ever-living crap out of Lee, but Granfell just remains plain-faced. Jessie practices her new Korean greeting she learned. Step 1, to not wear her hat when doing it, 2, to put her hands in front, and 3, to bow down, as to show respect. All of this comes a bit crooked, but even in his extremely tired state, Granfell finds it very polite. He tells her to take a seat, and apologizes that he doesn't have any tea, as apparently, they do not do rocket shipping to the Mage's Tower. Jessie notes that it would be bad if he were to be hit by that, so she will protect him, which makes him even more tired, so he asks her to get to the point. Jessie starts ranting about the magic he used, as she watched a few videos of him in action. Due to all of this explaining and talking, Granfell becomes even more tired, and her words start blending together. Today was a long day, and tons of things happened, so he needs rest, but he wonders when he will get it. Jessie finishes her thesis on his powers, but Lee doesn't respond, as he's fast asleep. Jessie notices that his hair is in his eyes, which is disturbing him, so she leans over the table and fixes it for him. Eventually, Granfell wakes up and wonders if that conversation was a dream, but it seems that it wasn't, as Jessie left him a letter. It was rather rude of him to fall asleep with somebody in front of him, but he couldn't help it. The Marcello research quest pops up, as a new condition was formed to convince the senior mages. Granfell wondered when this would happen, as he got into the Mage's Tower basically for free, so some kind of test was surely line up for him. But why now, as they are both extremely tired, even after they've slept a bit? He invites Marcello in, who announces that he has something to say to him. Granfell says that he already knows why he's here. He needs to prove himself. Isn't that it? Marcello wonders why his hair is like that, but apologizes, as it's because of him that the people are also doubting him. Granfell tells him that it's not him who is lacking, so he should guide him, as if they don't believe in him, he will make sure that they do from now on. One of the senior mages, Belia Yusia, sits in her class, and thinks that it's a shame that Lee will never prove himself to be qualified, as the 3-tier ceiling magic that was cast by 3 senior mages will not allow him to enter the room, and he won't even find it in the first place. Belia sits idly by and waits for Lee's imminent failure, as he can't hope to ever get past that door. But she is very wrong, as Lee instantly reaches for the door handle and enters, which shocks everyone there. Belia is the most surprised, as that man just destroyed a 3-tier ceiling magic with ease, something that even Marcelo, who is the head of theoretical studies, couldn't do. Granfell notes that it seems someone is trying to be funny today, as they are playing tricks on the doors. This overwhelming atmosphere washes over the listeners, while Granfell continues speaking. He came all of this way, solely because it seemed like they all wanted to meet him in person. But if they are going to waste time by playing petty games like this one, it must certainly mean that they are ready to take responsibility. Isn't that right? He stands over Belia, not because he wants to intimidate her, but because they both fell asleep, which spooks Belia. They wake up shortly after, and Lee thinks that he needs to go and sleep right now, as this is too much, even for him. Granfell, while leaving, announces that he will let them go this time, but he promises that this will be the last. Belia is awestruck and can only grin, as this man just called a spell that even she can't do anything to, a petty trick. Suddenly, one of the mages there remembers something important. That explorer that just came in is the same one that Cleo mentioned, the one that attended the academic society without an invitation. They begin talking to each other, and Belia is even more concerned now. Was that really the same man that saw through the Tower Master's illusion magic? While Granfell sits down, and Lee can barely hold his eyes open, they receive a quest notification that 3 out of the 20 mages accepted him. They both think that it's fewer than originally anticipated, but it's fine, as they are all senior mages, who are basically at the peak of their respective magic schools. So 3 for just opening a door is pretty good. He's a demon hunter anyways, so he's not in a rush to impress these fools. While they both think of just sleeping at this point, a parchment with Marcello's face appears and calls out for him. He explains that this is a useful item, called a magical parchment. It's a message device that mages often use around here, and if he wants to reply, all he needs to do is talk with the parchment. Granfell grabs it and sees Marcello's smiling face, so he hesitates for a bit, but eventually musters up enough courage to speak. When he does, however, Marcello tells him that he doesn't need to be so close, which naturally makes Granfell drop him in the garbage. Marcello rises up from his rightful place and explains that he's here to apologize. As he heard what happened at the Crystal Hall, the others played a trick on him, which is unacceptable, so he came to apologize for their sake. A head mage is somebody who has reached the peak of magic, regardless of their school, and the senior mages want the head mages to consistently prove themselves worthy of such a position. Lee wonders if it's like how bullies at school fight to be the top dog. If it is, then he feels sorry for Marcello, as he might have it pretty tough. Marcello then says that this incident is no different than what usually happens. He was tested only because he's not good enough, so he apologizes. While he ignores Lee's fan fiction, Granfell notes that he has not a thing to apologize for, really. A noble like himself must also prove himself constantly, so that they are recognized. He is no stranger to tests like these. Marcello still feels worried, as he might be underestimated because of him. Lee suddenly freezes, as he knows what's about to come, and can only despair while a short silence falls. If Granfell hears the words underestimate, then he is about to say something extremely cringy. He does just that, and notes that if others underestimate him, he only needs to prove himself. And when people do the opposite, overestimate, he only needs to make it a reality. If anyone is doubting him, he can only continue to prove himself, like a leader, like he has always done. These words seem to touch Marcello, and he says that he was rude as well. He should have talked to him in person, rather than speaking through this parchment. Granfell tells him that it's fine, but Marcello insists and insists, until eventually, he announces that he will come there right away, and Lee can only cry, as this means his rest is even further away. Granfell sighs, and thinks that at this rate, they will get to sleep once they are dead. But still, earning the recognition of the senior mages is a tall order. As a beginner mage, or not even that at this point, it's going to be quite difficult for him, and also, he's only level 226, and the senior mages are all at least level 600, so he is nothing more than a beginner to them. However, he will not let something like that drag him down the depths of despair, as being able to prove those who underestimate him, and making overestimates of himself reality, is something quite special. He uses a bunch of spells to create beautiful scenery, and they both agree that this is the pride they share, the thing they have in common the most. Lee smiles while watching the lights, but suddenly starts throwing up, as Granfell has used too much magic, so even a simple spell like this one is making them almost faint. Marcello arrives, and Granfell welcomes him inside, despite being half alive. Somewhere else, at a construction site, Taemin and Chilmin see that the people are doubting Lee a ton, and they are both confused as to why. When Marcello enters the room, he starts looking around the place, and Granfell asks what's wrong, as he seems a little distracted. Marcello asks if he used any magic recently in this room, which makes Lee think that it smells like it's burning, and Granfell explains that he was just practicing a bit of basic magic. He promises to not burn the lab down thought, so he needn't worry. That is not what Marcello was concerned about, however, as there are tons of magical traces inside of this very room. Magical traces only occur after a spell has been cast, and these traces tell of what kind of spell has been cast, and how it was cast. Suddenly, Cleo also comes inside of the room, and notices how beautiful the traces here are. Suddenly, tons of others mages charge inside of the room, all with their theories about how the traces were made. Lee and Granfell both wonder just why there are so many people gathered in one place, and surprisingly enough, even more arrive, as the traces are just that pretty. Pretty enough to win the 823rd Magical Traces competition, which is apparently a long-time tradition. Marcello explains that this is Lee's doing. He is the one who made this. But when he tries to present him, he is just gone, as he ran away as swiftly as humanly possible. He runs with his life on the line, as these mage nerds will never let him rest at this point. He must retreat. Unfortunately for him, a group of wacky mages appears and stops him, as they want to give him a challenge. To solve this Rubik's Cube, apparently one of the hardest problems to solve in the Mage's Tower, with the current record being an entire 9 days. While they brag about how difficult it is, Granfell snaps his fingers and uses reversal magic, which completes the puzzle instantly. While he descends the stairs, the quest pop-up appears, with 4 more mages being convinced. Granfell thinks that this might be easier than he originally expected, but before he can celebrate too early, tons of reporters stand at the end of the stairs, and they do what reporters do best, ask dumb questions, but they all bring up one thing: the issues that have been brought up with him. Granfell says that they are extremely rude, and that he has no obligation to answer their moronic questions, but that's when the mages appear from behind, and start asking him questions too. Since he is now in the middle of a pincer attack, Lee just panics, as he wonders about how to get out of this hell. That's when they both notice that the mana flow on a nearby wall has changed, and thinking that this is their only chance, they jump in and seemingly disappear, much to the dismay of everyone who is chasing after him. He ends up in Belea's office, but she half expected this as she opened up that door, allowing him to come in, but he found it much earlier than she thought, as expected of someone so skilled. Lee remembers her and wonders if she really did this to help them, but Granfell explains that he only felt the wall's mana being tampered with. This is the same with the Tower Master's illusion magic. He felt something strange about that wall, and inspected the mana to turn it back to how it was originally. Belea tries to hold it in, but can't help herself, so she starts laughing quite loudly, which makes Lee think that it's because of the way they talk. That's when she recites Granfell's speech, about underestimating him, which makes Lee almost die from the dangerous levels of cringe. But this also proves to be useful, as Belea notes that he's probably the only one that thinks the Tower Master's grand illusion is so simple. Alas, she also introduces herself, Belea Yusia, the head mage of the healing school. Since Marcello has also decided to recognize him, she will do so as well, and the count rises up to 8. Finally, they get home, and Lee reads about what the reporters said about him. He thought he was in trouble at first, but this is all just pointless gossip, with the Gaon and Berserker guilds also coming to his defense, explaining that he did all of that by himself. However, one issue still stands. Why are they not sleeping yet? As a clear result of constantly finishing the class quest, they now have 33 stamina and 35 agility bonus points as a result, and he's ahead of same level players by around 10 to 20 points, give or take. This is a big step up for sure, but to a demon hunter, these two skills are completely useless. Lee thinks that he would rather have mana, but it would also be nice to have something for close range, something like that sword aura Harkam used when fighting him. While Granfell cuts up some carrots, Lee thinks of how that ability went, which makes Granfell also think about it, and suddenly, to both of their surprise, Granfell uses the same ability and destroys the kitchen sink, while also creating a large hole in their apartment. At the Yusra Berserker reconstruction unit, Leonie watches something on her phone with a pretty mean look, which the guild members also notice. The first video is from Today Arcana, with the reporter noting that they don't have any conclusive evidence that Lee was the one who did everything. The next video is Huaigang's live stream, who is protecting Lee with his life, as he saw himself how he took the cardinal sin down on his lonesome. The next video is a masked figure, who thinks that this is all a great conspiracy, and that Lee is just a government plant sent to indoctrinate all of them. All this combined makes Leonie smash her phone and scream tons of not-so-family-friendly words, which comes as no surprise to her guild. But her other female member comes around and asks why she's so mad. Leonie explains that it's because these losers are talking crap about Lee, even though he was the one that killed the boss on his own. This makes the guild member think that she's getting angry for his sake, which makes her blush hard, and so she starts proving that she isn't, which all but confirms that this is what was happening. The two male members note that she must have quite a hard crush on that guy. It's about time she had some action. These comments make Leonie bury them in the dirt, and the female member tells her to calm down, as this is all just gossip that will disappear soon enough. She also tries to make Leonie laugh by saying that if they raise their influence in this place, they might get noble titles, and then even the most powerful guilds will have to pay her respects. Sure enough, imagining this makes her crack a smile, but this also makes her think that this reconstruction quest is a good opportunity for them, as it's a natural treasure island where they can earn resources without going into a rupture. Even just the rights to develop a mine around here will be extremely pricey, so why did Lee give them this opportunity? She notes that they are now even more indebted to that guy, who is literally below them and wearing some cool glasses. While here, he checks his messages with his landlord, who is quite mad that the apartment was damaged, but Lee promised to pay the repair fees by himself. This was quite the mess though, as it was nice to see that they can use the sword aura, but not being able to control it is extremely bad, and as a result, his HP went down quite a lot, and they were both passed out for 6 entire days. Additionally, there's no info about something like this on the internet, so he will just have to ask Harkam about it. Suddenly, 2 guards stationed at the entrance stop him, as the Yusra kingdom is currently under construction and only those who are permitted may enter. Does he perhaps have a permission slip, or is he a resident? Granfell notes that he has neither, so the guard refuses his entry. Lee thinks that this must be one of the Arcanians that moved here, and he's glad that he's enjoying his new job. Granfell says that he's only here to meet with Harkam. Is there really no other way to meet him? The guard looks at him for a second, then his expression becomes crooked, as he cannot let such a lowly peasant meet such an important person. It's just not possible. Granfell then asks if it would be all right for him to at least send a message, but the guard refuses outright and tells him to stop speaking so informally, as he's clearly not on friendly terms with Theme. There are countless like him though, rude explorers who don't know their place. Suddenly, Hakuna arrives and greets Lee warmly, which makes the guard's face drop instantly. With that, his authority has been activated, and he is entitled to stay here as long as he wishes to. Hakuna asks what brings him around these parts, and Granfell explains that he has business with Harkam, but it seems like he needs permission to get in. Hakuna is quite puzzled by this, as he should have the same authority as he does around here. What king needs permission to enter their own kingdom? Granfell thinks that it just activated, but it doesn't matter, as he has some business to attend to now. Somewhere else, on a stunning beach, Jessica trains the other Lion Knights, while Granfell talks with Harkam and announces that he wants to learn Sword Aura. He explains that he wants to control it better, as he is also able to do it. Harkam is surprised, as this is something that he had to train for, and it took a lot of time. However, he cannot help him, as Sword Aura is not learned simply because one wants to. He is also a mage, so even if he can see the Sword Aura now, he will need to train a lot before he can manifest it. Granfell notes that when he said he can use it, he can use it. He can manifest it fully. What he really needs to know is how to control it. Harkam immediately calls Jessica over and orders her to bring him a sword and an Oath of a Lion. Eventually both things are brought, and the Oath of a Lion seems to be a giant stone slab with a lion face on it. Harkam explains that this is a relic that has been passed down for generations, and it's made out of a metal that does not exist in this world. It's unbreakable, and represents their oath because of it. One of the 2 sword slashes on the lion face was made by the first captain, and the other one was made by him. He hands Granfell a sword, and tells him to etch a 3rd slash in that metal, if he can really manifest Sword Aura, that is. Enoch tries to stop him, as this guy isn't even a member of their order, but Jessica stops him, as this must be a part of their leader's plan. Granfell rejects his sword, and notes that he will be borrowing one of these instead, Harkam thinks that this is just a plain training sword, which is also dull. So what is he doing? Granfell then starts unleashing his sword aura, and a blue light emanates from his location. Then he strikes the slab so hard it cracks, which shocks everyone, including Enoch, who did not expect that much power from a mage. Granfell asks if this is worthy enough, but in reality their HP was drained quite a lot. The reason why Granfell refused Harkam's sword was not because he deemed it too unworthy, but because it had a level limit of 600, because it's a legendary sword. The training sword had a level limit of 200, perfect for him, but it surprised the others. As to them, it is just a toy. Not for Granfell, however, who thought that it was extremely heavy, and he was barely able to strike the stone. Harkam, naturally impressed by his potential, noted that it's time to train him, and also noticed that he is trembling, surely from excitement, right? That's when he ordered Jessica and Enoch to train with him, as he will need to start with the basics of swordsmanship. And with these two outstanding teachers, he will have a good time. However, he must not use sword aura from now on, until he permits it again. Both Lee and Granfell are glad, as they really needed to learn the basics. That is how Granfell got into basic training, which Enoch isn't happy with, as he's a mage, who has no reason to learn the sword. But still, he treated the captain with respect by not picking up his sword, so he will be sure to show him some too. Jessica introduces herself and tells the trainees to prepare their bodies, as this training is quite harsh. With that, she sends them off to change into their training outfits, but thinks about Lee. Although he has manifested sword aura by himself, he is still a mage at the end of the day, so if he lacks stamina, he will not be able to use sword aura in any situation. She will work him until he can't stand up anymore. Granfell comes back, and that's when his real muscles reveal themselves, which Jessica likes a lot, to say the least. With a blush in her face, she tells everyone about holding their swords, and Enoch instructs each of them when he spots them doing something wrong, as the rest of the trainees are extreme noobs who have barely held a sword before. While they don't pay attention to Granfell, he thinks of how Harkam held his sword when they fought. His attacks felt very heavy, but also fast, and most importantly, strong. He realizes how to do it himself, and strikes the ground, which creates a large shockwave that, needless to say, leaves everyone speechless. Enoch asks how he did it, and Granfell explains that it's simple, he just imitated Harkam. Jessica noticed too that it was their captain's swordsmanship, but that is the final step, that the Lionheart Knights have been aiming for years. However, this mage reproduced it after seeing it 2 times. She previously thought that he was just a lucky mage, but now she sees him for what he is, a damn genius. Harkam watches all of this from a distance, and thinks that Lee is a talented fellow, who may even surpass him one day. It would be a shame if he wasted his talents by being a mage. They will guide him, so that he doesn't get lost in the magic world. Hakuna also comes around, as he has heard his savior is starting to learn how to use sword aura. But is there not too much sand on this beach? What if his savior damages his bronchial tubes? Harkam immediately looks at his men and orders them to sweep every single grain of sand from the beach. Are they planning to give Lee tuberculosis? After they are done, Hakuna complains about the sun, as it is too strong. Will his savior not faint from heat stroke? Harkam looks at his men once again and orders them to grab as many trees as they can and plant them in the sand. Harkam is surprised that Hakua was so concerned about him like this. Truly, he is a paragon of the people. Seeing this, he cannot stand idly by any longer, so he removes his armor and announces that he has been too lazy lately, and as such, he will be joining them in training. They should not feel pressured and treat him as a new soldier. Naturally, this puts a lot of pressure on them, and they say that it's better to hear the new soldier's opinions too. Harkam says that they are right, and asks Lee if it's alright if he joins. Both Enoch and Jessica stare intently at him, but Lee doesn't care, and says that he will always welcome him. He doesn't stop there, however, as he tells Harkam that they should invite Jessica and Enoch too, which angers them to no end. And so, began the most awkward training session known to man, but they eventually got through it. At the Mage Tower, someone knocks on Mathis Dean Carl's door, who is the person who brought black magic, which was considered evil and unorthodox, to its current position, and had it not been for Marcello, he would have become the tower's top mage. He welcomes the knocking person inside, who gives him some of Lee's items that he requested to be appraised, as they seem to be related to black magic. Mathis notices that indeed, these are dark items that not just anybody could get, and requests some parchment paper, as he would like to write to Lee. Eventually, the night training is finished, and the other trainees are beaten. But Granfell isn't, as he's still doing pull-ups, much to Lee's dismay. He blames all of this on Harkam, who wanted to do 120-kilometer laps, but Lee was the one that instigated all of this. Suddenly, the system congratulates him for completing a training that surpasses his limits, and as such, he will be rewarded, with stats, that is. Lee feels euphoric after seeing this, but before he can convince Granfell to sleep, a parchment from Mathis arrives, as he has appraised the items he requested. First is the Vampire Orb, a magical tool used by demons. This item is extremely rare, so he would like to rent it for research. Lee thinks that he can't use it anyways, so he allows it. Next is the Pure Emerald Crystal, which recovers vitality, but it can also be used to produce jewelry. The last item is the Koi Scale Silk, which is a good material that can be used to create items, and he also wants to borrow for a bit. Granfell notices that it opens an aesthetic stat, so he doesn't allow rental, but he would like him to make a handkerchief using the crystal and silk. Mathis accepts, but it will take some funds too, but Granfell doesn't mind, as he wants the best results. Mathis is impressed by this, and Granfell falls asleep, much to Mathis' dismay, as he wasn't done talking, so he leaves him a message, to meet him in the floating garden. At dawn, while everyone was sleeping, Granfell was already on his training, and on the verge of finishing his 20-kilometer run. Another parchment from Mathis comes, who is worried that he didn't contact him, as he left him a message, but they did not see it, so he is relieved that he wasn't insulted by it. Mathis invites him to the garden once again, but Granfell refuses. Mathis tries to reschedule the meeting time and time again, but Granfell refuses. Mathis thinks that it must be a test of etiquette, but Granfell is still refusing him, as he needs to focus on sword training now, and cannot waste time on personal meetings. However, he will have some time today from now, for about an hour, which Mathis is glad for, but they were going there in the first place, so it matches up. Harkam watches from the distance, as he is glad to see Lee so dedicated to the sword. The next day, Harkam pulls Lee away and tells him that he can no longer teach him, as he has gotten to the stage where he can only learn from real fights. Lee is surprised by this, as he has been learning for just one day, and Granfell also seems scared by it. Harkam explains that he underestimates himself too much, and that he should show him his aura again. Granfell agrees, and thinks that he should control it as much as he can, but that's when he wonders, what is sword aura anyway? It's not a skill, as it can be mastered by every class. Suddenly Lee feels it, that it has a very similar flow to mana, and if he uses it as he uses magic, he can stabilize it, and he does just that. Lee has finally realized that sword aura is similar to magic, and if he applies all of the magic rules, he can stabilize it easily. Harkam congratulates him for being devoted mentally, as this is what he needs to handle sword aura in such a way. However, he did not expect it to be this clean, so he invites him, time and time again, to walk the path of the sword. Granfell refuses, but if the path he is walking has a sword, then that just may be his path. Lee tells him to leave before he dies from cringe. With that, Harkam wishes him farewell, but it seems that the trainees heard their conversation, and they get hyped up. Jessica is kind of sad to see Lee advance so easily, as now, the gap between her and the greats seems even larger. However, something in her refuses to give up, and she promises to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Seeing her, Enoch gets hyped too, and Harkam is glad to have had Lee around here, as he has changed everyone's perspective. Lee walks through the forest, but wonders if it's safe, even with his newly acquired skill. Suddenly, a silver mane leopard appears, a level 300 beast, that Lee is extremely scared of, but Granfell is angry, as this beast dared to show its fangs. He activates his sword aura and prepares to fight. Nearby, Kichi, the Shadow Mercenary Troops captain, finishes her slaughter, but unfortunately, she is the last member of the troop, as the other 9 are missing. That's when she sees Granfell challenging the leopard and thinks that it's unfortunate. Even if he can use sword aura, the opponent is too tough, as he's the field boss of this island. It's a relief for her, as she doesn't have to deal with it. She would have helped, but she promised her colleagues a better place to leave, and this place seems to be the best. Lee thinks that now, he's into it deep, as he can't do anything against this beast. The moment he moves, he will be decimated, but he can't just wait, as sword aura consumes tons of stamina. Lee thinks that they can just block its movements, but Granfell doesn't want to, as he wants to use the sword only. The leopard attacks, and Lee uses these last moments to apologize to his family for dying. That is not what happens, however, as Granfell strikes the leopard even swifter, despite there being a 74-level difference. Is this really the power of the sword aura? Granfell notes that this was just a warm-up, but his stamina is already depleted, so Lee tells him to calm down. At the floating garden, Mathis waits for Lee, and thinks that he's a renowned person by now, so he would also like to see who he is. Eventually, Lee arrives, and Mathis invites him to sit down, while also thinking that the earth was shaking while he was walking towards him. Truly, he is no ordinary person. Granfell exchanges pleasantries, and Lee notes that their muscles hurt extremely badly, as Granfell decided to test out tons of stuff using sword aura, and his body is trembling. That is why he has to flex his muscles like this. Suddenly, Mathis's rings glow a black purple. These rings are used to sense black magic, so why have they activated now, and with a color that he has never seen before? Granfell wonders what to do, and Lee really wants to sit down. In the past, Mathis was bullied for his studies in the dark arts, but he firmly believed that all magic must be studied, so he took it upon himself to prove that dark magic was useful too. This led to him having an audience with the Great Hall, where he presented the usefulness of the dark arts. But he was met with mockery and anger. They did not accept him. He pleaded with them, as with this magic, they might even solve the problem of worldview interference. The president, who was also there, was not swayed by the opinions of others, and asked him if he had named this magic yet. Mathis confirmed that he did. It is called black magic. From that day onwards, other mages began to accept black magic, but that glory did not last long, as Mathis couldn't solve the view interference problem with the black magic. After a few years passed, the Mage's Tower manifested on Earth as the worldview interfered, and this caused Mathis to live the rest of his days in shame, as he could not do what he promised. However, he did not expect to meet someone with so much black magic sensitivity. With this man, perhaps, he will be able to do what he couldn't do alone. Granfell tells him to sit down, as he doesn't have that much time to talk, and the tea is getting cold already. Mathis explains that the rings he has detect black magic sensitivity, basically the person's talent, and he has not seen such a deep color before. Granfell asks what black magic is, and Mathis notes that it's quite different from normal magic, that explores and interferes with the target's mana. Black magic uses inner darkness as mana, and so, it's different. This black mana is created through the years, and manifests stronger the darker a person's past is. If he has such deep dark mana, he cannot imagine what kind of life has lived in the past. Lee thinks that indeed, he had a dark past, as it was utter cringe, but perhaps it's not because of him, but because of what happened to Granfell's family. He notes that this is unpleasant, as his etiquette is lacking. Does he really ask everyone he meets about their past first? Mathis apologizes, as he did not perceive this as rude, so he will report himself to his superiors and receive proper judgment. Granfell says that his apology was enough, as an investigative mind is a scholar's virtue. He does not dislike a scholar who is devoted to his duty of black magic research, like he is. However, if dark magic is so different, can it be used even when the normal mana is exhausted? This tells Mathis that he is interested in black magic, so he tells him to walk the path of dark magic, much like Harkam did with the sword. It seems that he has proven himself to Mathis, and with his objective completed, he walks away, as he doesn't want to get dragged somewhere else. Back at his laboratory, Granfell receives tons of messages from different mages, and with them, the quest is completed. It rewards him with relationship and status within the Magic Tower, which Lee enjoys, as they are extremely useful, but Granfell doesn't care, and they both start to research a new function within the system. The news starts talking about the Yusra Kingdom, and about the two guilds that are rebuilding it, Berserker and Gaon, which has already risen to 3rd rank. Kjolman and Taemin watch this, with Kjolman noting that they have to repay Lee for this favor one day. Taemin thinks that he's right, as their guild is rising solely because of him, and if he hadn't helped them many times, they would have been in a really bad spot. Suddenly, Kjolman read about mythology and wished they would cooperate. They seemed to be as childish as ever, but this time, even a National Assembly member was involved. Taemin notes that these members of the National Assembly have tons of time if they do this, but if mythology competes for 1 end or 2nd place in the business world, does the National Assembly move on money alone? They both don't know how they manage to get their pockets so full, as it remains a mystery. In an apartment, One of the assembly members is bewitched, and his soul is being extracted by the mythology guildmaster, Baek Yiseol. She calls her secretary and tells him to cancel all of the plans for tomorrow, as even if she had an important meeting with a certain person, he should tell him that it's cancelled, and that she left for the Yusra kingdom, as she wants to meet a certain somebody. At the Mage's Tower, the feature that Granfell unlocked is related to it, but he doesn't have time to check it, as his phone is being spammed by his sister. Before he can check, a parchment arrives, from the head mage Maya, who excuses his rudeness, but he wants to do a joint research. Suddenly another parchment arrives, and tons more arrive. Doing what he does best, Granfell ignores them and runs away. At the Yusra kingdom, which now has a palace, Hakuna laughs at Lee's explanation. He must have really needed that peace and quiet. Hakuna tells him to not be bothered by their attitude, as it's their way of showing sincerity. Granfell notes that he does not like bribes, even if they come in the form of sincerity. Hakuna laughs once again, as this must be why he defeated the cardinal sins so easily. But did he see that video, which shows him actually defeating greed? This is the first time he hears this, but before he can check, his third sister calls him, so he picks up. When he does so, she starts reciting the cringy words he said to Hakuna, and even shows him the HD video, as they all mimic him. Granfell thanks them for watching, and closes the call. Afterwards, he requests a place to rest. When he arrives at that solitary place, he immediately becomes comfortable, and prepares some tea, while searching for the exact video. He finds it, and thinks that he might just sue them for putting it without his permission. But that's when Granfell feels something strange, but similar. Dust, so he must get to cleaning. At the Gaon reconstruction base, Taemin is shocked to see that their stock fell hard, and Cheolman explains that it's because mythology spread a rumor about them again. He thinks that this is their way of saying that they need to share the Yusra reconstruction quest. But when did they gain this much influence? While Taemin continues to scream his heart out, he can write fake news too, about their guildmaster and how she has a mole hidden on her body. Suddenly Yiseol hugs him and asks how he knows about something like that. He seems to know things that even she doesn't. How interesting. Taemin wonders how she got in, as the guild members must have been standing guard, and when Cheolman goes to check, he finds them unconscious. He hopes she knows what attacking guild members means, but she explains that she didn't attack, she just let them fall asleep. Suddenly, Cheolman is suddenly engulfed in a strange but familiar feeling, and the dots finally connect in his head. Yiseol became this powerful and rich, not because of her connections. Taemin screams at her, as she's really crossing the line this time. Cheolman's thoughts continue. The reason she was able to become like this is because of mind domination magic. That should not work on players, but it does. He tries to warn his brother, but he cannot, as this is just like the time he got possessed by the damn imp. Out of nowhere, Granfell arrives, who notes that he just finished cleaning, but the smell around here is not refreshing at all. He walks up to Yiseol and tells her in her face that she's a demon. Granfell slowly removes his mask and notes that he just got down cleaning, but the air isn't refreshing at all. He just can't stand something like this. He approaches Taemin and shows him the video of him fighting the cardinal sin. He truly is a demon, who likes to upload videos of others because he enjoys the shame they will receive. Taemin is quite surprised by his words, and he tries to explain it, while Yiseol watches all of this and thinks that this is quite the nice opportunity she has here. She was going to get her information from the Gaon Guild first, but to think that Lee really came here on his own. People do call him the Light of Yusra, but seeing him for the first time, he's rather disappointing. Is this really the same man that defeated a cardinal sin on his own? She calls him over and introduces herself as Baek Yiseol. She is positive that he has heard about her being quite interested in him, right? Yiseol thinks that this is too easy, as soon she will have all of Yusra for herself. Men are so easy. Men are so easy? Jump on her in the comments, guys. We should cancel this shit talker. Suddenly, Granfell slaps her hand away with great prejudice and starts talking to Cheolman, as Taemin can't explain anything even if he tries. Cheolman explains that there have been false rumors spreading about him recently, and there are articles saying that he only gave the special Yusra privileges to the guilds he was really close with. They could not sit back and watch while everyone was defaming him like this, so they decided to upload the video. They did it with the intention of clearing up any and all rumors, but he didn't think that it would be embarrassing for him, so he would like to apologize for the entire guild. When Granfell tries to respond, Yiseol grabs his attention and asks him, just how can he be so impolite to her? This treatment, how is she supposed to interpret something like this? Granfell turns around for her and notes that, for her information, he is now speaking to the Gaon Guild. Did she think that it is polite to interrupt conversations like this? Yisiol says that it's the other way around, as she was the one who was talking with Gaon first, so he is the one that is interrupting. She thinks that this man is not that easy, but it's fine, because to a succubus like her, humans are just very easy prey. Even someone like the legendary Lee can't hope to resist her charms. She touches his face and uses her skill on him. Granfell immediately receives the natural enemy skill buffs, but as he looks into her eyes, he knows that he cannot do, as this is too much. The streamers start to go rabid as their view counts continue to rise and donations keep pouring in. All they can think about now is fame and money, something that nobody can contest. Granfell is very disgusted by their awful behavior, and Yisiol lets out a long sigh, but restrains herself and tells Lee that they won't be able to talk properly if the situation has become like this. That shouldn't stop them though, so they should take this somewhere else, as she is sure they can talk about lots of things. Without a single ounce of consideration, Granfell refuses on the spot, leaving Yisiol and the streamers stunned. Ha ha ha, we all knew Granfell is not a simp but a gigachad. She wants to say something but stop herself before the words can come out. Granfell explains that if she wants to talk, she should make an appointment first, as he doesn't have time for people who do not know what manners are. The streamers continue recording, as this is some very premium content right here. Yisiol versus Lee. Yisiol is South Korea's #1 corporation head, the Mythology Corporation's daughter, and the current Mythology Guildmaster. She is popular everywhere, with over 60 million followers on Instagram alone. She is the most popular celebrity of this entire era. Whatever she does, be it wear, drink, or holds, that thing becomes a trend and is sold out within a few minutes at most. She is the sole reason Mythology's slogan is, "Sold out mythology," and now she is basically running Mythology by herself. Everybody likes her, everyone wishes for her validation, and everyone wants her. So why is it that her seduction did not work on Lee, and videos of her rejection are uploaded everywhere on the net? She stands in front of a broken mirror in her apartment, while cursing Lee for everything that he is worth. Like a maniac, she promises to kill Lee no matter what, and destroy his life as he knows it. Suddenly, her reflection tells her to stop, or rather shut up, as she was the one that practically begged her for help. Yet now she wants to play around like she is the owner of this body. Does she not remember clearly? She was the one who asked for help. She asked for salvation. All she wanted was revenge on those who looked down on her and hated her for what she was. She promised that she would do anything for it. Yisiol suddenly pulls closer to the mirror and explains that she did not wish for any of that. She just forced her. It's not Lee that should die, it's her. The succubus asks what she's talking about, as she couldn't have gotten where she is without her help. Even her damn father calls her a mistake, and truthfully she is. She should show some humbleness and thank her from the bottom of her heart. Suddenly, Yisiol grabs a broken mirror piece and stabs herself in the neck with it. She continues to do that, while the succubus wonders just how she is taking control of her body back. She asks if she's out of her head. Just what will she accomplish by doing something like this? She needs to stop now, as this much would have killed a normal person. That's when the succubus gets it and asks her, why is she doing something like this? Is something lacking in her life? She has more wealth and fame than anyone. She did everything she wanted, and got everything she wanted whenever she wanted. She made it so that no one can belittle her again, as she wished. From behind her, the real Yisiol appears and explains that she was the one who did all of those things. Even if she thinks that's not true, everything she did was only possible because she is Mythology CEO's daughter. That is why she is so afraid right now. Because it doesn't matter if she possesses someone else. Because she knows full well that without this position, she is nothing. The succubus tries to plead with her once again to stop, but Yisiol does not listen. She possessed her because she is afraid to be on her own, but unfortunately for her, she is not. Yisiol stabs herself in the stomach and thinks of the moment when they tried to seduce Lee. When he looked into her eyes, he saw through her easily, saw who she really was. Even his farewell pointed to it, as he knew this entire time. Having had enough of this charade, the succubus takes full control of the body once again and waltzes through the apartment while swearing revenge on that Lee bastard who planted the seed of suspicion in her easy prey. Now though, she needs to heal herself. By absorbing something, anything would suffice at this point. She gets out of the apartment where a guard waits for her. When he sees the state that she is in, he immediately tries to get her to a hospital. But the moment he touches her, the succubus goes back to her original form and absorbs everything there is from him. Later, While Granfell is resting at his Yusra home with a cup of tea, his natural enemy skill activates, which makes him say that sneaking around in a person's home without permission really is rude. But it should come on in, as it's not the guest he was expecting, but he promises to be nice. Lee just stands there while he waits for the door to open, but after a few moments, he thinks that it's safe, as not even demons would dare to visit at such late hours, right? Suddenly, the succubus appears out of the window and congratulates him for being so sharp. Granfell wonders if showing up through people's windows is the only way for her to enter the house, considering how mannerless she is. The succubus enters the house and remembers that he said something about manners before, but she apologizes as she seems to have forgotten everything. Granfell looks at her deeply, but cannot sense the real Yisiol anymore. Was she perhaps sealed or something? He tells the succubus that he cannot see Yisiol anymore, which makes her explain that most likely, she has died. It is not her fault though, as she suddenly started stabbing herself like a maniac, so she probably died from shock. Even she can't feel her anymore. But what can they expect from a little freak like her? She was always a stupid woman, who threatened her like she would have been able to do something. More interestingly, it seems that she has died because of him and his actions. She kept going on and on about how he was the only one that saw through her. The reality of Yisiol is that she was always a bastard. Eventually, people found out that the CEO of mythology had a hidden daughter. She was only 8 when everyone came to know about her. But that didn't stop the media from belittling her, what they do best. At school, the situation was the same. She was bullied, and her neighborhood became hostile to the once kind and innocent Yisiol. Eventually, her mother decided to off herself because of the depression she got from everything, and her father said something quite hurtful in a press conference. Even if she is a bad mistake, he cannot let this child grow up without any parents, so he will graciously take her in. The succubus begins laughing maniacally, as she considers all of this extremely funny. A few years later, she awakened as a player, so her father forced her to work tirelessly in the ruptures. She didn't even try to put up a fight and did everything she was ordered to. Why? Because she wanted to be loved by anyone, even if it was that bastard of a father. She was going to stand up for herself and prove to the people that were looking down on her that she was worth something. That is how she wanted to get revenge for her mother. However, in the end, she was not able to do anything. She even said that she was going to pay him back for believing in her. Just how dumb can one woman be? Suddenly, Granfell's expression changes and he orders her to shut it. She dares try to talk with him like this, when she is but a mere demon? Her arrogance truly knows no bounds. The succubus begins being watched by Lee, and her mentality begins to deteriorate. She cannot shake the fear off of her, and as a result, the fear status abnormality is activated on her. Granfell tells her to get out of his way, as he does not speak with his prey. Lee is transported somewhere else entirely, which makes him think that it's a part of the exorcism ritual. But when he looks behind him, he sees child Granfell, who is happily living with his family. Is this Granfell's mind realm? Out of nowhere, his chest begins to tighten, just as if someone is squeezing it hard. The memory suddenly changes, and he spots Granfell looking down on his dead family, with him being the only one left remaining. Lee thinks that the feeling he has must have been what Granfell felt right here. It's as if they are synchronizing even further. Now he can understand his rage. The rage that made him swear to kill demons for the rest of his days. Granfell asks the succubus how she dares to insult the pride of a human. How dare she laugh at a human who risked everything to try and pay back a favor, and for not losing her pride, even when a dirty demon like her tried to play tricks. The succubus cannot hope to fight him now, so she bows down and notes that she will pay for her heavy sins with death, as that is the only way to pay them. With one strike, Granfell finished her for good and asks Yisiol if she is still there, as he has seen her pride, which was amazing. Yisiol begins crying, which makes Granfell say that it's late, so she should go to her own home and cry there. But unfortunately for him, she falls asleep on the spot and falls on him. He remembers what the succubus said about her stabbing herself, but he doesn't see any injuries, so she must be really tired, that's all. He should just lay her down somewhere. The door suddenly bursts open, as the Lion Knights have sensed a demon around here while making their rounds. That's when they find Granfell putting a blanket over Yisiol. They apologize, as they did not know he had a girlfriend here, and that they were having a good time. Granfell tries to explain, but his voice just doesn't get across. Enoch also sees this, and as a result runs away crying, like he was Lee's lover or something. This whole event leaves both Granfell and Lee very tired, as fighting the cardinal sin was easier than this misunderstanding. He strangely receives another class quest and thinks that he doesn't have a good feeling about it as he opens it. At the AAU Korean branch, another update is announced, which will add a new region, the northern city, Frost. Everyone thinks that this is amazing, as Frost has tons of shops and other accommodations for players, while streamers like Hwygang are glad to finally have a Metropolis update, since those places are really huge. Everyone seems to be talking about the new update with a positive outlook, but Lee is probably the only one who is worried, as the class quest he received involves Frost and the Demon King inside of it. Lee is spooked by this and tells Granfell to warn everyone about it on the forums, but Granfell just thinks about the good time he had at Akshan. Demon Kings are the real sword enemies of all demon hunters. They are natural enemies. Back in the Arcana gaming days, during Demon Hunter training, the teacher told Granfell that Demon Kings are not just strong, they are very strong. There are lots of them too, and even the lowest ranking Demon King could put a few demon hunters in trouble. So he needs to be prepared. He gave Granfell an entire encyclopedia of demons and told him to memorize literally everything, as he's going to test him in 2 hours. Lee thinks that the quest was a waste of time, but Granfell notes that their reward was the knowledge they received. Suddenly, Lee notices that he received a comment on Granfell's warning post, which just said that there's a Demon King there, so they should be careful of NPCs. Lee thinks that he wouldn't take this seriously either if he wasn't in this position and jumps in bed, as Frost is a metropolitan city, so nothing bad will happen, as even a mighty Demon King will not be able to do as he wishes. He tries to ignore the fact that Granfell posted what he posted with every possible excuse, thinking of tons of other things that he can do in Frost. But eventually the embarrassment catches up to him, and he starts rolling around in shame. Suddenly, a bird with a very deep voice appears and announces that it has a delivery from the Mage's Tower for Lee Hoyol. Lee confirms that he is that person, which makes the bird drop the package in his hands and leave while damning the person who hired him. Lee thinks that these must be the items he requested a long time ago. So Granfell opens the package, and the first thing he finds is a pure emerald ring that has the effect of regenerating HP when attacked. This item is nothing short of amazing, as it has no other conditions. He only needs to be attacked. What an amazing item. But it's to be expected of the Mage's Tower. Lee thinks that it must have been very expensive, as he remembers that healing items are worth billions, so he starts checking his account with bated breath. Meanwhile, Granfell checks the other items they got, a koi scale handkerchief, which increases the wearer's affinity with fire and evades all attacks within a certain possibility. It is so bright that Lee is almost blinded, but he also did not expect to get a masterpiece level item. As far as he knows about masterpiece items, they are worth trillions sometimes. He remembers what Granfell said when he requested the items, that he does not care about the price. He just wants the best there is. Lee holds the production fee request and thinks that his life is officially over. He wonders what will happen if he can't pay everything off. But that's when he unlocked the aesthetic stat, as Granfell just equipped the handkerchief to see how nice it is. Seeing that Granfell actually likes it, he puts all of the points he has from exercising the succubus into luck and prays for everything to turn out well, while Granfell continues to browse the items that Marcello sent. Suddenly, the class quest he got is postponed, as there is a preceding quest he must complete first. At the Inazuma Guild, the main player is berated and belittled by the CEO, who is mad that they lost to Gon in the guild ranking, which is very shameful. They should be ashamed for their awful performance. The Inazuma leader promises to fix everything and walks away from the fight. One of his men tries to ask if he's alright, but he notes that Frost appeared in the sea near Hokkaido. But they are the only guild that knows, and the government will also help them stall time, so they should make sure to raise their influence with Frost. The member says that blocking other people from going in Frost isn't wise, as they don't even know it is safe. What if it's not like how they remember it? Suddenly, the Inazuma leader punches the wall next to him and says that Frost is a city for barbarians. Since Gaon is the #1 barbarian guild now, they cannot let them inside until they get a hold of Frost. He tells him to gather everyone they can to come to Hokkaido, and also tells him that he should watch his behavior from now on. The analyst notes that he will keep that in mind while texting someone the location of Frost. This message was given to a news outlet, who immediately posted about Frost being near Hokkaido. The news spreads like wildfire, and even streamers find out very early on where it is. The northern city called Frost is a city where one can obtain the barbarian class. It was one of the main bases when Arcana used to be only a game. There are blacksmiths, NPCs, and different stores fitting for such a big city. However, this is not the only reason that people are getting so excited and calling it the comeback of humanity. If the contents of the city are the same as it was in the original game, then this city will be of great help to the players. At the gate near Hokkaido, the Gaon Guild arrives, but they are denied entry, as they do not have a passport which does not allow them entry into the gate. This prejudice is not limited to only the Gaon Guild, as everyone else is also denied entry, and nobody knows why. Inside of Frost, the Inazuma Guild rush to build relations and such with NPC, or get all of the quests, but when they arrive they find only death and suffering, as the Frost they once knew is now riddled with corpses. Before they can react, gigantic demons begin attacking them, and without any way to defeat these beasts, it seems that the Inazuma Guild will disappear. A few short hours ago, at Lee's mansion in the Yusra archipelago, Yiseol is still fast asleep, but she suddenly wakes up with the memories of how Granfell took care of the demon. She gets up in surprise, as she hasn't figured out how she's alive yet. But most importantly, she didn't do anything weird to that man, right? She is undecided on what she should do, as this whole situation is quite embarrassing for her. He told her that she's a great person, but she started crying like a little kid. She is also indebted to him for saving her life. However, sleeping in like this was extremely rude of her. Granfell doesn't even notice her presence, as he is too focused on the class quest notification, as it says that the shortage of the gauge means that he failed. But there is no gauge anywhere. Perhaps he will only see it when he gets there, so he should just go ahead and see for himself. Before he can think that he should wake up Yiseol, she stands in front of him, blushing as she does so. Granfell reacts calmly, but Lee was spooked by her presence, as he hasn't forgotten how she looked when she was possessed. She sheepishly starts thanking him, as not only did he save her life, but he put up with her very bad manners too. So the debt that she has, she will pay it with whatever he wants, even if that means she has to give up her pride. Lee can't take it anymore. Is this really the same person that was possessed? Lee thinks that this must have been the secret feature that was activated, so now, he expresses his deep love for Marcello, but since now that he doesn't have anything to ask of her, maybe he should ask for some high-quality tea. Suddenly, Harkam appears, who is also surprised to see that his subordinates weren't lying. There really is an esteemed guest in here. It seems like the rumors that Enoch was harshly rejected were true, huh? Granfell just asks him what he wants, and Harkam says that Hakuna wanted to talk with him about something. He comes up behind him and says that it's true. The knights just decided to escort him here. Seeing that there are more and more people gathering in this place, Yiseol puts on her show face and introduces herself as Yiseol of the Mythology Guild. She also greets the majesty of the Yusra Kingdom. Lee notices how cold and calculated she seems now. Does this woman have multiple personality disorder or something? Harkam says that she has heard of her before and she is as beautiful as the rumors make her out to be. Hakuna interrupts their conversation and Enoch's gloominess in the background by apologizing to Lee for disturbing him so late in the evening, but he had to ask for his opinion on a matter. Granfell asks what it is, while Yiseol is surprised that the king of Yusra himself is asking Lee for advice like this. He must be an important figure around here. Hakuna says that someone from Arcana recently visited them saying that they wanted a new beginning in Yusra, but his behavior while he was in Arcana was problematic, to say the least, so he wanted to ask him what they should do. He can bring him in now if that's okay, but can his guest who climbed the Yusra kingdom walls in the middle of the night leave? Lee thinks that this must be the reason why Hakuna himself came, because Yiseol was still an intruder, so Granfell turns around to face her and says that she should go home and write a report on how much her guild can do for the Yusra kingdom, then bring it to him the next time they meet. Before he can think of anything else, he gets a class quest notification. Yiseol blushes as she thinks of the next time they will meet, but when she looks up at Granfell, she only sees his snarling expression, which makes her apologize, as she didn't know he found her unpleasant. She can't even finish her sentence, as Granfell swiftly fixes his clothes and apologizes to Hakuna, but he must leave right away, as there is something that he must do in Frost. Harkam asks him to explain a bit more, as him being in such a hurry is quite weird. As he gets out of the mansion, he says that the Demon King is there. It seems that the gauge he has is for the remaining survivors, and it just decreased too. Back in Hokkaido, at the front of the Frost Rapture, the guards are still not letting any players pass. But Taemin is at the end of his patience, as something feels very off about that place. The guard that was sitting at the table tells him to calm down, as he cannot be damaging property like this. Taemin doesn't even listen to him, as something is wrong, and it's not that bastard who went in first. There's something else wrong. He can feel it. As he fights with the guard, Lox comes around and says that he didn't want to intervene, but he also feels that something is amiss, so they should know that what they are doing here goes against the international rules. Are they fine with going to war with the other countries who signed the agreement to let players explore the ruptures? Taemin is surprised that he would pull something like this, but it works very well, as the guards immediately get out of the way and let them through. While Taemin is amazed by the power of the American government, one of Lox's subordinates says that they got a drone video from inside Frost, where they see that the Inazuma Guild is being torn apart by demons. Hisagi gets the news that the government wants to send bomber planes into this place, but Hisagi tells them to not get out of their way, as that will almost surely kill them too, since they are so close to the targets. However, even if they try their best, his teammates have no chance against the mighty demons, so he can only hear their blood-curdling screams, some pleading with him for help, some lamenting ever following such a worthless leader. With this, he completely gives up, as they are all going to die anyway. They might as well do it now and together. However, before the demon can kill him, Granfell enchants Taemin's sword with a lighting attribute, allowing him to cut the demon in half. Hisagi is very surprised to see him here, but Taemin grabs him and says that he was going to let him die in here, for being such a petty bastard, so he should be thankful to Lee, who decided to save him. As he looks up, he sees Lee and many armored people behind him, but who are they? Granfell tell them to go, and that's when the Lionheart Knights charge in, ready to give their lives for the cause as they fight the demons. Granfell looks at the once cultural and historically rich Frost, which is now only a body-dumping ground. It was completely desecrated. Granfell starts to get mad, as the citizens of this prosperous city died for nothing. So he promises to the Demon King that the amount of arrogance he has presented right now will be his undoing. The rest of the Inazuma Guild are amazed to see the legendary Lee with the legendary Lionheart Knights behind him. Are those people really here to help them? Harkam believed Lee when he said that there are demons in here, since he said so, but he never imagined that it would be to this extent. He knew all of this, but yet he would have tried to save Frost on his own anyways? Lee had an inkling of what might be here since the survivor gauge fell, but if he would have come here alone, he would have been doomed. He is also glad that Harkam is here, as a few hours earlier, Hakuna did not want to let Granfell go. He was not doubting his abilities, but a demon kind is dangerous and couldn't just let him leave alone, so he decided to gather as many forces as he can in order to help him. Harkam agrees with the king. His life might be in danger when he gets there. Granfell said that his life doesn't matter, as long as the demons are completely eradicated. Harkam then remembered that he said something similar previously, but if that was the case, he couldn't let him go on his own even more. Lee looked at the survivor gauge and it was decreasing, so he really wanted to go now. Harkam said that his promise to him was to eliminate all of the demons in his world before returning to his king, and to be his sword while he is doing that. With this, his determination has been boosted, so he will be his sword, as long as he wishes for it. Hakuna agreed that Harkam should go with him, but Granfell asks who would be his guard then, as he still needs one. That's when Ysiel joined the conversation and said that she would like to make up for her rudeness by protecting the king while Harkam is gone. The king confirmed that it would be a good idea, so he wished Lee good luck on his journey. Granfell was happy to have such good friends, but with a rather scared face, he told Harkam that they should worry, since the survivor gauge was decreasing as they spoke. In front of the southern castle gate, the current situation is like this. What remains of the Inazuma Guild and Gaon teaming up, while Lee and the Lionheart Knights are near them. Hisagi asks why he should be thankful to Lee, so he explains that as soon as he went through the portal, he said that their utmost priority in this is to rescue the survivors. Hisagi is very touched by this, as even though they were trying to be the first ones to do anything in Frost, he still saved them. They are rivals, so why even do something like this in the first place? Granfell looks at the Lionheart Knights and notices that they made short work of the remaining demons, but it's to be expected, as they are not called the strongest knights for no reason. Seeing that they did their part, Granfell puts his hand forwards and starts summoning his magic, something which even Lox instantly feels, who is all the way over at the western gate, pretty far from Granfell. His teammates ask him what's going on, as he's looking a bit funny. He explains that earlier, he saw a pretty gnarly post on the Arcana website, some nonsense related to Frost. It only got like 10 views, but that guy kept posting the same thing, and normally something like that should be ignored. But there was someone who said the same thing as that post when they got out of the portal. It was Lee, who said that there is a demon king in Frost right now. Those who wish to run away should do so right now, as those who remain will fight and prioritize rescuing the survivors. Huigang also arrives in Frost and apologizes to his viewers for being so late to the party, as he overslept because he was researching Frost. That's when a blue light glows over everyone, with Locke saying that he thought that Lee was beneath him, but he was oh so mistaken about that. Light magic starts appearing above everyone, but Granfell uses interference to change it into water, with everyone being surprised by the sudden transformation. In 1 second, the whole town is enveloped in frost, with Jessie noting that this is a very pretty spell, a shame she can't take a picture of it. Locke was mistaken about their ranking, as that Lee bastard is truly a monster in the flesh. All of the castle gates start to break open because of the frost, revealing the inside of the town, and they all get a field quest to recapture Frost. This is amazing for Locke and his guild, as they specifically went to the western gate because the southern gate is already occupied as it is. So with this, they will be able to get tons of contribution points. At the southern gate, Harkham is surprised to see him opening the gates like that. It's a very genius idea, but Granfell feels even worse about it, as he feels very unpleasant energy coming from the inside. There is something there that's no good. Taemin, who is eager to get in and do some work, starts walking as he notes that they will give him all of their contribution points at the end, so he shouldn't worry about them stealing. Granfell tries to stop him, as the inside of that place is filled to the brim with demons. Before he can react, the demons take a hold of him, but it's Jessica who immediately charges in without order and slashes all of the demons up in a second, noting that they should move afterwards. Taemin feels that the technique she used seems to be a barbarian one, but he doesn't get to think much as Granfell feels another presence coming, so he warns them to look above. Before Granfell can even cast a simple spell, someone from behind him rushes in and kills all of the demons while telling her teammates to set up the portal, which they do, and the fat man uses it to land down on the ground, creating a pretty well-sized crater. Harkham says that they should charge in, and Granfell tells them to follow Harkham, as he doesn't want to use that portal, since it seems to be a long fall. They continue to fight, but Granfell notices the strangers, who are from the Shadow Mercenary troops, are giving their contribution points to him. But why? After the demons are dealt with, the leader of the Shadow Mercenary troops goes to Harkham, since he looks like the leader and says that they are here under the king's orders. The fat one is named Lokid, the elderly man is named Alkari, and the woman is Kichi. Harkham is glad to see that the king sent reinforcements, but he notes that he's not the commander. Sir Lee is the one who is commanding them currently. She thinks that this is a golden opportunity, as if she gets buddy-buddy with him, then maybe she can score something in the Yusra kingdom. That's when she notices that he's the same guy she decided to leave behind, so she falls to the ground as she is sure that she has no chances now. Granfell and Lee choose to look at their contribution points and find out that they have 35,000, but they also don't know if that's a high number or not. At the Eastern Gate, the news team reports back to the people about the current situation, with each guild being at one gate, having fierce battles to see who will get the most contribution points. The Unified Under Heaven Guild has tons of guild members with it, and their tactics are helping them maintain a swift push. Chun, the guildmaster, orders his men to fire once again, taking down some demons. The reporter also notes that Chun has the highest contribution points out of everyone, as he has a gigantic 1,812. With these many points, it's no mistake to say that the Unified Under Heaven is leading this raid. Chun has been waiting for a siege assault like this, as his guild is the best when it comes to things like these, and with his points continuing to grow, he will surely become the Lord of Frost. He will rule over this place, as he will rule over all of the world. Unfortunately for him, Lee has passed him by too much for his points to even count at this point. At the southern gate, Lee thinks that he was worried about going inside since there might be dangerous traps, but the Shadow Mercenary Guild volunteered to use a portal and inspect the area around them. Anyway, this respective mercenary group is made up of elites that are led by Captain Kichi. They will accomplish their task by using any means necessary, and they are famous for not caring about the morality of the quests they receive. These people are probably the ones Hakuna talked about, so it's good that they finally came. Kichi continues to worry about him recognizing her, as he is surely planning to take revenge on her because she didn't help him back then with that leopard. Alkari eventually comes back and reports that there is nothing hiding near them. However, the gates are filled with traps that could kill a dragon, let alone a man, so they should look for another way to enter. He also tried to create a portal past the gates, but a strange force stopped him from doing so, something which he can't identify. Granfell thanks him and says that they should go ahead and search for another way, but Jessica steps up and says that she knows of a secret passageway, as Frost has a large evacuation shelter that goes underground. One of the entrances is near here, and she is positive that there are some survivors down there too. As Granfell thinks, Taemin perks up and notes that he knew that her sword style resembled a barbarian. She's actually from Frost, right? She confirms that, noting that she also thought that he was a barbarian. Taemin says that he also knows the entrance for barbarians. It's nearby, right? She confirms that it is, so Taemin tells Lee to come without worry. as the underground evacuation shelter is as big and long as the catacombs that are under Paris, and he is also sure that most of the survivors are down there. With that, they get to walking, but Granfell notices that the survivor gauge is still dropping even now. Eventually, they make it to the entrance, where Taemin uses the spell to open the gates, a spell only given to citizens and barbarians. The gate slowly opens, but unfortunately the shelter is littered with corpses, and Granfell notices something even worse. Someone summoned a damn demon down here. The Lionheart Knights are ordered to recover the bodies in the most respectful way possible, which Kichi doesn't like, as they are now just sitting ducks, waiting to be ambushed like fools. Alkari says that this is why they are stationed as guards, but she still doesn't like it. All they needed to do was hurry and kill anything that moves so they can go home. This is just wasting time. Did they perhaps do something to Hakuna that made him hate them? Why would he send them here? Alkari laughs and notes that she wouldn't talk if she was able to see traces of magic. They should just wait for a while, as when the time comes, that suited man will certainly show them something amazing. Inside, Lee becomes extremely scared at a soldier who died standing. But that's when Jessica comes around and thanks him for allowing them to recover the bodies, as there are soldiers among them who are from Frost, including her, so thanks to him, they were able to find peace. Lee wonders how to reassure her that everything will be fine, but Granfell says that even if this wasn't their hometown, it is not right to just leave the soldiers that died in battle to rot. He is just upholding the honor of a knight, even if kills him. Lee thinks that he's a dumbass who can't think of others' feelings, but Jessica was touched by his words. Suddenly, they start getting more contribution points from someone fighting, making them wonder who it is, as the guards they stationed outside would have announced if something were to happen. A soldier comes up to him and explains that they found an underground plaza while recovering bodies from the opposite path. So Granfell gets following until they arrive, where he spots tons of bodies crucified and knows what it is. It's a summoning circle made using the blood and suffering of humans, because one would need to offer tons of sacrifices to summon the Demon King, but this means that all of the summoning circles from the entrance all the way to here are connected, as one giant summoning ritual for the Demon King himself. That is why recovering the bodies increased his contribution. He asks the soldier where Harkam is, who says that he should be joining him soon, but that's when a rumble starts to happen around them, making Jessica think that it's an earthquake, but Granfell tells them to prepare for battle, as this shaking and that sound is coming from horses. Sure enough, tons of demonic cavalrymen appear, ready to take the lives of the humans, but Granfell notices that they are not being ambushed. They are actually being chased away by Harkam and Taemin, who are both enraged. The horsemen instantly pass them, so the two hunters let them go, as they need to stand by Lee's side from now on. They explain that they also found out that the corpses were offerings for the Demon King summoning. Granfell thinks that the horsemen that passed them weren't an elite squad. They were probably here to check how the ritual was going. He says that the elite squad will be here soon, and there will be at least one general among them. As he says that, the general appears, noting that he is correct, and before any of them can react, he strikes Lee. Fortunately, he was able to block the attack using earth magic, which the general finds interesting, as he didn't expect it. Harkam recognizes him as the commanding general of the Northwestern Valley, which he attacks immediately, as he dared to turn to the dark side. Before he can see him, he moves behind him and notes that he also remembers him. He's the knight from decades ago. But how does he look the same? Harkam tells him to stop talking nonsense, as it's only been a few years since he disappeared. The general then remembers that 4 days in Arcana is like a day in this place. But does he really think that he has a chance now? He only managed to train for a few years, while they all trained 4 times more than he did and became much stronger. Just who would prove victorious if they were to fight? Suddenly, the whole castle starts to shake, and much to everyone's surprise, it starts to float in the air. The general says that he has no time to mess with weaklings, and as the portal activates, he notes that if he wants revenge, he should come up here and take it, as he will personally show him the difference in their level. Granfell gets a new quest, to rid all of the 10 commanding generals that are all over Frost. With this, his eyes become even more determined. He is ready to face all of them. The general slowly dissipates from their view, as the cave they are in slowly starts falling. Harkam asks the general why he is a coward and he's running away, but Jessica comes up and says that their path is blocked by debris, and the entire city is shaking at its core. Harkam looks for ways to get out, but only sees the hole in the ceiling. Sure, he and Jessica can just jump out of here, but this underground passageway is connected to the city. If this cave were to fall, the surface will take tons of damage too, and the survivors will most likely not make it. As Harkam laments this situation, Granfell takes a step forward and starts activating his magic. He knows that this is dangerous, and that he can't hold up the entire passageway with his mana. He might even be crushed by a boulder, but even so, he must try. The others scream for him as pieces of debris start falling on him, but that's when a bright blue light permeates throughout the entire city, something everyone sees, even Jessie, who immediately goes to it. Inside of a house full of survivors, a little girl notices the light and tells her mom to look at it, who is scared that she might get snatched by a demon. But when she looks, she is stunned, just like the others. Someone comes inside of the house and tells them that they investigate the outside area, and all of the demons that were guarding the southern gate are dead because of the explorers. They are back. Masterfully, Granfell uses his mana to keep everything in place, something which shocks everyone, as they haven't seen anything like this in all of their lives. Granfell knows that he cannot hold the entire place up with his mana, but at the same time, he cannot run away. His aesthetic stat activates and automatically imbues his target with it, creating a few rock soldiers that are shielding them from the rubble. These are the Frost Warriors. Granfell says that he will carry on their will to protect Frost until the bitter end, even if he ends up dying because of its weight. Eventually, Granfell manages to create enough pillars to hold the entire place from crumbling, but this drains them of mana, as said by Lee, who is basically a zombie now. He is glad that this worked out, as if it weren't for the brooch that regenerated 20% of his mana, he might have not been able to build this. Even so, he can't believe that he made such cool pillars. But this is because of the aesthetic state. The effect is rather cheap too, as it cost him basically no mana to make them in such a way. But still, it's quite a strange skill. Harkum looks at Lee's handiwork and is amazed, but he also feels sad, as if he was able to defeat that general 4 years ago. Nothing of this would have happened. If they meet and he escapes once again, he can never face his king again. Suddenly, from the air, tons of bats come, with the soldiers getting ready to deal with them, since they are weak, even if they are many. But Granfell notices that something is wrong, as his natural enemy skill has activated, so it means that something much bigger will appear. He was right, as a large hellbird who is a general, named Kupakan, comes right next to him, and after a while, it decides to eat him, as this is what humans are only good for. Granfell can't defend himself, as they have no mana left, but that's when the bird is hit with a one-shot spell, which came from Jessie, who notes that she was trying hard with this once, but she can't get pretty smells like his. Still, how was it? Lee wants to thank her for saving their lives, but Granfell immediately starts critiquing, as there was too much force put into her attack, which tells him that she didn't have any consideration for the environment. Jessie starts writing all of this down, in order to learn from it later. The shadow mercenary troops are just sitting there, with Kichi being bored, so she asks if they should just leave this place, as it seems that the others just forgot about them. Alkari tells her to shush, as he needs to note down some important magical notes, but she continues as she doesn't want to wait around this place without doing nothing. So they should just go after them. That's when the fat guy notices that they are surrounded by some shadowy beings, who immediately disappear as they see them. Kichi tells them to get into position, but when they do, the shadowy beings appear, ready to strike. As Kichi and the others prepare to fight the shadowy beast with all of their might, as soon as they get close, the shadowy figures stop, as if it's just some barbarians, with them also being confused that humans are around here. Back in the secret passage, Granfell looks at the quest he got, to slay all of the demon commanding generals, and thinks that the commanding general Jessie erased from existence counted, so he does not have to be the one who defeats them. Fortunately, Taemin comes around and says that they have taken care of the bodies, but there seem to be no survivors around here. They also put up drones to look around, but searching in the underground areas will be quite difficult. Granfell notes that he still sees the survivor window, and that's when Alkari appears with a portal, with him being glad that he can do it just fine. One of the barbarians pops up beside him and asks Granfell if he is the leader here. He must be the one who made that light earlier. Taemin is shocked to see that one of the barbarians is alive. As every barbarian goes through the portal, one named Ares meets with Taemin, who is glad to see him, as they are good friends. As they talk and talk, the other barbarians start to smell Granfell, who isn't very impressed. Ares is very glad to have him alive, as Karen will be quite happy to see him, with Granfell asking who this Karen is. Ares notes that he must be the one who shot up that pillar of light in the sky, truly amazing. But while he does that, Taemin becomes afraid, as he is speaking casually with Lee, but barbarians don't know how to speak formally at all. He tries to tell Lee about it, but Granfell assures him that it's fine, as he has studied barbarian culture, and since he called him leader, he is being respectful to him. Ares is very glad to see that the leader is different from most explorers, but it's great that they have a good leader too, who has been scouting the area to evacuate survivors for entire decades now. That is Karen, the father of all barbarians. The barbarians have all been residing in a nearby forest, doing trade and work with Frost from time to time. But one eventful day, they saw a great fire come from Frost, but they felt something even worse. as the wind carried to them the smell of death, so they instantly ran to Frost. But what they witnessed when they arrived shouldn't be witnessed by anyone else. The commanding generals of the demon army grew wings and started to fly around while holding the corpses of some Frost soldiers, which was a way to mock them as their great city fell, and they couldn't do anything about it. Harkam can barely listen to this, but Ares continues. They fought the demons valiantly to evacuate as many civilians as possible, but the demons did not dwindle in number, and they were strong too, with most of them being killed, and Karun being severely injured from the fight. After this, they looked for survivors and protected them for what must have been decades, but the situation got worse before it got better. They could not start fires because the demons would notice them really quickly, and so the survivors slowly passed away, either from hunger or cold. As they were all about to lose hope that they would be saved, they all saw the ray of light that he created, which shined beautifully in this dark city. So he would like to thank him, and all of the other explorers who are beside him. He has come here to tell him that the barbarians wish to fight alongside him, and they will give their best to make sure that he gets to the demon king of this place, who calls himself Decaravia, one of the 72 demons who rules over birds. Since they do not have any airborne abilities, they will just have to fight on the ground and pile up their own bodies to make sure that they make it to the demon king. Granfell understands their point, but he refuses their offer, which shocks everyone, and Ares asks if he thinks that they are useless. Granfell notes that this isn't the case. He will be taking down the demons, and he is glad that he is willing to help, but he doesn't want body collecting to become a hobby of his, so he will move on to the priorities now. He tells Alkari to move all of the survivors to the Yusra kingdom, and ask the kingdom to provide them with a warm place to stay and meals. He is sure that his portals are capable of that. He also tells Taemin to go with them, as they must protect the survivors during this evacuation, and he is sure that he's worried about the barbarians that he knows. Kichi asks if he's not going to come, but Granfell notes that he must take care of some business here first. That's when another commanding demon general appears, noting that Kupakan's trace ends here. Was it him who slaughtered his precious bird? Granfell tells the others to hurry as he prepares to brawl, disregarding his own safety for the safety of others. The barbarians and Taemin move to the different survivor encampments and escort all of the survivors away. But as they do that, Taemin receives a class quest for a barbarian skill, which is extremely rare. But why did it have to be now? As soon as he reads what the quest entails, however, he asks Ares where Karun is, who confirms that he is scouting outside. As soon as he finishes his sentence, Taemin bolts outside. As he cannot believe it, he refuses to. He thinks of the first time he met Karun and begged him to teach him the secret skill of the barbarians. But Karen just laughed and said that he was 40 years late, refusing to teach it to him. Unfortunately, the friend he made through hardship and brotherly love is now impaled on a sharp stick. Taemin knows why he received the class quest, because Karen passed away, but he didn't want to believe it. That's when the perpetrator arrives and notes that there is one disgusting land pig still alive. How fortunate. Taemin looks at him with rage in his heart, and the class quest urges him to show how wild and barbaric he can be. Granfell suddenly feels something that permeates through him, an ominous feeling, like something has seriously gone wrong, but he disregards it for now, as he is facing a demon commanding general after all. Harkam tells Granfell that there are too many enemies. If he can create a stairway, however, they can take care of them, but Granfell refuses, as the sky is where they fight best, so they will be slaughtered if they go there. He will instead bring them down here. This statement makes the demon general laugh. How can a land beast bring the apex predators of the sky down? With that they charge in, but Granfell knows now that they are sensitive to light, so he creates a large flash that blinds and stuns all of the demons. With this done, Granfell now needs to bring them down to the ground, so that the knights can slay them. To do this, he tries to replicate Jesse's lighting magic from before, which he manages to successfully do and kill some demons while he is at it, something that Lee did not expect. Just when did they become so strong? Jesse naturally starts fangirling over his magic, as she must learn from him. There are only 4 commanding generals left, but he feels uneasy. He at least hopes that Taemin and the group are fine. That's when Alkari comes around with Ares, who explains with haste that Taemin is not coming back. He ran away on his own to find Karun, but he has not come back. And Karun has never scouted for so long either. Something has happened to them. Granfell knew that something was wrong, so he asks where Taemin went exactly. At Karun's untimely death place, Taemin has been defeated by the general, utterly so. The general notes that for him to fight alone, he must be either very brave or very foolish and arrogant. Taemin cannot even move his body anymore. But is this how strong the commanding generals are? Even after giving it his all, this guy easily took care of him. The general suggests that he start begging for his life. Who knows? He might actually spare him if you do. Taemin smiles and refuses, as barbarians do not beg. They die valiantly while fighting. This makes the general laugh. For creatures that are so weak, they have quite the ego, as expected for a land creature. That bastard below them was the same too, He foolishly charged into a fight that he couldn't hope to win, and he was loud too, like a pig. Taemin tells him not to mock Karun, who died in battle, and tries to move his hands, but they are too numb for him to do anything with them. He needs to kill this demon bastard who dares to disrespect a warrior's legacy. The general tells him that this dumbass kept yapping about something before dying, that he will be in trouble because someone very dumb is going to come here soon. A reckless guy who he picked as his successor a long time ago. He will be the new leader of the barbarians, which he couldn't even compare to. Even as he faced death, Karun smiled and said that he was sure that he would like the barbarian's secret skill. As soon as he hears this, Taemin's whole perspective changes, but the general now puts two and two together. The strong guy he was talking about, was it really him? He starts to laugh harder and harder, as land beasts really have no brains. How amusing. That's when Taemin bites his hand so hard that the general throws him away, but Taemin has claimed his arm, which he freaks out over. Taemin has warned him to not disrespect a warrior's honor. Even without an arm, the general laughs, as his appearance has turned to resemble that of a beast even more. Taemin has fulfilled the quest conditions, and his reward is the class exclusive skill, Call of the Wild. The general continues to mock him, telling him that he will soon be reunited with his big master. They will have tons to talk about in his belly. Taemin doesn't even hear him at this point and charges in, managing to hit him with ease, as his movements and entire aura have changed. The general thinks that it's best for him to fight from as far away as possible, but that's no longer his choice, as Taemin gets next to him in a split second and notes that his wings are too annoying, so he starts ripping them off. But even with this show of strength, Taemin knows that he cannot hold on for much longer. That's when he is impaled from behind by another demon general, who asks Horikan, the other general, if he has developed a fondness for these land beasts. Amican throws his body away and tells Horikan that they are having some issues, so they should leave as soon as possible. Taemin wonders if this is his end, and apologizes to Karen, as it seems he was not fit enough to become leader. He also apologizes to Lee, as he was probably a nuisance all of this time and wonders how sad his brother will be for him. That's when Granfell appears in front of him, surprising both him and the generals, but Granfell is prepared to fight, as he has heard enough from these two bastards. Taemin asks how he got here, but thinks about how ashamed he feels, as Lee values formality and manners above everything, so him fighting like an animal must have been unsightly. The others arrive too, and while Granfell says that he heard about what happened, his brother was also worried about him a lot. Amican can't believe that even more land beasts have appeared. Now they won't have to search for them. What good luck. Granfell tells him to shut his dirty bird mouth and uses some magic to blow his head with magic, and then cuts the last remaining wing of Horikan, who falls to the ground instantly, asking how a mere land beast dares to hurt him. Granfell feels that he doesn't know his place yet, so he will teach him now, just who is the beast in this situation. The Shining Guild is also in a bloody battle with a commanding general, which they are having a lot of difficulty with, as he keeps flying into the air. Eventually, they create enough of a distraction for Lox to appear behind the general and cut him down for good, with them being glad that the fight is over, but many have been injured in the process. The news reporters from today's Arcana announced Shining's victory against a commanding general, but it was an intense battle that left a lot of people injured. Will the guild fall back because of this? The director looks at the live broadcast and notes that something is strange. He is sure that Shining has made the most contribution to this siege, yet the view count has been going down. That's when he gets a message to look at the chat, where everyone seems to be discussing Lee, and how he took down two commanding generals and is playing with another. On Huigang's live, people see how he is killing Amican, while moving on to Horikan, who starts to beg for his life with everything he has. But Granfell tells him to shut his trap, as he does not speak with his prey. With one more lightning strike, the last general falls, with Huigang noting that he took a total of 8 generals down. Lee is very glad that he died with this spell, as he was running out of mana. Naturally, Jessie starts to ask him tons of questions, and says that it was great to follow him, as she is learning much more than the academy could ever teach her. Taemin also comes around and thanks him, but also apologizes, as he abandoned the evacuation effort, and couldn't even defeat a commanding general. Granfell assures him that it's fine. He does not look down on those who have enough will to fight. He respects them, in fact. As they prepare to go back to the shelter and join the knights, everyone gets the notification that the last general has fallen, who was defeated by none other than Chun of the Unified Under Heaven Guild, who has a siege contribution of 11,000. He tells his men that the Frostlord throne is basically theirs. Nobody will defeat their contribution points. Nobody. Lee has a casual siege contribution of 741,000, which he doesn't really care for. But that's when someone who Harkham seems to know arrives. Count Sarian, who is also glad to see them alive and well. It seems like the king has not abandoned them yet. He begins talking with Granfell, and says that he was amazed by his fighting style. He even tries to shake hands with him while introducing himself as Frost's Lord. Taemin is shocked, as he has been to this place countless times before, but he has not seen the Lord even once. Granfell smiles. Lord? He should stop the act and reveal himself for who he truly is, the Demon King. Huigang and the others watch this, never expecting to see Count Sarian appear out of a sudden, but they also notice Li's snarling face, something they don't know the context of. Harkam tells Li to calm down, as he can confirm that he is the Lord of Frost. Sarian notes that the Demon King is a fitting name for him, as he has failed to keep his subjects safe, and countless people have lost their lives for him. Before he can even finish his sentence, Granfell strikes him with his Earth ability, shocking everyone that was watching, with Harkam asking why he is doing something like this. Jesse notes that he is still alive, with the Demon King finally revealing his true identity and saying that he is rude, as he was still talking. Due to his high Earth element resistance, the Demon King doesn't receive much damage. He tells the others to watch, as he is Sarian, the true Lord of Frost. Li is quite disgusted by this, but Harkam charges in, as a mere demon shall not insult the king's vassal. Even after his large attack, the Demon King splits into a viscous energy and starts to ascend to the castle, with everyone watching as the sky turns blood red because of this. The evacuation effort still continues, but they stop to look at what is happening at the castle, with the barbarians wondering if the others are okay. At the north gate, Leonie and her guild battle demon after demon, but they seem to be on their last legs, as demons' numbers do not dwindle. When one falls, two more appear in his place. Just as they are about to be fully overwhelmed, the demons stop and look up to the sky, as the Demon King is calling all of them. With that, they all leave. But when Leonie looks up at the sky, she sees that it's littered with demons. This is happening everywhere, and every player gets the info that the Demon King Decaravia is showing his real form. Every guild watches this in horror, with Lox being the most horrified. If that thing actually awakens, all of the world will be sent into complete chaos. Harkam and the others charge in as they must end this now, but the ritual has already begun. Harkam can't believe that it's true, as they have taken every offering that was supposed to be used for the ritual. Decaravia calls them fools, as nobody said that the offerings had to be human. A gigantic summoning circle appears above the castle, and all of the demons rush into it with reckless abandon, with everyone finally getting that they are the sacrifice. Li thinks he must stop this at once, but Decaravia will not let him do that, so Granfell is suddenly stabbed in the gut. Harkam tries to go and help Li, but that's when out of the now bloody ground comes a bunch of hands, Harkam's dead men, who beg for his salvation, as he lead them here in the first place. Granfell is alive and well. Harkam is the one that is in an illusion, something that he manages to get rid of, due to Granfell intervening. Decaravia congratulates Granfell for being able to break his illusion, but it's all too late, as the sacrifice number has reached its limit, and he will soon be reborn. Jesse notes that there are no demons left in the area, but it seems that the egg that is above the castle is consuming the summoning circle, with something deep within bellowing to get out. In Hokkaido, an emergency broadcast is played, as this area has become a danger zone, so all citizens must evacuate instantly. Chun tells his men to retreat too, as the siege can be left to rot for all he cares. That thing above them imposes extreme danger. Nobody can deal with it. It's not something that they can fight. Cheol Min contacts Taemin and tells him that Korea has ordered every player to leave the area and come straight home, as the Japanese government is about to seal Hokkaido entirely. Even some other guilds have started to retreat now. They need to get out, otherwise they will die. Granfell notes that he has no other choice. He must deal with the Demon King before he awakens, but as he tries to use the exorcism ritual, the very last commanding general appears in front of him, with Granfell barely being able to block his insanely fast attack. Since the exorcism ritual makes him go numb in reality, he must get rid of this bastard now. The commanding general is annoyed by his rock ability, but he will cut them too if he has to. He doesn't get to do that, however, as Harkam slams into him and notes that he has been thinking about what he said, that a day here is 4 days in Arcana. After he heard this, he could not contain his sorrow and guilt, as he had made his king wait for far too long. The commanding general is surprised by the amount of sword energy he is able to dish out, but Harkam ignores him for a moment and tells Li to go on ahead, as defeating the last one is his duty. Granfell agrees, and so Harkam prepares himself to fulfill the last command he received from the king. With that, their swords start to clash as the energy near them crackles and breaks. Granfell swiftly activates the exorcism ritual, but Decaravia asks if he really wants to do something like this. That's when the other commanding leaders appear once again from the egg, as they were not defeated, just absorbed into the egg for later use. Decaravia knows that he is useless during the exorcism ritual, so if he sends his commanders, his friends will all die. He also knows that he possesses skills from those Akshan people, but since his mental fortitude is so good, he will enter his mind even deeper. Thus he starts to possess Li, wondering if he can really handle something like this. Li is almost fully possessed, up until Granfell arrives and tells the Demon King himself to disappear. As soon as Granfell closes his fist, Decaravia's influence disappears and he starts to scream out, as this has hurt him. He can't believe him. He is just a mere human, nothing more. So how can he have such power? That should be impossible. Granfell gives him one last dark stare, which scares him away from Lee's mind. But he is scared beyond his wits and hastens his ritual, as he must have a stronger body. Soon enough, Decoravia reveals his true form, with Huaigang still there and broadcasting everything. What a trooper. Decoravia is revealed to be a gigantic, grotesque beast, but Granfell notices that he's just trying to run away. He cannot allow such a thing, so he uses tons of sacrifices for the ritual that lets him go straight into Decaravia's mind, where he screams at him to not come anywhere near, but Granfell does not stop his advance. In a last-ditch effort, Decoravia sends his commanding generals to kill Granfell while he starts to run away, but even this causes tons of damage, even reaching the Today Arcana team. Decoravia asks Granfell what he is, as no human can contain a demon king in a ritual without losing their minds, but he does not falter. Why is he so terrifying? Jesse notices that one of the commanders is above Lee and is waiting to devour him, but that's when a spear thrown by Hisagi saves him, who has brought his entire Inazuma team back. In a group effort, they all start to deal with the generals, with Jesse wondering why they haven't retreated yet. Lox notes that he chose the side with the best chances of survival. That's it. In Hokkaido, the people see the disturbing visage of the Demon King, with Lox noting that besides their survival, they had to do something about this walking calamity, with Inazuma being the same too. But now that they are all gathered here, they should believe in Lee, as he always manages to pull through. Suddenly the second Sun Guild appears too, noting that even with their rudeness toward Yusra, they still want to help. Inazuma also joins the party, with Taemin warning Hisagi to not suck up to Lee, as he is his friend. But that's when he is slapped by his brother, who was worried sick because he didn't answer his calls. Gaian and Shining also join the party, which now becomes an expedition. The now large group charges forward toward the commanding generals, as they must defend Lee with their lives if they have to. Granfell tells Decoravia that he is afraid because of one thing. It's all of this. Despite despair befalling everyone, they choose to not give up. This is the indomitable human spirit that everyone carries with them. Decoravia asks what he's talking about. Human spirit? That's nothing but a worthless illusion. It's only a sentimentality that exists to protect them. As Granfell and Lee continue to wear down Decoravia, the chief commander manages to hit Harkam at a vital point, so he falls to the ground as the chief commander tells him to just give up already. He is already at death's door, so resisting any further would only bring disgrace to his name and waste his time. Unfortunately for him, Harkam's spirit refuses to give up, so even with his mortal injury, he rises once again and slashes the chief commander on the chest, who is very surprised that this man can still have enough strength to wield the sword in such a way. He asks how he can still stand up, as he's bleeding profusely. He should have died a long time ago already. Just what pushes him to not give up? Harkam slowly raises his sword in the air, as he cannot hear this beast, since he is unconscious. But even in this state, he is able to take down the chief commander with a beheading, which everyone notices. So everyone pushes a little bit harder against the incoming beasts. So one by one, little by little, all of the commanders are killed. One of them cannot believe the situation they are in now. After seeing Frost get butchered, a city of men turned into a graveyard. Why are they not running away? He cannot believe that he was defeated by lowly humans, not once, but 2 times in a row. Taemin remembers his fallen master and takes the life of the one who took him away for good. Decoravia starts to scream as his mind is torn from the inside, and as he feels that all of his commanders are falling to the ground. At one point, even the giant beast that roamed around perished. But even so, Lee feels that the rebellion to break free from this ritual is far too intense. All of the magic power that they have used up until this moment is draining by the second, meaning that it's very difficult to maintain the summoning ritual for too long. As Decoravia suffers the effects of everything going on around him, he screams out to the outside world, as he will not let a mere human challenge his title. With that, he starts to bolt in another direction, creating a large snow cloud. But Huigang has a better position, and sees that the Demon King himself is running away from the battle. Lee gets why he is trying to escape now. It's because of the summoning ritual. To break free from his exorcism ritual, Decoravia is trying to escape, or rather, it's his true form that is forcing him to run away. Even if this means that the Demon King is on his last legs, the others are not so happy to see him run away, as he is running straight to the civilians that are evacuating the downtown area as fast as they can. Lee notices this too, and vows to not let this beast move any further, as it will turn into a disaster. They must focus more on the ritual to control it fully. That's when he is unfortunately notified that he has run out of mana, and that the ritual has been deactivated. Lee damns it all as he returns to reality, but Granfell tells him to not give up, as there is still some magic power available to them, the inner darkness that they both have and share. This causes Lee to use dark magic for the first time, which instantly touches the Demon King and burns him slowly. In his final moments, he screams and lashes out, but he also says that this darkness must not be used. Before finishing what he wanted to say, he is fully burned, as the others watch in awe. Leonie and her group also arrive at that spot, and she notes that they came in case things got dicey, but it seems that there was nothing to worry about. With this, Granfell and Lee complete their quest to reclaim Frost, and the city becomes free of its demonic influence. Later in the news, they announce that Frost has been in discussions regarding the reconstruction of the city and about the leadership position, which is now vacant. People at schools also watch videos about Dakaravia's defeat, and even now, where the Demon King once stood, black fog continues to rise. Lee watches all of this but puts the phone down and can finally rest. Home truly is the best place to be. He also thinks about the fog that continues to appear, and the new quest that they received, the Legacy of Akrasan, where they must reclaim the legacy lost to evil. Could this be connected to how Granfell appeared in the Mind World? While he cannot say anything for sure, he heard what the Demon King said before dying, and it's something very concerning. This eternal darkness is not something a human can control. A few days after Frost's successful raid and recapture, Arcana Online announces the total points ranking for everyone, with Lee giving the system an error because of how many points he possesses, so the rewards are delayed, but they will soon be sent out after they fix this problem. At the Yusra Archipelago, Yisiol and a doctor go to check on Harkam's condition, who seems to be very fine, as he has started training once again. This makes Yisiol scream at him, as he needs bed rest, and even if he was healed with magic, he was gravely injured. Harkam laughs and notes that this much is nothing, which makes her say that if he cannot heal fully, she will not be able to face Lee again. Suddenly, Hakuna also appears, and says that he is glad to see him doing so well. The others are naturally surprised by his arrival, but he tells them to relax, as he is here to deliver an item that Lee wanted to give him. It seems that the supreme commander of the demon army dropped something after he was killed, a monstrous bird feather, and Lee wanted him to have it, since he was the one who killed it. He said that this should be enough proof to show his king that he completed his orders dutifully. Harkam is very touched by this, as even he didn't think of that. But since they are talking about him, where is he? A few days have passed since Dakaravia met his end. Life has returned to how it once was, but somewhere, many things changed. The Inazuma guild manager is livid to find out that Hisagi and his entire guild bowed down to Lee to express their gratitude. What did that get them, huh? Not only did they lose the damn siege, but they also lost to their enemies, the Koreans. Do they realize what they have done? Their ranks have fallen because of their stupid decision-making. Does he realize why he orders them like he does? They can't think. Hisagi has had enough of him and asks, should he have left every civilian back in Hokkaido to just die? He slams the table out of anger and says that, had the others entered later or not at all, everyone in the fucking country would have died, so their decision-making can go to hell for all he cares. The man is very scared, but still finds time to threaten him. Does he not know who he is? How dare he do something like this? Hisagi notes that this is a question for him. How fucking dare he think only of profit and not the people? Due to this outburst, the Inazuma Guild has turned their backs on their country, so one of them wonders what they will do now. Go somewhere else, perhaps? Hisagi wasn't sure, but the Yusra Kingdom certainly had some positions left open. With that idea, they took their business there and became a brand new guild. The Japanese government was enraged to hear about this, but since they were basically the ones to chase out their players, they couldn't do anything about it. Huaigang went viral because of his stream and received tons of scouting offers from various places. Due to this, he announced that he would stop streaming until Lee came back, but people would not watch his streams if it didn't involve Lee, so it wasn't really an issue. Shrake from Second Son somehow managed to raise the rank of his guild in the siege, and has almost made up for the embarrassment that was the Yusra incident. Almost. Gaon was also in the limelight, as everyone wanted to know about Taemin's class quest, which made a press conference happen, but that didn't go really well, since Taemin doesn't do that well under pressure, and as such, his face became a popular meme. At the Shining Guild, Locke shows something to Jessie, an article about her retiring from the guild. What does she think about this? He knew that she was never really attached to the guild, but he never expected her to leave like this. Jessie says that she's not really leaving, which Locke is fine with, but if it's not for Lee, he cannot accept her departure. Jessie tells him not to get so upset, as Lee is already gone. Somewhere, Lee and Granfell have been at it, investigating clues about the class quest, but they haven't made any progress, so they can only wonder if this legacy even exists. On top of this issue, he has been getting call after message, something that annoys Lee to no end, as he's on the brink of turning off his phone. He also wants to check the Mage Tower library, but he is scared of what's outside. He has no data on the class quest, no reward for the siege, and the Demon King's words still linger in his mind, about the darkness. He always thought that he was different from most players, even if one synchronized with their player character. He felt like his personality didn't change much. He is also sacred to the Granfell he was in the exorcism ritual. He searched about it, to see if others experienced the same thing, But there's nothing on the net. It might be a skill reserved for the demon hunters. And if that really is true, how was he even able to look into Granfel's past? He thought that he would find clues, but it seems that he was foolish and hurried for nothing. Suddenly he starts to get the rewards from the siege, surprising both of them. He gains 30 levels and also gains an item, Pentagram of Ominous Sealed Knowledge, which is under a demon curse. His influence and relationship with Frost is also fully maxed out, so he has authority just like in Yusra, something that Lee is ecstatic about. But Granfell notices another notification, something that everyone receives. A special quest, a new star has risen in Frost, and they must all attend the crowning of the new Frost Lord. The others don't know what to make of this, while others think that they are the ones who will be crowned. But unfortunately for them, and for him, Lee is the new Lord of Frost. As he screams out in horror, it's revealed that all of this time he has been in Frost, specifically in the castle, and since he is a lord, he gains all of the benefits. But what will Lee and Granfell do with this new title? The Lord appointing ceremony is shortly held in Frost. Hundreds of reporters have come to see Lee become king, some of them not even getting a chance to see him from up close. One of them is surprised so many have gathered. He wonders if Lee really is going to be the one who is appointed lord. Maybe Lox or Taemin will actually be candidates. His boss tells him that's nonsense. He should have seen the contribution ranks of the Frost Siege. Nobody is competing with that guy. Suddenly, he scrambles to take out his camera as the doors to the keep open, and Lee comes out. Everyone screams for him. The reporters trying their best to capture every moment. Even small-time streamers are here. The real Lee wonders why all of these people are here in the first place. He was just researching his class quest in the library of Frost Castle when it said something about him being a lord. He got fed up and went outside to cool his head, only to be met with this, an appointing ceremony. His mind is already scrambled because of the new quest in Granfell. He can't take anymore. Taemin arrives. He got here the moment the alert popped up. Actually, so he did not expect so many people to come to an event quest with no reward. His brother asks why he came then, but of course he had to. This is Lee's ceremony they're talking about. Harkin and his soldiers arrive too, glad to see Taemin, and the others are already here. He asks about his wounds, which Harkin says are perfectly healed. Suddenly, they hear from the others that it's about to start, everyone waiting eagerly for his words. Granfell drops a bombshell, saying that he will not become lord, shocking everyone in and outside of the crowd. He explains that things like this have procedures and formalities. Frost is the territory of the Arcana Empire after all. It is only right to follow their procedures and be appointed by the Emperor. An appointment like this, in which one is appointed by nobody, does not make sense. Jessica thinks that's true, but Harkin wonders if there is no lord who will defend these people. Granfell isn't finished yet, however, as through the authority vested in him, he can legally appoint a lord. With this power, he will offer Harkin Kingsguard the position of acting lord, before they could even overcome the Demon King and the things he left behind. For the people of Frost, whose world has changed in but a flash, he believes that he will become a ray of hope. Harkin is surprised by his words, but upon seeing his determined face, he agrees to take the mantle. Even though they were unable to protect Frost in the past, this time, surely, they will make sure that all citizens are safe and sound. Eventually, he goes back to the Mage Tower, Lee very glad that this is all over and dealt with. While it's undeniable that the potential of Frost and the position of Lord are amazing, the current state of Frost is extremely bad. It would be too much work to try and recover something so broken. On top of all this, a guy like him who's not even an Arcanian shouldn't be Lord. People might have ended up rebelling against him, and even the financing would have been a huge pain. Suddenly, someone knocks on his door. It's Marcello, who wants to speak with him for a moment. Lee wants to rest, but one visitor is fine, so Granfell beckons him inside, only to see his depressed face, making both of them think that this will last a while. Marcello has heard the news. He dealt with the advent of the Demon King in Frost, and on top of that, he even has his rightful position of Lord to an Arcanian. He's ashamed, as another Arcanian and a top mage of this tower. Lee finds this pretty weird. Originally, the Mage Tower did not involve themselves much in outside affairs, so why is he bringing this up? And why does he have that puppy tone anyways? It feels like he's saying that he wanted to go too, but he wasn't able. Marcello came today to express his gratitude, and would appreciate it if he could understand that he can only give this. Granfell tells him that he's sure everybody has circumstances they cannot speak of, which Lee knows about. These circumstances encompass the entire Mage Tower, and because of them, the tower cannot take direct action. Marcello is naturally opposed, but he cannot speak against it outwardly. This might be an opportunity, however. Granfell invites him to take a seat, as he understands his anguish. Marcello's research quest is completed, and Granfell invites him to have a cup of tea at least. Since the quest has ended, perhaps this quest is related to the hidden circumstances of the Mage Tower. Then, wouldn't the Mage Tower begin to take action too? Marcello actually has a request of him, making the quest appear again, giving a repeat objective. Granfell invites him to speak, and Lee smiles, as this is an opportunity to recruit someone incredible. The news continues to report about what Lee has done, and no matter what channel one switches to, everyone talks about Lee. Even on the internet, one cannot escape him. This makes Leonie rage, as she has had enough of hearing everything there is to know about this bastard. She continues to scream out in rage. All the while, a guild member tells her to let it go, and another comes inside the office, telling her about Lee thanking the guilds that fought with him. He even suggested the guild master go for tea together. The other member tells her that she's pissed off because of that. The others are drinking at Lee's expense, but she doesn't get anything because she was at the rear. He doesn't get why, since green tea doesn't cost much, but whatever. The guild member asks where he is going in a suit, so he explains that he's going to a mage tower. Today is the deadline to submit the papers to the academic society for preliminary verification, so he's going to Topaz as fast as possible. This is part of the regular academy assembly that takes place at the mage tower. It's a major event for magicians, to formally present their hard-worked research at the Crystal Hall. Because of this, preliminary verification is set in place. A lot of people are gathered in the Hall of Truth. The Berserker member is happy to see so many, but when he looks to see where the lineup for verification is, he spots a bunch of people slumped on the floor, looking like someone important to them just died. He can feel the eerie aura they are exuding, but he guesses that they are probably just sensitive and getting depressed over the results. One of the mages invites him inside for evaluation, making him breathe deep. He has confidence that if he just sweet-talks the old fart who will review him, then his skills will surely be recognized. As soon as he enters, though, he is met with Granfell's visage, who tells him to sit down. As he analyzes his appearance, the guild member is starting to get scared, wondering why Lee is even here. This is actually for Marcello's quest. As a top mage, he has the duty to check preliminary variations that are to be presented at the academic assembly. Granfell stares him down and asks if he was seriously going to present something like this at the academic assembly. The guild member confirms with a shocked face, so Granfell tears into him. On the 1st, 4th, and 12th page, all he has done is rephrase things from existing words. Does he really believe that this is his research? He is quite confident for someone so insolent. Or perhaps he intends to bring shame to the Mage Tower through his actions. He admires his courage, but he will have to leave now. The guild member runs away while crying his eyes out, leaving Lee to think about the quest. He thought that he would be able to turn the entire Mage Tower into his ally if he resolved Marcello's quest. But why is he now going over papers, when he's not even level 300? Granfell doesn't help either, but he ignores Lee and calls in the next person, who is none other than Cleo. She is shocked to see Lee, but he tells her to sit down. She stumbles on her words as she presents the paper. She's trained in healing magic, so her research is on the cultivation of a secret herb. If it's a success, it would hold much value in the crafting of magic potions. Granfell reads the paper thoroughly as she twerks out, leaving him quite impressed. After some time she gets out, her soul leaving her body as she does so. Balea guessing that her evaluation did not go well either. It's fine though, as the secret herb cultivation is something mages are not familiar with. It's possible he judged without knowing the value. Actually, Cleo has passed, which Balea did not expect. Secret herb cultivation is more pharmaceutical related than magic. She asks if Marcello added anything else, but in excitement Cleo tells her that Marcello wasn't there. Lee was the judge. He said that she had an interesting approach, and also that he would be looking to the academic assembly. Balea smiles. If this is true, this means that he's also versed in pharmaceutical and manufacturing. It's truly a shame that Marcello got to him first, as she would have liked to use him as well. Marcello's right ear itches, signaling that someone is talking about him. He's also heard that he only passed one paper, and that is about secret herb cultivation. Is it even true that this herb is a rare ingredient that can boost potion manufacturing? Granfell confirms as such, if cultivation is a success, it would be a great help in innovation of magic potions and reducing research expenses. Lee glad that it will help out his wallet. Marcello understands. He did not know he was skilled in this field too. He's always amazed by his knowledge. Both Lee and Granfell are tired of him coming and mumbling here daily, so he asks him to get to the point. Marcello is not surprised he saw through him again and the quest updates. Now he must approach the paradoxical. Marcello would like him to look into barriers that are appearing in the real world, or in other worlds, in ruptures. He probably remembers the ignition he showed at the last Academy Assembly. It is the fusion of magic and science, two concepts that normally don't align. That is why he decided to call this new magic paradox. He would like him to aid in verifying it. Lee knows about that, but doesn't get what it has to do with researching ruptures. Granfell does though. The paradox is the perfect fusion of two incompatible concepts. A rupture is a space where the real world and arcana are mingled, so even they are paradoxes. Granfell says that he understands they should go and investigate further. With this, they might be able to learn about their assimilation. The Quirenberg Mechanical Tower is wrapped in a veil that appears all over the place in arcana. Not even the NPCs know what it is. It's so mysterious. Even the breaking down of its entrance is still not known. That place has finally been added as an update in Rupture, and since Marcello requests he investigate it, he should. Upon looking at the raid target level, however, he sees it's 400. Too much for him to blitz through, as he's still level 295. Due to this, he has to make up the difference through overgearing himself. If he used cursed items as an offering for an exorcism, the curse will be purified, and the item will be returned to normal. So the cursed items he used in the Decoravia might be useful now. They have to be, or he's screwed. Sure enough, one of these treasures gives him mana regeneration without any restrictions. Lee is adamant that they wear this as it also boosts aesthetics. But Granfell doesn't want to, because that color doesn't fit him. Besides this, they have a box for storing items that imbues them with heat, 2 necklaces that do nothing special, and a good sword. Lee thinks that he can sell the jewelry, and the item box will be useful for buffing items. As for the longsword, this was dropped when Decoravia was dealt with, and despite being a boss drop, it's not that great. However, it's still pretty good, as it has a high chance to apply bleeding. The sword is light, making it easy to carry around and use chi proficiency. He suddenly sees himself in the mirror. It's been months since he got assimilated with Granfell, but now, what he sees in the mirror feels only a little unfamiliar. Granfell is both his past and shame, but is no longer ashamed and awkward because of him. Right now, they are both each other. Lee goes to the Yusra archipelago, specifically at the immigration checkpoint, where tons of people are here to enter. He wonders why this rupture had to be here as he passes people, and after he gets through the mob, the Inazuma Guild suddenly welcomes him. Both Lee and Granfell are confused. Why the hell did they show up just for this? Hisagi says that it's an honor to meet again. Has he come to investigate the Quirenberg Mechanical Tower too? Granfell recognizes him. He hears that he fled from Yusra. Before he can explain himself, Taemin calls him over as he wants to guide him. He will make sure to escort him quickly and precisely. After he gets down and they walk for some time, Taemin explains that since Harkin took on the role of acting lord, his guild has temporarily taken the role of Hakuna's escorts, which Granfell agrees is a desirable outcome. He asks Hisagi if he's still an asylum seeker, which he confirms he already applied for an audit. But with Harkin and the rupture, Hakuna is too busy. Because of this, since they lack the manpower of the Lionheart Knights, they are working with Gaon. Taemin asks why he's speaking totally differently with Lee, but he ignores him, only chatting with Lee on the way. Eventually they arrive at the mechanical tower, which, as the name implies, is quite mechanical. This really feels like something out of this world, quite fitting for a paradox. This is the first time Taemin has come here, but it's emptier than he expected, as a lot of players have entered. Suddenly the ground shakes, Taemin being spooked, but this is actually an elevator, leading them to an underground filled with spikes and sharp blades. As the group analyzes the area, they see a portal above, which Granfell recognizes as a magic tool. It's something similar to that of the Mage Tower, and these traps are all made of silver too. This was designed to entrap and slay demons, not people. But why even? Suddenly a quest pops up, enticing them to pass through the traps and the portal as fast as possible. Rewards will be distributed according to the rankings below. Taemin asks if everyone got this quest, which they have, but Lee got 2, one for his class quest, urging him to investigate the last bastion, which is this mechanical tower. Since it's connected to the class quest, he immediately walks through, unworried about the traps because he will simply not get hit. All of these traps are expertly designed magic tools, so it is through interference with them that he can move. He detects those interferences, allowing him to move with ease and get to the portal swifter than anyone. So swiftly, in fact, that he gets first place on the first run, with a score that nobody can hope to beat. He suddenly gets teleported elsewhere, and the system informs him that teams will be decided based on completion times. It seems that the traps were not the end. He will probably have to team up with Hisagi and Taemin. But where are they? Since he has overwhelmingly broken the record, based on his ranking, his team will consist of only one person, and that's him. Lee is shocked. How can he be alone in a team-based objective? What's more troubling than this is the fact that this is a PvP event. The fights begin in earnest, and the reporters fly drones inside to make sure everyone sees the teams competing. The rules of the tournament are simple. The first team to obtain the golden gear in the middle wins. Each win grants 3 points, and losers take away 2. The first team to get to 30 points wins. Lox wins this next match too, with the entire team having 12 points, the most out of everyone. The chatters ask where Lee is, with the reporter knowing they are eager. but they can only stream what the drones catch. And if the guilds have a partnership with them, the platforms split from each other and the next team approaches Locks, with the reporter hyping everyone up. Unfortunately, the next team is Taemin and Hisagi, alone with someone who is not supposed to be there. Hwaigang. They are quite an interesting combination, as they don't have anything in common. Were they paired based on points and average character levels? With the golden gear appearing, they get up and ready to fight. Although Taemin and Hisagi don't seem to be on good terms. Locks warns his members to watch Hisagi's swiftness and be aware of Taemin's attack. With that out of the way, they can defeat them. As soon as the match begins, Taemin and Hisagi begin to beat on each other, both blaming one another for losing Lee on the way. Apparently, the platform fell below them. There was nothing they could do. Hwaigang is just glad that he's there, so someone from Locks grabs the gear, earning them another victory. The Locks team begins to search for another match, everyone eager to see who they will go against next. But there are no teams good enough for them, so their matches will be postponed until they can find good enough enemies. Suddenly, Lee appears, right in front of Taemin and Hisagi, with a whopping 0 points. Everyone is glad to see him, but they all wonder why he's alone. Granfell is glad to finally have an opponent. He has been waiting for quite some time. This makes Taemin scared. Combined with his bloodlust, he will probably not be satisfied with just them. Actually, Granfell is just tired, as they waited 2 hours for the first match. They were about to sleep. But anyway, he did not think his first match would be against these two. The gear appears in the middle, and Lee thinks that he's alone and low level, so nobody was available for him, probably because there wasn't a strong team yet. It doesn't matter either way. He summons a mountain of ice in front of them, allowing him to move in and grab the gear with no issues. Everyone was shocked, as he wasn't supposed to be able to do that, but while he was waiting for a match, he completed his research on the tower. Something like this is just child's play. He had to use dozens of minerals for this. If it weren't for Granfell, something this elaborate wouldn't have been possible. Almost immediately, he finds a match with Locks, who surrenders immediately as they don't have a chance. Things go like this for all his matches, until he gets to 30 points, allowing him to move to the top floor. Lee eagerly awaits to see what is there, but when the door opens, he sees Yusra in flames, and demons seem to be ruling over it. But this is not the Yusra he knows. Through the rapture, in which both reality and the arcana are mixed, he is now seeing what arcana looks like. A demon suddenly attacked Granfell, who prepares to intercept, but the attack is blocked before he could do anything. Even though the realms seem connected, he's still inside the Querenberg mechanical tower rupture, so interfering with the outside is impossible. If that is the case, the only thing he can do right now is stand and watch a world in flames. He feels powerless, but suddenly, he feels a tremor behind him. It was like a heartbeat. It felt so familiar, like his own heart. He knows this feeling. He feels rage and helplessness too. Everyone hears this sound too, even in Yusra as the tower screams. Lee thinks that it's resonating with Granfell's rage, but even so, there's nothing they can do. That's when he understands he can't interact with the outside because he's inside. But the rupture is between this world and Arcana. What about Querenberg itself? He opens up the menu to check his class quest and realizes that this is why it brought him here. This is, as the name implies, the last bastion of the demon hunters. This mechanical tower. It is designed so only a demon hunter could activate it. And since he is the last, he has no choice but to activate it. Once he does, the entire tower shakes as it emanates a purple light seen everywhere. Granfell demands that it reveals its pride, to reveal what its true purpose is. The exorcism ritual is activated, and the heart beats again. Granfell chose the entire tower as an offering, and once it activates, it destroys every single demon outside, accumulating experience and fame all throughout. It soon clears the rapture, and everyone gets informed that someone revealed the tower's secrets, and the counterattack will continue. Everyone is shocked by what is happening. They can't make heads or tails of it, but they all know the rupture is done for. Lee guesses that it will soon close. Once this shaking stops and things go back to normal, he will be in the real world. However, at least he will know one thing. This mechanical tower will hunt the demons of the Arcana continent down until there are none left. At AAU, everyone is tired as hell. The junior has resorted to cutting all the phone lines in his office so that nobody will call, but he still gets one on his smartphone. He realizes that he's screwed and begins laughing out loud, his sanity slowly slipping away. He cannot control himself. How many times will people call about the Querenberg mechanical tower? When they don't know a damn thing, the senior tells him to calm down, but the junior shows him that even the message boards are flooded. He can't take it. The senior reads the notification too. The tower counterattacking certainly is something amazing. And since the system does not lie, this event is something noteworthy in the history of Arcana. This is a first, both here and there. At the Mage Tower, Lee is shocked. As the mechanical tower racks up fame and experience, he gets authority as a result. Lee naturally didn't expect that these things could be acquired by him, and since the tower is constantly killing demons, one day, all of that will go to him. He's already dreaming of his cheatability story, but Granfell tells him that it's only authority. He shouldn't get ahead of himself. Lee knows, but it's not acquisition, but rather acquisition authority, meaning that it's like a savings account he will be able to withdraw from one day. He can take his time learning how to get it, and celebrate later. A letter from Marcello suddenly arrives, he may have guessed. But the mechanical tower is a construction of dwarven technology, so how was it? Lee doesn't know how to answer, so Granfell says it was a technological marvel. Marcello begins to geek about dwarven technology being the past comparable to magic at this point. Lee is surprised to hear the dwarves made it, as not a single person has managed to met one. Even when Arcana was just a game, they might as well be legends. They basically are, as players often spread rumors about them being legendary crafters who could make blades that cut through mountains. But this is the first time an NPC has mentioned them. Lee can see it though. The intricate designs and traps were quite delicate, but the most care you could get at the auction base was 3 loaves of bread a day. Where was this dwarven technology in preparing better meals? Marcello honestly understands their passion towards technology and continuous desire to improve on it. He would also like to know about the events that happened inside the tower, as it might reveal something to them. Granfell sees the quests urging him to tell, so he explains that he saw Arcana through the rupture. As he might have guessed, it was filled with demons and fire. Marcello is ashamed, even though he was aware he couldn't do anything. This proves Lee's theory that even if they enter the rupture, they can't interact with it, but he wonders what would tie someone as Marcello down. Granfell explains that there is still hope. He was able to interfere with Arcana by activating the mechanical tower. Marcello is amazed and asks how he achieved such a thing, but it's as he said previously. The tower is Akshan's final bastion, so it will hunt demons for as long as it is intact. Suddenly, someone knocks on his door. It appears that someone with an urgent message has arrived. Marcello grips the parchment tightly. That mechanical tower is an Akshan weapon. In order to save Arcana, Lee activated it, meaning that he is actually a demon hunter. They already had a debt they can never pay back during the Holy War, but how could they incur another towards Lee? He begs the Tower Master to know, how long must they remain hidden? Just where has he gone? He needs an answer. Just how much must everyone suffer before something happens? At the Frost Castle reception room, Harkin thanks Lee for coming on such short notice. The seat of the Lord is not kind to a man who only knows how to wield a sword. Granfell is glad he is accustomed to it quickly, as there is a lot to ask of him. Harkin knows he's serious, and asks if something has happened. Granfell explains that he saw the Arcana continent through the rapture, and what he saw was complete and utter disaster. Harkin understands. If more demons come through Frost, there might be more incidents, so they won't have time to relax. Lee thinks it's not that bad, and Granfell is not worried. He is in power after all. Suddenly, someone throws a stone at their window. A bunch of protesters are outside thinking of the Frost residents as refugees on their land. Since Frost appeared inside Hokkaido, people have been growing more and more hostile. They were originally here to help, but one day, things turned dark. Harkin attempted to speak with the assemblymen, but ultimately nothing was resolved. Lee can't believe the government is not doing anything. This is a clear violation of the International AUU Convention. They can't just ignore it. This is no normal protest either. It's like something dark is the driving force behind it. Suddenly he feels something, and asks if there are people who wanted to help among these protesters. Harkin confirms as such, so there is no doubt about it. They are being controlled by one person to be exact. He immediately opens a portal, as he can feel a low-rank demon, although he's hiding himself pretty well. He felt it with Baek Yisiol too. But the demons are growing to be more clever. They consume negative emotions and thrive in malice. He ends up right in front of the spokesperson, who is demeaning and wants to argue, but Granfell activates his exorcism skill, making the demon burn up immediately. He screams out, making Granfell annoyed as he just planted ignition in his body. There is no need to reveal his existence and uproot the scars of the people that just saw hell. Those flames will burn him very slowly, until all that he has devoured up till now will be exited. The spokesperson immediately begins writhing on the ground, as the people finally get their senses and begin to clean up as Granfell walks away. Harkin did not expect a demon. He was right under their noses and he did not smell him. If it weren't for Granfell, who knows what would have happened. Granfell says that they are getting clever with their methods. It is hard to tell apart demons who are very good at imitating. That is why they must be even more prepared. Now that they have taken care of that, they should get to the point. As he said, there's something he must look at. Harkin agrees, and since seeing it would be better than words, they should go. As they walk the frozen forest, Harkin asks if he recalls the endless smoke that came out as he killed Decaravia, which he confirms, but he wonders even now if that was the beacon of survival. Harkin tells him that smoke died down recently, and they found something quite interesting, that something being a red flaming crater. Harkin explains that the flames did not die down for day on end, so they looked into that crater and found an item, but they cannot lift it no matter what. Perhaps maybe he will get something out of it since he killed the Demon King. Lee recognizes it. It looks like the item that he got after killing Decoravia, the pentagram of ominous sealed knowledge. This is another drop from Decoravia. He goes back with it to the Mage Tower. It's an epic grade, which Lee is very satisfied with. The only other epic item he has on his person is the broken crown from Yusra. Its effect was authority over that continent, so this should hold effects closer to that. Should he have the Mage Tower purify it, even if it might take them some time? The way it looks, it's pretty ominous, so Mathis would certainly love this. At the same time, it would be done immediately with the exorcism ritual. Where is a demon when you need one? Suddenly he gets a call from his third sister, and his natural enemy skill activates. Granfell answers the call, but before he can ask what the call is about, she asks if he's dating someone as she laughs with the others. Granfell asks what he means, so she tells him that there are rumors about him and a few girls. Their father is already scrapbooking all of them. Granfell tells them that those are just baseless rumors, but they continue making fun at his expense, so he hangs up. The sisters are surprised, but he's stupid, as he doesn't even know that it's their mother's birthday today. Said mother tells them to stop harassing him. They're here saying useless stuff, but he already sent her something. A letter. They are all surprised, more so by the fact that it's like 30 pages long. Their father also confirms he sent a gift while apologizing for not making it. He sent a bunch of tea saying it's good for the body. The sisters think he's stingy. He's rich, yet he sends tea? The mother says she never heard of the herb. Must be something from the West. But it's actually a secret herb that is the base ingredient for all potions. Just drinking some tea made out of it will cure injuries and small diseases for ordinary people. He sent this with the hope that they are all healthy. Suddenly, he gets a letter from a mage, telling him that it's almost time for the regular academic assembly. But Granfell asks if Marcello already left for it. The mage explains that Marcello already attended the roundtable conference, so he will be alone in this. Granfell understands, but Lee freaks out. Him alone with this guy? Granfell is more interested in what the roundtable conference is, and all the mage can tell him is that it's a meeting of the top mages, the Tower Master, and elders. Besides that, nobody really knows much. Marcello was grateful that he was able to attend it, and also thanked him for hosting the regular academic assembly. Additionally, he said he will bring him some good news. As he opens the door to the halls, Marcello appears in his face, tired from all the running he did. He explains that the round table conference had to be suspended as there is a missing power. They cannot detect the senior mage Vangrith Tom's mana anywhere in the world. At the regular academy assembly, everyone is getting pretty bored as the host is late, and thanks to that, Cleo is pretty out of it. Mathis says it's strange, as Lee is not the type of man to be late. Suddenly he enters the room and says that the assembly will be postponed, which enrages one Narthro, as he does not seem to understand the importance of this assembly. Granfell calls him impertinent and tells everyone that senior mage Vangrith Tom has gone missing. He was supposed to present for this assembly as well, so they will resume it once he's found. With that being said, they are all excused. Everyone is confused. This really doesn't seem like a normal situation, but Jessie's hat tells her to not get involved, as a senior mage is a person who has transcended humanity. For someone like that to go missing means that there is a far greater force involved. Additionally, since all the other senior mages could not detect his mane, he's in much more danger than even they would expect. As they run down the stairs, Marcello tells Granfell that even if they assume he's dead, the mana evaporating from his body would still leave a trace. Granfell understands this means that Vangrith is in the realm of a paradox, a rapture. That's strange though, as he thought the Mage Tower was unable to intervene in outside matters. Marcello confirms as such, but Vangrith was an exception. He was intervening in ruptures, and it's not something he could have done alone. This is one of the matters that he could not tell him about. The Mage Tower quest gets updated. He must expose the contradictions and find the truth. Lee wonders, does solving this quest change the situation in this tower? And will that be enough to allow the Mage Tower to support outside matters? Inside the Gaon HQ, Taemin gets informed by his brother about this entire Mage Tower ordeal. But it's weird, as the mages cannot go outside. Does this have something to do with the dispatch, perhaps? His brother asks what he means. So Taemin explains there's a dispatch from the AAU, as apparently there is a rupture in Gangwon-do, but something is off. The off thing about it is that this is not an update day, giving him a bad feeling. The AAU employees are shown the rupture, which glitches out and contorts, almost as if it's alive. The junior is spooked, as they had nothing in the patch notes, but the senior tells him to evaluate its level and destruction rate. The junior is trying to put something off. The senior grabs it, but upon looking, he asks about the reinforcements. which the junior confirms that Gaon and Mythology are on their way. The senior tells him to evacuate all citizens in the province and call headquarters for more reinforcements. If this is failing to assess its level, it must be at least level 1000. At the Mage Tower's floating garden, Granfell wonders why they are here, but Marcello explains that Vangrith was an insecure and sensitive fellow. There is no way someone like him would have broken the tower rules, so he sends out a mana wave that touches the entire world, seeing everything there is to see. He can see all the ruptures in the world, but he cannot tell which one Vangrith might be in. Lee is amazed by the speed of what he just did, but Granfell apparently knows where he is. Marcello asks how he can detect rapture mana too. What kind of detection does he have? Actually, he just got a message from Chillman. But anyway, he should go and get in touch if he meets him. Marcello asks if he will be alright alone, and while Lee wants to say no, Granfell tells him that Vangrith is the tower's business. He does not think it will be good to ask for outside help. Marcello gets it. He's already indebted to him, but he's also considering the public image of the tower. Granfell was doing no such thing, but whatever. He can do this much for quest rewards. Marcello still feels that he needs to come with him, surprising Lee pleasantly. At the strange rupture, Yiziel analyzes it and is confused. How can a rupture above level 1000 appear when it's not even update day? Besides that, it has a grotesque look. Taemin asks if she knows about the senior mage that's missing now. He would understand if he was the one who did this. According to rumor, one of the senior mages failed to control a spell during an experiment and erased a whole island in Arcana. Yiziel heard of it, but she heard it was an entire continent. Either way, he must be strong. Taemin's brother cannot check inside the rupture no matter what. The detection devices are getting blocked. Taemin believes there is no way but to go in, but his brother asks if he's crazy. That's a 1000-level rupture. This is not something they can solve on their own, or even if the top 10 guilds were here. Taemin asks what he suggests then. They just sit around here, waiting for the rupture to break and die. Suddenly, Lee and Marcello appear, with Lee telling everyone to back away, as the mage's tower will take care of this. Everyone is shocked, but the junior is the most, as that was a senior mage he was next to, and a very important one at that, who never leaves the tower. This rupture is named Crack in a broken dimension, and inside, a person is despairing, needing to find something crucial. As the two enter, Marcello finds this place disgusting. Are all ruptures the same? Granfell tells him that most are not this bad, but this is entirely different from normal ruptures, and there are no monsters either. He tells Marcello about the light coming from the distance, which he recognizes as Vanrith's mana, and sure enough, they eventually find him, but he seems out of it. He asks how they came here, and Marcello tells him to calm down, as they are not here to question him. It's all right, he only needs to explain what happened. Granfell is glad he's not hostile, but there is something behind him, something ominous. He asks what he is hiding, knowing full well it's a demon summoning circle, and rushes in, with Vangrith immediately getting up and blasting a spell. This blast takes Granfell fully, but Marcello managed to save him just in time, with Lee knowing that if he wasn't there, they would have died. This is the power of a senior mage. Unlike his appearance, the mana he possesses is enough to cause mass destruction. Vangrith explains that the elder mage told him the truth he wants is here, and if he obtains it, nobody will be able to look down on him again. Granfell wonders if he's being possessed, but suddenly tells him to get out of the way, as a dark being peeks inside of the rupture. Granfell knows he's too far gone in the brainwashing, but he cannot get even an inch closer as Vangrith lets out a blast once again. This time, however, Granfell knows this is mana that has only destruction in mind. He knows how to intervene with such mana, to completely stop it. Marcello is amazed as he reconstructs Vangrith's mana in a second. Granfell tells Vangrith that he has had enough of him. He will not be able to handle the consequences of letting that demon completely take him. Vangrith doesn't care, because in the first place, he's here because of him and people like him. Marcello was born in a renowned household of mages in the Empire, and he possesses great talent and mana. As for Lee, he is an explorer with enough skill to make his magic disappear, with a spell of the School of Pure Mana, even though he's one of the top mages in that area. If he had been born with the same kind of talent as them, he would have never had a reason to come to such a place. Granfell can see that his inferiority complex is getting taken advantage of. The more intense his emotions get, the more the crack widens. This aura feels more intense than even Decoravius. It's likely that this is one of the 7 deadly sins, envy. He cannot allow it to come here, so he asks Vangrith what exactly he is trying to prove, even if he sacrifices his body to become stronger. Will he get the recognition he desires? Why does he wish for such recognition in the first place? As envy grabs him, Vanrith remembers the words of others against his pupils, who berated him as he was not able to do any presentations in the assembly, and he even sent a scroll to Lee, probably to beg. One of his students wanted to tell them off, but the other told him to leave it, as this will only make Vangrith's situation worse. Because he is useless, His students had to bear such insults. Even if he wanted, it's too late for him to escape. As the crack becomes full, Granfell tells him that he can get out, and uses the pentagram of knowledge as an offering. He will write this battle off as the reason for his absence in the assembly, but he should not forget that it is not yet over. He activates the exorcism ritual, which makes Envy laugh as he knows he's a demon hunter, but it's too late. As the crack in the dimension has already widened, even the others feel as the rupture begins rising up in level, and Marcello wonders if he can even assist in this fight. If push comes to shove, he will send Lee and Vangrith into a portal and lock the place down. Lee feels the mana storm, and it's far too strong. He might die from the pressure if Envy approaches like this. Suddenly, a ray of light magic dissipates from Vangrith, making the pressure disappear completely. Envy laughs. This must be the final struggle of the weakling in his hand, but he is foolish to think this did something. Granfell is amazed. He tackled the mana coming from the crack and modified it to light. He will be able to approach Envy now, so he begins the exorcism ritual, but it's extremely silent. Suddenly, Envy speaks from behind, calling him a fool for allowing him entry to his mind. With that being said, he was surprised, as he thought all the demon hunters died in the Holy War. Granfell does not feel inclined to answer him, as he does not talk with prey. Envy laughs. All the bastards he killed from Akshan said the same thing and went insane after taking him into their minds. He wants to see how long he will endure. Suddenly, Envy unlocks his powers, and the crack begins to spread even more, causing the light magic to begin fading. Marcello sees this and knows that Lee will be in danger soon, so he tries to evacuate them out of here, but Granfell stops him. Envy doesn't understand. He's unlocked his powers, yet he still dares to attack. He also doesn't get this magic he's using. Why are his wounds not healing? The light magic begins to eat him from the inside, with Granfell thinking that he used the light spell to manifest Vangrith's pure mana ray. It is probably not as strong as his, but it's good enough. Additionally, with his aesthetic stat combined with the exorcism ritual, Envy is now seeing his biggest fear attack him, which are the demon hunters of the past. He starts to scream out in pain as the crack begins to close down, but before being sent back to hell, he grabs Vangrith. Marcello tries to stop him, but what actually stops him is Granfell's death stare, which makes him leave his arm into this dimension and skedaddle. That's what Granfell believes at first, but Marcello confirms that he is still somehow alive. Envy runs away in another dimension, his arm still not regenerating, but this was his only option as that man is dangerous. However, he is probably safe now. As he thinks that, Granfell appears in front of him and asks where he's running away to. Envy begins flying away even faster, wondering how the hell he even got here, but then thinks that he's likely the same man who activated the mechanical tower. That would mean he can jump between dimensions. Granfell can feel the demon's mind getting further by the second. If it completely crosses into another dimension, he will not be able to maintain the exorcism ritual. If that is the case, he leaves Envy with a few words, so that he will remember his visage and let him go. They should not worry though. That arm of his only looks alive to distract him. It's like a lizard's tail in that aspect. Sure enough, it soon disappears, Marcello jumping at Vangrith to see if he is alright. Granfell could feel Envy's fear while in the ritual, fear that his arm will not regenerate, and fear that Granfell will come for him. As long as he holds that fear, he will not dare come into this reality. The quest about the Mage Tower updates, showing 1 out of 2 completions, meaning that there is still something he must do. Marcello asks Vangrith what happened. He mentioned earlier that an elder sent him here. He confirms as such. Karimzeva said the truth was hiding here. He even provided him with the permit to exit the tower, but once he got here, he was taken over by a feeling. Marcello doesn't get why Karimzeva would do such a thing, so Granfell explains that he is a demon worshipper. There are people who will try summoning demons despite being humans, so they should return to the Mage Tower, as he will have a meeting with that elder. At the top of the tower, Karimzeva and 2 other mages feel the summoning had failed. He never expected much from Vangrith, but he could not even die properly. Another elder wondered what they should do. If Vangrith spills about what happened, it's over. Karimzeva says that they must act before he does, so they will gather all the senior mages. It's high time they eliminate the young fools for breaking the rules. Lee is scared to bits. He asks Granfell what he will do in meeting that guy, as he's an older mage. He saw Vangrith's ability, and he's not even an elder. Marcello cannot create a portal here, so they will do so upon exiting the Rapture. Upon stepping near the gate, however, Marcello gets overwhelmed by a purple aura and tells Lee to stay there, as this is a forced summoning spell that activates once one steps out of the Rupture. Unfortunately, they all get dragged into it and find themselves in front of all the senior mages, plus the elder ones. Vangrith and Marcello bow down to them, and Karimzeva says that they have left without permission and sullied the order of the tower. Since their rules cannot be broken, they will be sentenced to Avicii. Vangrith tries to explain that this is a misunderstanding as he was the one who sent him here, but upon showing the permit, all the senior mages point their magics at him. Karimzeva feels ashamed for him. He gave that permit because he wished to investigate the truth outside, not so that he can try to summon a demon. Granfell immediately feels a demonic aura coming from him, and asks how he knew that a demon summoning ritual happened in the rupture. And is he that damned Karimzeva he's heard so much about? This makes doubt appear in all the mages, but Karimzeva calls him a fool. He must have fallen for Vangrith's honeyed words. Does he trust the lies that man spewed out of fear of punishment? He will look over it this time, however. Since he was rude only once, Granfell will not ask again. The mages of the tower can't leave without permission from the elder mages, the ones who permitted Vangrith to leave. Who are they? One of them calls him impertinent. Does he doubt them when Vangrith wanted this? One of the elders also feels it strange. Was it not a rule that at least 5 elder mages had to be in agreement for a mage to leave? This is Yugweed, who has never heard of them agreeing, and Senios, another elder mage, was also not involved. Granfell says the majority are clear now. They should give up and reveal themselves as the disgusting demon worshippers that they are. The Green Elder thinks this is ridiculous, and sicks the seniors on them, as they are mocking the entire tower with their words. Those bastards must be punished at once. Mathis says that mages are not some tools to be used, and they all turn back to the elders. If this is the wrong decision, they will all take responsibility for it. Karimzeva laughs. It seems like it will not be Vangrith who will go to the punishment chamber, so he better get out of here. Suddenly, he begins using a teleport spell, which should not be possible since they have barriers, but Marcello recognizes it as a forced summoning spell that only activates on certain conditions. Before disappearing, Karimzeva tells Lee that he will remember him, and they will most certainly meet again. After Karimzeva disappears, Lee completes the Truth of the Mage Tower quest, which deepens his relationship and influence with the Mage Tower. He is happy to see this, and Yugweed guesses that this is the conclusion of things. From this point onwards, other than Karimzeva of course, the other 2 elders who permitted Vangrith to leave will be dismissed from their positions, and they will also be imprisoned in the Avicii permanently. She figures that Marcello can take care of the rest, which he bows down to confirm. Before Lee celebrates too hard, another linked quest pops up, the Mage's Tower Reconstruction, where he must correct their path and put them back on the search for the ultimate truth. He is happy, however. He already leeched off the tower with his authority. How much more can he get if he farms more influence with them? There is something more important though, his repeat quest, which he immediately gets to doing. While doing so, he thinks that he got 2 big things out of this, his relationship and influence with the Mage Tower, and also the loot he got from Decaravia through the Exorcist ritual. One of those things was the Pentagram of Knowledge, which allowed him to obtain all knowledge about the minerals and plant life of the Arcana continent. He did not expect to have such a nice epic item, but this is more than welcome. With the knowledge of thousands of herbs, he will be able to create magic-related minerals much more efficiently. Another thing is the thing he got from the smoke where Decaravia was, which is another pentagram, but this one is of hidden knowledge. It is an item that creates a portal to a level 250 level zone if he uses it, which is also a predator zone. That is a place of all kinds of beasts, where fighting never comes to an end, a pandemonium so to speak, where monsters have no rest. It's scary, sure, but one can level up quickly there. The experience one can get there is considerable. Even the level is pretty good, so this is his chance. He uses the pentagram to enter the predator's swamp, where beasts ravage the smaller ones, but even the larger ones have their counterparts. Granfell is saddened. There seems to be no manners here, but he can teach them all how to behave like the beasts they are. As they farm XP in the swamp, at the Mage's Tower, in Yugweed's laboratory, Marcello reports that the 2 former elders are now incarcerated in Avicii, as she commanded. Unfortunately, they have not been able to track Karimzeva down. Yugweed thanks him for his hard work, but Marcello has a request for her and Chenios. Since they are the only elder mages, he would like them to permit mage activity outside of the tower. They were all shaken by the fact that there are demon worshippers even in this place, and they cannot remain passive any longer. They have already committed grave sins against the demon hunters of Akshan. He would also like to repay the debt he owes Lee, or at least try to. Senios finally speaks, and guesses that Yugweeds are thinking the same thing, and he approves. She does so as well, but she has one still yet hidden for him. Granfell continues to cut up beast after beast, even using his magic whenever he has the chance. He is now level 314, but as he refreshes himself with some tea, he did not expect this to be so much work. It was imperative that he brought this tea made with the secret herb. He has also spotted that the plant life in this place is abundant. Is it because of the swamp? It would be nice to find some rare herb around here, and that's when he remembers he has the Pentagram of Knowledge. With it, he spots a ghastly mistletoe, a rare herb that increases one stat point by up to 4. He would have passed this up were it not for the pentagram. As he goes to grab it, he instead grabs a rotund being who is quite annoyed that he broke up his sleep, so he demands to be put down. Lee instantly recognizes this thing as a spirit. He has learned about them from the Book of Spirit Studies, where the first paragraph said that not many can see uncontracted spirits. This is because to see them, one must have a pure mind and great mana sensitivity. Granfell tells the spirit that he requires the ghastly mistletoe he is using as a resting place, but the spirit refuses, as he does not have enough mana right now. He does not know why, but his connection to the forest is cut. If not for this ghastly mistletoe, he couldn't have refilled his mana at all. Lee understands because this place is a rapture. It's been cut off from Arcana. That is why spirits cannot connect to the forest. Granfell asks if there's another way to recover his mana, but the only option the spirit can think of is by entering a contract with a human and receiving their mana. He's not going to contract up with just anyone though. Lee is surprised by this proposition, but spirits belong to Arcana. If one clears a rupture, they will return to that place. In other words, this is another opportunity to learn more about Arcana. Granfell suddenly spouts the name of the one in contact with the Fire Drake, Phaon Roth, the senior mage of elemental spirits. He is not that person though. He is of an even higher than Phaon, as he is Marcello's colleague. He wishes to sign a contract with him. Is that good enough? The spirit immediately bows down and offers his greetings, but he also has a question for him, which he does not phrase well at all. Before he can ask why he wants a contract with him, a mighty snake swallows both of them whole, leaving them in a precarious situation. Lee sees that the ghastly mistletoe is melting under the snake's pressure, which he cannot allow, so he tells the spirit to proceed with the contract ritual. The spirit doesn't know what to say, since this is a rather interesting spot. It's not that he did not fulfill any conditions, but he just wanted the ritual to take place on a flower field with a handsome human where they share flower rings and eternally vow to each other. Granfell looks at him once and tells him to just do it, so the spirit does just that, and it begins metamorphosis. Lee knows that a spirit is influenced by the contractor's personality, so he wonders what type of changes will happen. The spirit transforms into a woman, a nymph to be exact, a lowly spirit of the forest, and she swears eternal loyalty to him. Lee is surprised by how noble her speech is, but she thinks that this is not an appropriate place to talk. Can she escort him outside? Lee is more focused on the mistletoe, as it is now shining brightly, which suddenly erupts into a gigantic tree that eliminates the snake swiftly. They are both naturally surprised, and the spirit confirms that this is their exclusive ability. Blessing, any plant they bless, can take root wherever. Lee thinks it is amazing for researching secret herbs, but Granfell only focuses on the part that is different from mana. Unfortunately for Lee, he soon realizes that this spirit is draining his mana like he's a bottle of water, so he tells her to stop. Since he has entered the contract, the spirit king of the forest, Dryad, blesses it and also imbues the predator's swamp. Lee did not expect to see such effects take place. He doesn't know what this Dryad guy is up to, but he will take a rest to recover his mana. Before he can finish his sentence, the system announces that he will gain 20% more experience within the swamp, and the loot also has an increased 20% chance to drop. Granfell agrees that it is time to hunt, but they also grab the ghastly mistletoe, which he gets even more information on. With this knowledge, he goes to a place where some monsters are fighting, the spirit guessing that he's here for them. But that is not it. He's actually looking at that rock thing in the middle, as it is actually a seed of the world tree. Granfell asks Nymph if she can bless even the world tree, which she did not expect to hear, and she's not sure, as she never tried before. Lee is sure of it. The pentagram is telling him that it is a world tree seed, but what is it doing here? Everyone suddenly gets a world quest, which is the world tree seed. The Arcana continent is about to go extinct, and this is the only seed of hope they have. They must replant and grow them. Now Lee gets it. The knowledge he was getting through the pentagram is the knowledge of demons, as they were threatening the world tree with this, and the tree felt like it was in danger, so it spread its seeds throughout the continent. This is just one of many, so Granfell tells Nymph to prepare, as that world tree must grow. If he just interferes by changing the shape and strength of the ghastly mistletoe branch, he can snare the monsters below, allowing him to easily clear the area. Afterwards, he takes a sip of the herb tree, as Sword Chi uses up a ton of mana. Unfortunately, this is the last of the tea he brought. He saves as much mana as possible, so he hopes he has enough for the world seed. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, as the Lord of the Forest presents himself, with an unknown level. Lee knew it was too simple to be true. This thing must be protecting the world seed. He had saved his mana, but he has no other choice now. He must fight like a lion does. Before they can engage in battle, however, the Lord simply bows its head to him. So Nymph explains that the Lord of the Forest respects those with good spirit and dignity. Unfortunately, he has gone way past his lifespan, He's now barely clinging to his life. It is like he has been protecting this world seed until someone trustworthy came. Granfell feels for it, so he tells the Lord that he will continue his will, which allows it to do one final act of heroism. It summons all its energy into the seed, and Granfell tells Nymph to use her blessing, which she immediately does. The sky awakens under the mighty light of the energy, and a world tree sprouts from the seed, illuminating the entire world with its grace. They all get notified that a new world tree has appeared. The entire continent blesses its birth, and the primordial energy of life spreads throughout Arcana. Suddenly, the rupture is disappearing, so Granfell tells Nymph to observe what is happening in Arcana and report back. They shall meet at the Quarenberg Mechanical Tower. She vows to repay his trust, and they are sent back. Lee seems glad, but that's not it. That spirit used way too much mana, so now he passed out while standing. When they finally wake up, Lee opens up the status window, only to find that he has gained a new title. He is very happy because titles are hard to get in Arcana, but before he can see what the final explorer does, a bird suddenly crashes through his window. It has come here to notify him of the plans to resume the regular assembly. He remembers that it was pushed back when Vangrith was gone, so he better attend it now. Granfell asks when, and the bird says it's in 2 hours. He searched 3 days for him, so he's glad that he has finally found him. As Granfell gets prepared to go, Lee wonders just how much mana that damn spirit used. After Vangrith is done with his presentation, he thanks everyone, and Marcello congratulates him. Granfell looks to see who is next and calls forward Kiko Armin from the School of Enchantment, but the atmosphere suddenly changes, some even calling him the black hole of the Mage Tower. Lee is certainly surprised by this, as senior mages are exempt from the Topaz Hall's verification process. So who knows what this is about? As soon as she comes forward, Kiko calls herself a parasite, which Marcello expected, so he sicks the guards on her. But she screams out even as she's being dragged away, calling herself a good-for-nothing and garbage. With that being the last presentation, Marcello thanks everyone for coming, and Lee just passes this off, as it's not important. Marcello asks if he will have some tea as they get up. He has some good news to share. Granfell agrees, as he also must say something, and so they go to the floating garden. Upon hearing Granfell's words, Marcello spits out his drink, surprised to hear about the world tree, but shocked that he now has access to the knowledge of the continent. Granfell is sure that energy will help those still fighting extinction. Marcello says that the world tree controls the entire world of Arcana. The demons have gotten much stronger in their absence, but if he planted a seed, it changes things. Honestly, this is wonderful news. He doesn't know how to repay him. Granfell only wants to hear the news he had for him, but Marcello feels it's nothing compared to what he just said. In short, the mages no longer need permission to leave. It's just restricted to matters relating to Karim Zeva for now. But once that's done, mages will be able to freely go in and out of the tower, as long as they are accompanied by a senior mage. Naturally, he is counted as one too. Lee can't believe this. It means that he can now join ruptures whenever the tower mages are present. He is extremely excited, but Granfell doesn't seem to care, and only asks if he has any news on Karim Zeva. Marcello feels ashamed to say that the mages will not confess. However, nobody lasts long in Avicii, so they will find new details soon enough. Granfell is curious about this Avicii place they keep mentioning, but suddenly, another mage barges in, apologizing for the intrusion. But this is dire. It is in regard to the 2 former elders. The Mage Tower is an amalgamation of countless spells. There is an underground space that acts as the foundation of these spells, a place unshaken by even the flow of time, a realm of eternity, that is Avicii. Granfell is surprised by it too. They only got here, yet it feels like an eternity. Lee thinks it's akin to the hyperbolic time chamber, but they won't be doing any training here. When they arrive at the scene, the 2 elder mages are now only ashes. The mage doesn't know how this happened. They were like this when she felt an unfamiliar mana permeate throughout. Granfell approaches and wonders if this is a failed escape attempt. He heard that nobody can use magic here, but this is only the entrance. They should have been able to escape. Suddenly the fire comes alive, and Marco tries to put a barrier up, but it melts right through. Only when an elder arrives and freezes the area does it stop. The mage next to Granfell is shocked, as he did not expect the presence of Elder Senios. He explains that this is Karim Zeva's magic. He must have wanted to get rid of them since they would reveal something. But seeing how he left a trap as well, he really underestimated them. Lee recognizes him, but this is the first time they are so close. Marcello apologizes while bowing. The prisoners were under his care, but he has failed. Senos tells him to raise his head. Nobody could have expected Karim Zeva's cunning ways, but now that his mana traces are gone, tracking will be difficult. He calls over Lee, as he has a favor to ask, but just between the 2 of them. They go to a more private place, where Senos reveals that Karim Zeva was the sole purpose for his joining the tower. He was an elder mage called the Flame Dragon. For him, who wishes to achieve the peak of ice magic, he was a way to prove himself. He basically wanted to freeze fire, but somehow, They ended up as fellow leaders. Unfortunately, he was still not able to surpass him. He did not think it possible, but with how things turned out, he cannot let this go. Now the request he has for him is something only he can do. As Senos asks for this favor, Karimzeva has made the final preparations for his place. Soon, the Demon King shall rise, and he will see the ultimate truth. Throughout the world, reports of ominous red lights in the sky spread, and Senos asks Granfell if he can do what he has requested. He naturally agrees, not knowing of the chaos outside. Lee is honestly pretty mixed about the request. He will help out since it's a quest, but it doesn't seem like it came from a sense of duty. He's probably just excited to fulfill his lifelong wish. But more importantly, Karimzeva. There is not much info on him since he's not a common NPC, but there is one thing players who have met him always say: his flames burn through everything. How is he supposed to fight against such a thing when even Marcello's barrier stood no chance? He did level up a bit in the swamp, but he's still nothing compared to an elder mage. He doesn't have any fighting artifacts either. Before he can think more, he gets a message from Cheolmin, as he has some intel he might be interested in. It's about the huge light that everyone saw, which scientists cannot explain. Suddenly, Marcello's page comes inside and explains that they detected an abnormal amount of mana in the northern region. They will have to meet at the Topaz Hall right away. They all do just that, with Bench William knowing that this mana is of Karimzeva's, since he's also a flame magician. They believe that they have him. But Vangrith also adds that he felt a mana similar to the place where he said he would find the truth. There was a demon there, so this might be way bigger than anticipated. Granfell finally arrives and explains that he's trying to create a rapture, which will allow him to summon a high-ranking demon king. The others are shocked. What does a rapture have to do with a demon king after all? Granfell explains that he needs sacrifices, which are human lives, or at least their corpses. Where does one get corpses? Well, he would have plenty if, let's say, a rupture broke down. To do this, Karimzeva has set up a total of 11 ruptures throughout the world, and there are only 13 hours remaining until they are complete. Everyone is shocked, but some are more surprised by Lee's projection magic. This is actually a mini projector, but whatever, they don't have time. He will explain the plan as well as the setup. Before he can go into detail, William raises his hand and notes that Karimzeva is still a great criminal of the tower. It only makes sense for the senior mages to eliminate him, but he wants out of this. Not out of fear or ignorance, but rather, it's just that they use the same flame magic, and his is much stronger. Granfell already knows of their hierarchy. Smaller fires are eventually swallowed by bigger fires. The moment his flames would meet Karimzeva's, it would be over. However, they have a mage who can solve this issue. They all wonder who it is, but it is actually Kiko Armin. They all turn around to face her, and Granfell knows she failed to present at the last assembly, but he has read enough of her papers, and he can say for certain that she can defeat Karimzeva. From this moment forth, they will all read her papers, along with her research papers, which is basically already killing her. At the North Pole, in an unreachable region, one of Karimzeva's subordinates notes that lava in this place is quite surprising. The Mage Tower will soon catch on because of the mana. This is a demon of the true name, a Kimpatham. Karimzeva says it does not matter, they cannot do anything, but this should be enough offerings for the truth, right? Patham agrees. Surely 11 ruptures are plenty. Suddenly, Karimzeva feels something. One of the men signals that one of the ruptures was cut off. Patham feels that it's impossible. Humans cannot intervene in the ruptures that are not yet complete. Karimzeva wonders if it's the Mage Tower, but there's no way they could interfere. Suddenly he feels even more cuts, and them approaching, just as a portal appears above where they are. Marcello is glad to have finally found him, and Granfell tells Vangrith to prepare the mana bullets, which all compile an array of pure mana that descends down. Granfell then commands Mathis and Kiko, who both work together to create a mightier bullet, which the combined elements imbuing into each other. They are using Marcello's theory of magic, Vangrith's pure mana, and Mathis's black magic. Combined with all the other senior mages, it creates a force beyond all reckoning. Even the greatest flame mage in existence cannot compete with the combined might of the Mage Tower. After the attack lands, Karimzeva finds this quite interesting, and launches a few attacks of his own right into the portal, forcing the mages to shield up as the fire continues to spread, threatening even more damage. He laughs maniacally as he launches even more attacks, wondering how long they will be able to withstand this. But suddenly, a freezing air overtakes his fire as Senos has arrived. He notes that his arrogance knows no bounds. He is only a foolish mortal. Everyone is surprised that Senos is here, and Granfell tells Marcello that he and Senos will team up for this. Marcello tells him that it's way too dangerous to consider entering the rupture like this. Granfell knows that he's aware of his duties, so he's leaving him in charge of the commanding plan. With that, he leaves, leaving the others confused about what they should do, even if they had been given orders. Trying to take back control, Marcello tells them to seal the gates to the Mage Tower. so that players don't get swept up in this. Sure enough, they do just so, leaving the players confused. Karimzeva didn't expect Xenios to bring someone with him. Perhaps he is curious about the truth too. Xenios just sighs and calls him a grave sinner. His arrogance has reached into his brain, stealing his intelligence. Did he honestly think that he was really a dragon merely because people kept calling him that? Was the truth something he could earn, simply by selling his own soul? Karimzeva laughs. He thought that at least he would understand. But in the end, he is just an ordinary human who does not deserve mercy. He will experience the ultimate truth and its ultimate power, both he and that young man next to him. Suddenly, tons of mana reactions happen all at once, but one shines the brightest in particular as a rupture has opened up. The biggest one is an issue, but they appear all over the world, leaving everyone stunned. Granfell feels that time and space are falling apart. This entire place is becoming a rupture. Karimzeva commands Akimpatham to open the gates, and she does just that, letting out a dark miasma. Xenios hopes that Lee will handle these incoming knights, and he agrees, activating the natural enemy skill, allowing him to easily take care of the knights. Karimzeva tries to take him out with his flames, but Xenios intervenes, as he is his opponent. Karimzeva can only laugh. Does he really think that he is a math student? Their elements are opposites. What can he do against him when his ice melts against his mighty fire? Granfell can't see because of the mist, but suddenly, Akimpatham rushes in with an attack that seemingly hits. She calls humans foolish. This man turned into ash before he even realized it. As she turns around to go help Karimzeva, Granfell grabs her head and notes that it's not that he couldn't do anything, but he didn't want to. She doesn't get it. How can he survive an attack from a demon of true name? Granfell was not impressed. The flames of a demon did not even scratch him. It is also because he is covered with flame attribute items, but they should forget about them. Karimzeva senses Akimpatham's defeat and notes that the kid he brought along was no fool. But it's over. All the ruptures are going to break, and soon, the Demon King will come to rule. Sure enough, the ruptures are swiftly breaking apart, threatening to reveal the ultimate truth that Karimzeva yearns for. Outside of the Mage Tower, the players are all naturally angry. They don't care for their lives, but at least, they wish to go fighting. Suddenly, Karimzeva feels something, and Xenios notes that he did not begin this fight wanting to win, but to buy time. Suddenly, all the ruptures begin getting cleared out one after another, as Marcello is leading his mages to take them down in teams of 2, and they are doing a fantastic job with it. Xenios vows, for his last visage, he will show him something amazing. Suddenly, a bunch of freezing geysers descend upon them, allowing Xenios to move out of Karimzeva's grasp, but he thinks of this only as a petty trick, and unleashes his might, signaling to Granfell that the real fight has finally begun. Demons descend on his side too, giving him no respite, but it does not matter, as he will make sure to deal with them swiftly. Even if efficient in his killings, there are just way too many of them. The moment he stops, the rupture will break, but he also must help Xenios. Karimzeva laughs at Xenios, as he has become quite pitiful. Did he honestly think his puny ice could be a match for him? He will make sure to melt the meat off his bones by the end of this. Suddenly, Karimzeva feels steam, but there's no way that is possible amidst all the fire. This is something else, biting, freezing cold. Xenios confirms that the ice magic was just a trick. What really froze him was his breath, and he has been breathing it in too, so his insides are frozen. Karimzeva knows that he's not unaffected by this too, but Xenios already told him once, he does not intend to win this battle. Come hell and high water, he will die here. Before leaving, Xenios gave Granfell a scroll of mana he has been saving for hundreds of years. It should be enough to bring down an entire dimension. Granfell did not understand why he gave it to him, so Xenios explained that Karimzeva's magic is the worst element he can go against. At best, he could force a tie, but even then, there's the chance that it will fail. If things go awry, he should use that. Granfell knew what this meant, and he couldn't accept it, but Xenios was dead serious. Like he said, he has already lived for hundreds of years. He already feels that he does not have much time left, so he should consider this the wish of an old man who will die soon. Now Xenios wonders how it feels to feel the kind of cold that eats from within. Karimzeva is stunned, his movement is dull, and his intestines ache from the cold, signaling his death. Xenios knows that he has done it. With this, they can finally rest together and let the new generations take over. Unfortunately, Karimzeva simply refuses to die like this. He engulfs himself in hellish fire, tearing off his skin by the second. But it does not matter. The only thing that matters now is for him to win. All the demons around Granfell are falling, and their life force is sleeping right into Karimzeva, who believes himself to be a demigod. Xenios tries to warn him, but it's way too late, as he has already become one with the fire. Xenios cannot defend since he does not have enough mana, but Granfell appears, apologizing for being late. Xenios tells him to go away, as this is dangerous, which he knows already. He does not have enough mana to fight such a being, but it's an entirely different story if he absorbed demon mana. With his natural enemy skill, he imbues his own mana into Tanios, who sends an ice bird to completely encapsulate Karimzeva, this time dealing with him for good. Tanios coughs up blood, Granfell asking if he's alright, but Lee knows he's not. He's burnt to a crisp, and he used way too much strength. Tanios begs him to use the scroll. Karimzeva is still not sealed yet. He only managed to restrict him. He should use the scroll as he's leaving. It's fine now. He barely has a minute left. A shame that he wasn't able to fulfill his wish with his own hands. But alas, the world is not fair. Granfell tells him to believe he's the elder mage of ice magic. Tanios knows that if he could reach absolute zero, he would be able to freeze himself for good, but that is impossible. Before he can monologue further, Granfell notes that he will bring the realm of eternity to him, as he can intervene with time and space, an impossible feat with his mana, but if he uses the scroll, he can succeed. He does just that, bringing all of them into Avicii. Tanios can only laugh. He really does intend to fulfill his lifelong wish. How can he ever repay him for this kindness? When Tanios asked for the favor, he told Granfell that only he can do this. Marcello and the others couldn't. They will sob and say that he cannot die. They will hesitate, because their old man will die. He is the perfect candidate. He knew it was a lot to ask for, but he was the only one who could. He wanted him to see this request from his perspective, as an old man worried for his grandkids. Granfell knew what had to be done, so Tanios thanked him. Thus ends the life of Tanios, a great leader of the Mage Tower. In the process of killing the fallen mage Karimzeva, Tanios of the Eternal Snow has died, and his funeral was held in secret. They are all mourning in their own way, but one of them in particular damns himself, as if he hadn't fallen for those lies. He might have still lived. Suddenly, Granfell appears, demanding they raise their heads. Taking too long of silent prayer goes against formality. They all believe that he was affected by what happened too, but he refuses to show it. Marcello guesses that he suppresses his emotions. With an empty Elder Mage position in the Mage Tower, he knows that he cannot falter. Granfell tells them that in his final moments, Tanios was smiling, glad to have achieved his lifelong dreams. He had no real regrets. They should not regret the past either. Instead, they should think about what they could do from now on. What must they do now? Marcello admits that the Mage Tower has suffered irreversible damage, but they all know who the enemy is now, so they all plead with him. They want to fight the demons alongside him. Granfell is happy with this resolution, but Lee can't believe he's also responsible for the Mage Tower now. Battle scenes were caught on drones, and Granfell only said that he stopped the portals to the Mage Tower and cleared the ruptures, but did not reveal how. Kilman is furious about this, as he was also the one who banged and screamed at the Mage Tower door to be let in. This means that Lee thought the players were not good enough. Yet again, they were useless to him. Taemin notes that he shouldn't just blame himself like this. They should try their best now so that they can help next time. Suddenly, a regular update appears as a new region is coming. The Order of the Goddess is a religion with a very expansive influence in the Arcana continent. Despite its strict principles, over a third of the continent are firm believer. The Orders of the Goddess's sanctuary, Muon, have now been added. The reactions of the players are explosive. This is supposed to help a great deal. So why is the Order of the Goddess attacking the players? A few hours ago, at Muon's main gates, Guyver, the Bohemian Guildmaster, gets interviewed. As they were the first guild to approach Muon, could he tell them why? Guyver explained that they haven't done much as of late, despite being fourth in the U. But this time it will be different, as he is a paladin, the most amicable class with the Order of the Goddess. This time, they will go ahead of everyone and prove their worth. He has been silently watching Lee and his exploits, but now this is the perfect stage for him. A first-ranked paladin. Unfortunately, something seems off from the start, and one of the guild members asked why the atmosphere was like this. Are they not on good terms with paladins? It was the opposite, as the men were aiming at them. Guyver tried to introduce himself as a paladin, but he only got an arrow next to his head. A commander came and explained that they are waiting for the day of judgment. All is according to Freya's plan. They do not need their help, so those who approach Muon will be eliminated in the goddess's name. Things immediately got out of control, and AAU realized Moon committed an act that would signal a war. The senior was hard at work, and the junior eventually brought what he requested, satellite pictures from Muon. And sure enough, there are way too many paladins. They also have a perfect facility for self-sufficiency. It was almost like they have been preparing for this. Perhaps it really is the Saintess's plan. The senior denied this notion. He googled the Saintess after hearing that Commander and he should be able to check in their database if someone developed her. But the person who supposedly did doesn't exist. Granfell thinks it's a demon, but Lee refuses to entertain such a thought, as it would get them arrested. It seems that Granfell was correct, however. as his quest has been updated, so he thinks it's time they collect some information. They left that spirit there to do just that, so it's time they see what she found. For his new mission, Granfell brings Cleo with him to the Mantra Mines, a level 550 area, and she's quite amazed by the entire area. Granfell tells her to focus, but she wonders why, out of all people, was brought here. Everyone in the Mage's Tower put up a request to leave the rupture, and Lee even turned down Bench, who thought that he must value her highly. Cleo doesn't know about that, but she reminds herself to focus on what's important. The top mage asked her to collect secret herbs. She looks around until she finally finds something, but Granfell demands she stop as two Mothpike mercenary spirits appear above her, but they are hit with ice magic. This was done by Granfell, who witnessed the peak of ice magic from Senios, so he tried catching up to it, and even if not perfect, it's usable. The secret herb she is holding is called a Ghost Life herb. It only grows where the rare mineral ghost steel is found, and has the power to pull in souls, so it often carries ghosts. Cleo apologizes deeply for this blunder. She should have been more careful. Granfell simply asks for what reason she is here, and she responds by collecting herbs for research. Granfell tells her to focus only on that. He will freeze any ghost that might harm her. She is touched by this and vows to do her best, and he also tells her to eliminate the ghosts for experience, but only because he barely has any mana to play around. As Cleo is dealing with more ghosts, Lee notes that the Mage Tower lives up to expectations. Cleo is a mage of the healing school, but she can take down high-level monsters with ease. Granfell also thinks that it's not bad, although Lee would categorize it as more than that. Granfell summons the nymph, who, as per contract, responded to his call. Lee doesn't like that she's even worse now, but she notes that she just studied the etiquette of nobility, so she can be more dignified. Granfell doesn't really care, and asks about Arcana, but she could not find much. But around the Quirenberg, which he activated, the dwarves have unified and boarded their ships to help in taking down the demons. It seems that they realized the mechanical tower was up and running. Granfell would jump into that continent now if he could, with Lee guessing that he probably feels a sense of responsibility. But he agrees honestly. The mechanical tower is taking down demons, which means that he can take all that precious fame and XP for himself. As he celebrates, Granfell asks about the order of the goddess. The nymph notes that there have not been any rumors about them, which is extremely suspicious. That is all the information she got. Is there anything else he wants? Granfell tells her to guide him to the end of the rupture, as now that they have info, they will leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the second mining area of the Mantra Mines, the Unified Underheaven Guild is getting butchered by the boss, and one of them suggests retreat, but Leo refuses. Now with Jesse out of the limelight, this is his chance to clear the rupture and raise the guild rank. He tells his men not to falter. Charge the enemy even if at the cost of their lives. They will take down that steel noble no matter what it takes. At the same time, Lee takes care of the same boss, who immediately bows before Granfell, as he has been waiting for someone like him, someone aloof, but with infinite potential. The boss turns into his real form and pleads with Granfell to take him to the realm he will reach. The item he has turned into is Ghost Steel, an epic rank item. Lee expected something bigger, but Granfell knows this is an ingredient for an ego sword. Even a few NPCs say that a Ghost Steel appears in the form of a giant to test who he choose. And since this story is true, the rumors of showing the giant one's word chi instead of killing him, being a hidden route to earning that, still was also right. Lee is glad to hear it. They might have lost otherwise, but Granfell doubts it. With them clearing the area, they get sent out of the dungeon, with Cleo also being done in gathering herbs, so they timed it perfectly. Suddenly, Liu screams at him, noting that they also raided the mines, but they cleared it first, as evident by their countless injuries. Unfortunately for him, the media immediately shifts to Lee as soon as they see he's there, making him feel kinda bad. The reporters congratulate him for the clear rupture, and wonder if it's true that he was the one who commanded the resolving of the Muon attack. Lee heard nothing of the sort, but indeed the paladins who were once attacking are now humbled, apologizing in front of Marcello as they failed to notice such important guests. Marcello tells them to raise their heads. The person they should be apologizing to is not him, but Lee, who is losing his mind because of this. Marcello notes that if they are true believers of the church with philanthropy and its creed, they have no reason to bar the gates. Does it not come off as strange? The Mage Tower requests a one-on-one meeting between the Chief Mage Lee and the Saintess. Marcello knows this is a suspicious situation, since Lee can recognize demons. As long as he gets a meeting with the Saintess, he should be able to see through if anything too suspicious arises. Deep inside the main sanctuary, where the Saintess rests, the Paladin captain greets the Saintess, but she immediately tells him to raise his head and asks why he disobeyed her command and opened the gates. He apologizes deeply, but a Mage Tower magician came knocking, and they are capable of destroying this sanctuary with a mere gaze, so he did not wish to risk it. He also simply wished to speak with her, so he decided to meet their demands first, then assess what is going on. The Saintess believes that his fate has wavered, and before he can say otherwise, a wave of insufferable pain hits him, causing the quiet halls to be filled with his screams. The Saintess is forgiving. However, the sanctuary suddenly fell into this foreign world, and he must be confused too, but he should listen carefully. What does their goddess say? A voice rings in the captain's mind, to ignore the arrogant mages, and to spread the greatness of their church throughout the world, so even the mage tower will not dare intervene. As he screams praises, the Saintess is satisfied. Truly, he is the most faithful servant. At the front gate, every manner of person has come to see the famous city, and since they mentioned Li, they are all eagerly waiting for him. Huaigang shows his viewers where the Saintess is said to be kept, but civilians are not allowed in. So the main attraction right now is this fountain, as it's called the Goddess's Miracle, which makes one younger the more one drinks. He's actually going to drink some too, and if anything happens, all his proceeds will go to his mom and Li. Suddenly, his chat blows up as Li appears behind him, and they all begin following him. He's surprised that there are so many people here, and that they open the gates like this. But it is, as Marcello said, the Saintess knows politics. They own the Goddess's Miracle, said to make one younger, and that's how they drastically increased followers. Just like he predicted, they changed their stance immediately. Perhaps they gathered all of these people to convert them into followers. Before he can think of anything else, they both detect an immense demonic aura coming from the front, where the captain and his men warn him that he is not allowed inside the sanctuary where the Saintess Freya rests. Granfell thinks that they are all fools, as what they are is in plain sight. It seems that the Saintess really is a demon. With a single flick of his fingers, Granfell purifies everyone's status effects, causing them to lose their zealotry. But Freya soon arrives and asks who gave him permission to do something like this. The captain just looks at her in confusion, and everyone gathers around to see the Saintess. She is unhappy with what Granfell has done, so she throws a demonic revelation towards him, but it dissipates because of his natural enemy skill. Now she understands, naturally, it had to be him, the last survivor of Arkshan. Suddenly the earth rumbles as she reveals her true form, and everyone runs away in fear. This is the true face of Freya, the demon. She never thought the famed demon hunter would come to this neck of the woods, but the fun ends here. Thanks to all of them, she had the most wonderful time. Their foolish belief in the goddess was too easy to manipulate. Because they took her orders as divine, it was easy to infiltrate Arcana, and she slaughtered innocent people again and again using them. They were the ones who let Arcana become what it is now. The captain falls to his knees in shame. All of this time, they have been deceived. They ignored the deaths that were happening all around them and locked the gates. For a mere demon? Granfell demands he get up. Was his faith so fragile that some petty tricks would do him in? Can he really call himself a follower of the goddess? The captain is left pondering about this, and Li wonders what he can do to take it down alone. Perhaps he should call over the mage tower people. Suddenly, though, he gains command authority over the paladin order. With Captain Talim in command, he has gained control over 46,800 paladins. Talim personally thanks him. If they fall here, they will be betraying the true goddess. They who were blinded by a demon all of this time will unleash their blades and strike back. Before the innocents can get hurt by the debris, Talim and his men charge forward to deal with it. Before asking Li for orders, he's shocked, but Granfell sees the conviction in their eyes. He calls them forward. Now is the time to prove how real their faith is. Will they let the one who deceived them and their goddess go unpunished, or will they strike them down with him? Freya thinks this is all a pointless spectacle, but Granfell rallies them forward. They will defeat this demon and raise the honor of the true goddess. An emergency broadcast rings for all citizens, as a high-tier demon has appeared in Muon. The exact situation is yet to be clear, but many civilians are reportedly present, heightening the danger. Citizens near this area are advised to evacuate immediately. Sure enough, the situation is becoming more and more dangerous for the non-players, but the paladins are making it their top priority to protect them no matter what. Freya just laughs. She finds it rather pointless to protect the people now. Li finds her pretty annoying. He thought the paladins could handle it alone, but they are stretched thin between this and the evacuation of civilians. As she deals with more soldiers, Freya wonders how long he will just stand there. A demon hunter hiding behind paladins out of fear is quite pathetic, but it fits him, since he led his comrades from Akshan to die like this too. Talim is surprised that he's really from Akshan, and Granfell scoffs. She is mistaken. He merely gave the paladins, who regretted their past, a chance to restore their pride, and it seems to have worked. No matter how beaten they may be, they still stand. Freya lunges forward and calls him arrogant. She reveals her true identity, Neferpito. She has built his power using the church. Losing here is no longer an option. She is the great successor of Sloth, and she shall not be without conquest. Granfell cuts up her appendages with ease, as she does not deserve the status of High Demon Lord from just this. A lucky little demon that grew up hidden and well kept seems to have not learned respect. Neferpit becomes enraged and attacks Granfell, who knows that this is all a crude imitation of the original, but it should be enough. He activates Absolute Zero, causing Neferpit to slowly freeze up. He hopes she has learned that she was a fool trapped into a world of her own making. But if that's not enough, he can do this too. Granfell unleashes a bunch of lightning-fast strikes, making Neferpit fall into despair, as she cannot believe this is happening. Does he even know what she went through to get this far? One day, Sloth summoned her and left Moon in her hands. She saw it as a great honor, but he was mostly not interested because he already had his plate full with the Holy War. Neferpit thanked him countless times, but was plotting against him, as she knew that Moon had countless followers. Just because he couldn't be bothered, she had the chance to become a great evil. Now, she begs her old master to spare her, but it is too late, as she turns into dust, clearing Muon of her corruption for good. Granfell is acting nonchalant about it, but Lee knows they almost died multiple times in that last attack. Good thing they managed to activate Absolute Zero. He really learned a lot from Senios. He should visit his grave soon. The paladins immediately fall to their knees in front of him, and everyone can see what is happening, even the senior and junior, who are shocked he took down a demon solo. If he hadn't thought, this would have been a horrible situation. Huaigang is still recording and crying his eyes out because he was saved by the Li, and a bunch of reporters rush towards him, but he asks them to follow him into the sanctum to talk. Talim tells him that the sanctum is a wreck now, but Granfell suddenly uses restoration magic to fully repair the devastated sanctum to its original spectacle. The paladins are all bewildered, but he invites them inside, as this is certainly a long story they must tell. The paladins, already on their knees, turn to him and thank him for protecting their home. Inside, as Granfell drinks some tea, he now understands why Muon did not participate in the Holy War. There was a demon behind it. Talim explains that during the Holy War, what they believed to be the Saintess ordered them to retreat, as she saw it in a revelation, that their church would not participate. Lee thinks this is similar to what happened in the Mage Tower. They can't just ignore the orders of their superior either. Granfell understands, and Akshan simply held on to its pride until the very end. He needn't feel responsible. Talim still feels that something must be done, so he vows from this moment forth, the church will honor its promise, and they will join the Holy War. Granfell likes his ambition, but he requires all of the goddess's miracles. At the bottom of Muon's fountain, there is a rare herb called the Arya Moss. The effect of that herb is the true form of the so-called miracle, and the demon used it to deceive the people and expand its influence. Keeping the believers from falling to such tricks is also a knightly duty. Talim is amazed he thought about it so far, and rushes to bring it immediately. He gained knowledge of this because of the pentagram of knowledge. It's definitely a useful item. Granfell believes that water and herbs will make useful research material, but Lee was actually thinking of using it on his mother, as water that makes you become younger is a perfect gift. She always nags her no matter what he gives her, but not this time. As he celebrates, a letter from the Magic Tower appears in front of them. It's from Faye and Rotham, and there seems to be something urgent happening at the tower. Upon knowing what's going on, Lee really thinks that this is a crisis, something he has never prepared for, something that he cannot stop. He warns Granfell, if he goes through with this, there is no going back. Unfortunately, those words fall on deaf ears, and Granfell does the unthinkable. He names the fairy the cringiest name in history, Hyel Chrysiad, 4-season leaf. With the name engraved, she gains the rank of unique spirit, and her name becomes known all around Arcana. She thanks him for this elegant name, but Lee can only shed tears and wither away in embarrassment. A few hours earlier, it appears that the urgency was that he did not give a name to his contracted fairy. Faye and Roth from the spirit department told him that spirits rise in rank once they are named, and his spirit sprouted the seed of the world tree. That certainly makes it a unique spirit. Lee thought it was interesting, but then finally understood what this meant. Granfell is a character he made during his peak edgy phase, which means this guy's naming sense will be disastrous. Alas, he could not stop this calamity from occurring, and has let him create such a flashy and long name that probably nobody will even use. Granfell ignores him and asks Hale what the current situation in Arcana is, and as she reported earlier, the Kierenberg Tower he activated is still performing well, unleashing countless bombardments on the demons, and the people in the area around the tower are safe. Even the World Tree has appeared. Arcana is changing dramatically, all thanks to him. However, the demons have now noticed this, and their attacks have incentivized. They say 3 demon kings started rampaging at the same time. Lee knows what this means. 3 monsters just like Decorabia of Frost. This is an incident that will be similar to that one in scale, which means 3 demon king rifts will open up. With the report received, Granfell orders her to clear the surroundings, as it seems it was filled with monsters. Now they must return and prepare for the battle in front of them. Sure enough, a regular update appears, and 3 Demon King rifts are added, leaving the people at the AAU speechless. The collapse progress is much faster than the usual ones too, and on top of all this, the level requirements are insane, with the biggest being level 850. The junior asks the chief what they should do. Even if they stop these guys somehow, they are recorded as the weakest among the 72 demons. The chief notes that since the updates are beyond their predictions, the only one who can respond is Lee. The chief will make him, and send all the info they have on demons to him, which completely goes against player fairness. The chief will take responsibility for this. The Earth is at stake here, so he cares not for the rules. He just hopes that Lee will be strong and willful enough to save humanity. Granfell is glad that he got this data, and listens to other news as he continues training, from running to pull-ups, all the way to one-finger push-ups. With the daily goal achieved, and Lee completely drained, their stats have increased now. Their level has increased to 390, but it's not just experience points that he got. As with all the new equipment, like the White Outer Wings cloak and Whirlwind ring, he's ready. With this, they can finally get started. Carrier owls begin descending on all the lands. To prevent another frost, their battleground has been prepared. The chance for their vengeance has come. The last message is for the Mage Tower, as they will step outside of the tower and prepare for battle. Everyone who got the message is doing just that, and Lee is already ready enough. Just as the 3 rifts have begun to descend on humanity, the AAU finally admitted their limits publicly, and people immediately began discussing it as they waited for the heroes to arrive. They didn't have to wait for long though, as the Frost Lionheart Knights, the Shadow Mercenaries, and even the Holy Knights of the Sacred Muon accompanied Lee and the Mage Tower mages towards victory. Huaigang can die easily seeing this sight, and even those at the AAU didn't know he would move this kind of force around. Perhaps stopping the rifts is not a dream anymore. The senior thinks that this is too much. With this, Lee might be aiming for something greater. Since they have arrived, Granfell wants to crush these so-called Demon Kings by the book. The first rift is the Rhythmic Demon King Castle, and the entrantants are Mathis, William, and Naslo from the Magic Tower, Sakharin and Isabel from the Shadow Mercenaries, and Talim with his knights. The wiping of the demons seems to be going pretty well, with the Demon King Amdusias not getting why the Tower mages are here. The mercenaries knew the mages weren't normal, but they are moving through the demons like butter. It seems that their employer is really respected by them too, which probably took a while. William is glad to finally be casting spells so freely, and gets even more excited for what's next. But Mathis tells her to not hasten her actions. At the next rift, the Castle of Debauchery, the demons offer no contest against Usia, Tom, Dayan, and Lot from the Mage Tower, 5 people from the Shadow Mercenaries, and Karen with over 100 men. The mages easily wipe the Demon King out, much to the dismay of the mercenaries, because some wanted to be the ones who took the kill, but it's fine. Harkon knows that after this battle, Lee will leave an everlasting impression on the demons, which means that his presence alone will keep the pace, and if he falters, that peace will shake, just like the weight of his majesty. But no matter what his mind can think of, he cannot imagine him being crushed under that weight. He wondered why he was so adamant about absolutely crushing the demons with overwhelming power. But this was not just a normal rift battle, it was a warning, and a declaration of war at the same time. At the last rift, the Castle of the Hunt, the only entrants are Lee, Marcello, and Kichi, just 3 people. Granfell wants to kill the Demon King before his tea gets cold, prompting Lee and Kichi to have the same reaction. But suddenly something appears in the sky, a mechanical zeppelin. Marcello expected this, truly a masterpiece of dwarven technology. Lee thinks that even after dealing with the Church of the Goddess issue, the quest was still not completed, which means that there are more forces involved in this holy war. If he guessed right, these forces would be the dwarves, the ones who created Kernberg. They must have clashed with the demons too, especially the strongest one among the 3. Granfell expected this too, and he gets another quest, to join the dwarves and lead them to victory. Kichi believes that their zeppelin looks a little bit off, but Granfell says it's just battle-scarred. To the dwarves, an airship like this one is like a magic tower. They have staked everything to fight the Demon King. There is no more proof needed to show that they have not forgotten the pact of old. Granfell joins their faction, causing the Demon King Floros to immediately mark them all as enemies and unleash a disgusting horde of demons upon them. Marcello and Kichi rush in, with him supporting her from behind as she dashes through the demons with ease. Granfell can feel the Demon King's presence watching them, and he immediately begins the exorcism ritual, summoning Floros to him. A few hours earlier at the Wizard Tower, he went to Garnet Hall, where all the magical tools are stored. They always delivered what he requested to his lab, but this was the first time he came in person. As they browsed, Lee wondered if there's anything worth borrowing, since everyone got their pick first. Granfell was the one who picked up the cloak, making some wonder if it's enough. Lee knew what they meant, but unfortunately, everything else was out of his level range. Floros commends Granfell for having the guts to summon him like this, but for a mere human to go alone against a demon king, that machine tower was annoying, but it only handled the weaklings. When a demon king descends, all become prey, and now he will make it clear as day who the real hunter is. Granfell immediately calls him ugly and talkative, making Floros draw his bow and unleash an explosive arrow. Lee knew this would get ridiculous, but that's why he brought every buff and boost imaginable. With the whirlwind ring, all his spell damage is doubled for a minute, and with the cloak, which stores elemental spells, along with his aesthetic level and luck, it all combines to create enough power to make this demon king shake. Granfell tells Floros that now he will bear the weight of his arrogance, and Lee thinks that since they are fighting a demon king, he also prepared the best brew of miracle herbs he could find, allowing him to have 100 spells stored that he will all unleash on Floros. He is indeed doing this as a declaration of war, but also in mourning of Senyos. Granfell, the last of his family, now belongs to the Magic Tower, and one of its members has been killed. Knowing the weight of that death, his pride will not allow it. Granfell tells Floros that he misunderstood this whole meeting. This is not a hunt, it's a complete annihilation. The Demon King can only stare at his incoming demise, which is as colorful as the pride of the Mage Tower. With all the status effects he's afflicted with, Floros completely disappears, with Kichi noting that their employer is quite ruthless. Marcello expected this. With Lee around, he feels safe leaving the entire rear to him. With this, they have cleared the Hunting Demon King's rift. Inside the Iron Castle, Chainwalker is informed that the repairs are complete and they can safely resume combat. Chainwalker Hardrock, the leader of the dwarves, congratulates them and orders them to take everyone out of the thunderstorm. But one of the dwarves sees something incredible below as the Demon King's castle is seemingly collapsing. This takes everyone by surprise, and they rush in to check the situation and prepare weapons. Chainwalker himself is amazed. The only one who could have defeated a Demon King could be a single person. Is that really him? It was not an elf who toppled the Dwarf King, who's as mighty as the mountains, nor was it a mighty dragon. It was just a tiny demon. That demon put seeds of doubt in his mind, telling him that the humans feared their craftsmanship. Combined with their temperaments, he would be wise to consider them enemies. The other dwarves told him not to take the demon's words to heart, but he shut them down, as rumors from the outer continents were not easy to come by. The mighty king rapidly grew toward malice, until only a puppet of the demons remained. He thought of everyone as a rebel, and treason was a convenient crime, as it was always punishable by death. With no warning, a demon hunter suddenly appeared before them, and the little demon stood no chance against him. With his defeat, the king was restored to his true self, and from that day, the dwarves formed a contract with Akshan, building Quernberg towers across the continent to carry on the legacy. Once the Holy War began, the news that reached the dwarves was that the Akshan had been completely wiped out. They wondered how that could be, and how they could ever repay the debt they held. With their most loyal ally gone, they decided to hide themselves from the humans, who were not much dissimilar from the demons that lay waste across all the land. Chainwalker is amazed. After so many years, he finally found a survivor of Akshan. Kichi guesses that Lee knows them, but they are about to get kicked out of here. Is it fine to part like this? Lee knows it's not, but Granfell already made arrangements, so it's time to return, mostly because his mana is ridiculously low. Inside the AAU, the clearing of all the king castles is broadcasted, with the junior believing he's dreaming, but his senior pinches him to make sure he's not. If even one of those collapsed, Earth would have been doomed. Just how did they clear it so fast? And the last one was cleared with only 3 people too. The junior really thought it was over, but he was right. Lee was the answer. The senior was still amazed. He acted like he knew in advance, even though they had given up. He has given the people hope, although he feels bad for underestimating him. In Arcana, Granfell's fairy goes to the dwarves and tells them a message on his part, that he sees through all fates, and if they match the time and place, they will be reunited soon. Chainwalker is once again amazed. Not only did he overwhelm a demon king alone, but he also wields a noble spirit. Thanks to his actions, the tides of Arcana have changed. When they meet again, he will deliver the news of victory. The news reached the real world first though. Demons have appeared less and less, and thanks to that, players can go back to their normal lives. Most believe that it's because of Lee, and with the Demon King's death, Arcana gained enough momentum to keep winning. Hence why demons are not appearing at all in the real world anymore. In the bear habitat, Taemin is hard at work, training because he has free time. He wants to help Lee because he hasn't been able to for a while now. Just like back then, he could not join the party in time. It's natural considering the difference between them, but still, he would like to stand side by side with Lee. It appears that Leonie is also there, who thought she was here alone. But Taemin asks why she's here all alone, even though he's doing the same exact thing. Hisagi is there too, not surprised to see them here, but it can't be helped, as they all share the same goal, to become stronger, right? It sucks to be the one watching from the sidelines, and they know this too. Even Jesse has been grinding the Archmage class quest after leaving Shining. It's not that he wants to catch up, just stand beside them. They are all in agreement here, as they want to further their own goals too. Back at the Mage Tower, everything seems to be in order. The artifacts were returned safely, and everyone got back to work. Most praise Marcello for working so hard, as without him, they wouldn't have acted at all, but it's clearly taken a toll on him, as he has lost weight. As they walk into a room, they are surprised to find a visitor there. It's Granfell, who is laying one final flower for Archmage Sinios for all that he did. That night in Korea, discussions about the Demon King's spark. They were foolish to rely on their strength. Those like them who hide among humanity are much more likely to survive. They will just lay low and keep pretending while building strength. Most wonder, is he really the man the media portrays him as, or just another morsel for them to rip apart? Back at the Mage Tower, Lee can't help but smile, as he got a bunch of epic-grade loot, a jackpot to be sure. Not only did he get Ploros' loot, but also the loot of the other two Demon Kings. Granfell is overwhelmed by his greed, but Lee also sees that he's now level 425, so he gained 35 levels just from clearing the rift. That is a pretty good gain, but he's a little underwhelmed. He thought he would get more from a bunch of Demon Kings, but alas, that doesn't seem to be the case. Granfell believes that now is the time to build a foundation of growth, more specifically, using potion herbs. Lee admits that he was right, because he chose the mediocre stat Demon Hunter class. He's been dabbling in all sorts of magic, from dark magic to spirit studies. He's picking up too many cards at this point, but Granfell believes it's time to review other stats too. But he gets interrupted by a tower exit request form from spiritologist Feyen Lot, which he confirms. At the Tepern fence, tons of different people have gathered, as a mighty spirit beast has appeared, making everyone wonder what it is. It's not just that spirit, however, as the mages from the Mage Tower have appeared, hence why their spirits have appeared as well. As they film and admire the spirits, Feyon begins eating, as she's under too much pressure. It's great that the tower exit request got approved, but why did the whole spiritology faction have to come out? She looks at Lee and wonders if he always lives in this kind of atmosphere. Granfell begins chanting his spirit name despite Lee trying to stop it, but most don't even mind the name, as they are mesmerized by Hyael's nobility. Granfell asks if she delivered the message, and she confirms as such, with the dwarves thanking him for remembering the pact and activating Quernberg. They promise to repay his kindness. The newly reborn world tree is positively affecting all things, as victories are spreading across the continent, with the demon forces faltering. It is all thanks to his influence, no doubt. Lee thinks that they previously said the demon-type monsters vanished from rifts, so clearing the Demon King castle affected tons of stuff, although Arcana losses must be quite severe. Granfell cannot let this stand. He will take care of the reason he came here. On the outskirts, Huaigang appears to have found Lee, making him wonder what he's doing so far away from the mages. Upon him leaving, though, tons of different reporters rush in to watch. Granfell approaches a bunch of demonic-looking crows, making him wield his blade and cut them down in one fell swoop. Huaigang is amazed that Lee also knows swordsmanship, but it's not over yet, as the scarecrows are on the attack. It's not a challenge for Granfell, though, as he uses magic, skill, and sword aura, with the cherry on top being the support he's getting from Hyael. With her binding magic, Granfell easily deletes these warm-ups. He notes that nature is an excellent ability that will definitely synergize with other things in the future. The people wonder if it's alright for the chief of the Mage Tower to wield a sword, and some suspect he's at least level 900, using those low-level mobs just for practice. Lee wonders where they even got that idea. He would actually show his stats, if it wasn't for his incredibly stupid name, he's too embarrassed to reveal. Anywho, demon hunters are known for being trash outside of demon fights, but now he can hold his own against enemies of his own level. All that grinding paid off. Granfell believes it's time to go back to the Mage Tower and revise what they learned, but suddenly, a dark cloud appears over them, and the spirits begin to grow weary. Suddenly, even the spirit Drake from before reacts, as both he and Feyon realize what has appeared. She rushes to Lee's side, telling him that they must evacuate at once, but Granfell asks what happened. She explains that spirits are beings attuned to nature. He knows this. Ordinary people cannot perceive a spirit in its normal state, but that thing? It's the mighty spirit of darkness, an alien presence, and impossible to commune with. A news outlet is there too, capturing the fence rupture, as it's the highest level one at the moment, with Unified Under Heaven and Shining currently being inside. They have been the talk lately, due to their swapped rankings. With the drone, they can see that the Unified Under Heaven guild is pushing harder than ever, while Shining is struggling after the loss of Jesse Heinze, but both seem determined to take home the capture. That's when the thunder appeared, and everyone got the message that a spirit of darkness had appeared. Lox immediately knew that this had something to do with Lee, and sure enough, that spirit is now descending on him. Huaigang guesses this is a named mob since they got a notification, and the mages don't have a good feeling about it either. Feiyan advises Granfell to step away from it, as that spirit is too dangerous, and way different than all the spirits. The spirit of darkness is a being made manifest from darkness. Most people cannot communicate with it, and people say that they only appear in ominous places. Feiyan knows Thetfern Fence is one of Arcana's most mysterious locations. He thinks that this, combined with the fact that there are so many spirits, beckoned it here. It's rare to summon so many spirits like this, and it's her fault for even suggesting it. Granfell tells her to stop putting so much blame on herself, because Lee was the one who asked to summon all the spirits at once. Additionally, he's getting a feeling from this spirit. He advises Feiyan to continue the report. Is it truly possible to communicate with this spirit? She explains that spirits of darkness are of a different nature. It is said that one needs the power of a different nature too, mana that communicates with them directly. Fortunately for him, Granfell doesn't find that a problem, as he has the right mana after all. Using dark mana, he begins communicating with the spirit, letting out a powerful blast. The spirit does not falter, and looks straight into Granfell's soul, asking who he is. Mathis told him previously that dark magic is simple, and pointed a tool that responds to the appropriate mana at Granfell, responding in kind. Darkness itself is buried by a darker yet darker darkness, and the same goes for black magic. It's similar to fire magic. In other words, a darker darkness will eat up another darkness. When the spirit asks who he is, Granfell says that he is Lee, but the spirit looks deeper and sees the true darkness that lies behind the lie of his true origin. The spirit cannot comprehend such darkness. Compared to him, he is but a bit-sized morsel. Everyone is left stunned as the mighty spirit of darkness bows before Granfell and becomes his subordinate, as he is darkness incarnate. Everyone cheers, with Feiyan amazed to see dark mana stronger than Mathis's. Huigang now knows why he entered this low-level rupture. They all also heard that the spirit called him a being of abyssal darkness, and from that they give him the name Lee of abyssal darkness. The real Lee cannot take it anymore. He was already suspicious when people called it a spirit of darkness, but this is basically the spirit version of Granfell. The spirit speaks, noting that only him can solve the labyrinth of Thetfern. The Arcana continents have 10 big mysteries. Even during the early phases of the game, it was a pretty popular piece of lore. So when the Thetfern Fence was updated as a rupture, many people were excited. Lee receives a quest from the Top 10 Mysteries questline, the Labyrinth of Thetfern. He is very excited, as this content is really late into the game. Even if the name is cringe, at least he got something good out of it. Granfell understands, but there's a time and place for everything, so he will find the spirit when the time is right. The spirit understands and will await patiently for him. In Seoul, at Lee's family home, his sisters are livid to see him gain a new cringy title. A lot of people are also calling it cool, and the media speculates, as it does, on what kind of level he has, and on what class he may even be. At a press conference, someone says that nobody has been able to clear the Thetfern Labyrinth for some time now. It is true that even they hesitated because of how little they knew. However, that has changed. They, the Explorer Alliance, are explorers whose entire purpose is to delve into the unknown. So he, Fabien Delon, the leader of the Explorer Alliance, announces that they will discover the truth alongside Lee. He also got a very nice letter from them, which includes the title too, despite Lee's hopes of it not catching on with everyone. One of the most knowledgeable organizations in the entire Arcana is the Explorers Guild. A single explorer can drastically affect the efficiency of clearing a gate, so they were considered essential in high-ranked parties. However, most mid to low-ranked parties could not obtain one, and everyone knows why. They are incredibly expensive. That is why now it's quite strange to see them volunteering for free. Everyone thinks the same, that they are doing charity work or that they got seduced by Lee, but that's what Fabien wants them to think. The labyrinth is the turf of the explorers, so this is a great opportunity to recover from being foreshadowed by the Mage Guild and the Lionheart Knights. They cannot let another vacation steal this chance. They will make sure to exploit Lee's popularity to the absolute fullest. The others think so too, under their fake smiles. Plans are brewing on how they can gather as much reputation as possible and be the next guildmaster. In Lee's lab, Granfell feels a lack of goal in their letter, so he rejects it, making Lee pretty mad. As what are they going to do in a demonless labyrinth all alone? Even if they are using everything, it might not be enough. Granfell also feels that their pride as explorers does not seem fake, so they deserve a chance to fight for the world. Lee is glad he came to reason, but just like the Demon Castle rifts changed based on the world, these updates are not random. Thetfern Labyrinth will soon be a part of this too. With that spirit born out of darkness, He might be able to learn about Granfel's talent for black magic. With that, he accepts, as the time will soon come. On the day of the exploration, the reporters swiftly arrive, with one of them noting that the guildmaster really stepped up, bringing such flashy magic tools. The one next to him, if those are also a big deal, and he confirms as such. One is Aaron, the top performer among the Explorer Guild executives, and the other is Lombus, ranked number 2 among guild executives. European guilds attempted to hire them both once and nearly went into bankruptcy. Both their fees and performance are top tier within the guild too. The true elite, one could say. As they talk more, Lee appears, with their full attention now on him. Fabian greets him, but Granfell wishes to skip the pleasantries and see his pride. Fabian understands from his piercing gaze. He's asserting control over the entire situation. He really lives up to the stories. They go into the labyrinth, with Lee noting that there is not much here, but Fabian advises him to be careful, as there could be traps anywhere. Granfell suddenly steps on something and they all get a warning. For the fools who have entered this labyrinth, there is no wealth or glory to be found. If they wish to have their lives, they will leave at once. Granfell just stands still, but the others confirm that this was just a standard warning message, which Lee hoped, as he was on the verge of screaming. Still, they both felt something. There is an energy beyond these walls. 1 hour later, they are still disarming traps, with Lombus noting that the traps are very difficult. If they are constantly like this, they won't make it. Fabian knows their trap disarm speed can't keep up with the collapse rate. But more importantly, most labyrinths have escape paths, so explorers like them find those shortcuts to recover the treasure. This place, however, it looks like they have not even made an escape route. It seems that the warning had some truth to it. This labyrinth is not designed to protect treasure. They can move forward while disarming the traps, but it will take time, and who knows what will await them at the end of it. Granfell wishes to ask directly, so he calls over Hyel and the Spirit of Darkness. With the Spirit of Darkness glad he was summoned, his cursed power, root of ruin and despair, inscribing fear by his mere existence. Lee is about to pass out, and Fabian wonders if that was a buff or something. Granfell ignores him and asks about the history of Tetfern. The Spirit wishes for him to ask long ago. The residents of this ancient city sacrificed themselves for the sake of all arcana. The people who have entered the labyrinth now got the same message too, but his chat wonders why this place is so different, and where Lee is. Huigang explains that, unlike regular rifts, each person starts at a different spot in the labyrinth, so he will not be able to show Lee for some time. But he will plunge into the depths to make sure to capture his performance. Suddenly, though, they all feel a deep rumble, and a wall behind them cracks, letting out the restless undead. They put Huigang to the ground with ease, but they do not wish for his death. They only wish for all of them to live, lest they suffer the same fate they did. These were normal people once, but a being of pure malice awoke one day without warning. It had a massive body and sharp teeth. Everyone knew instinctively, if they let this thing awaken fully, the continent would fall. People united and struggled to stop it, but they all came to the consensus that they had to sacrifice the bodies of all Tetfern residents to seal the being forever, using forbidden magic. Even now, the residents wail in pain, screaming, pleading for anyone to take their lives. This is the truth behind Tetfern, so it's no wonder it became what it is. Granfell has heard this loud and clear. The being must never be awakened, so he will eliminate the root of this at once. Before Fabian can ask what he means, the swarm of undead descend upon them too. But Granfell uses his dark magic, as they were taken by the Dark Pact. He speaks to them, to the people of Tetfern, who all wish to be rescued. Granfell understands them, and because this labyrinth was crafted under darkness, using dark magic is the way to uncover it. The whole labyrinth begins to vibrate and shift, with Granfell promising to carry the pride of the people. They will show him to where their captor rests, as he will make sure it never sees the daylight. As the others defend against the other undead, the one that keeps Huigang in place gets distracted, allowing one of the adventurers to help Huigang, as he knows of his exploits. Suddenly though, all the undead change their trajectories and begin moving in unison, with Huigang knowing that only one person could have done this. He tells everyone that it's definitely Lee, and if they follow the monsters, they will reach the depths. Everyone instantly believes this with literally zero survival instinct, and the one who rescues Huigang smiles. Using this tactic, they arrive in the depths, but what they see shocks them. An absolutely gigantic eye that is staring at them. An emergency update is broadcasted. The boss mob is level 900, and the others only now begin to wonder if Huigang actually had any evidence for them going here. He tells everyone to look closely. The undead are gathering in one spot in formation, waiting for Lee to finish his drink. He's drinking calmly, but Lee is losing it. This thing is not even a demon. How the hell can he beat a level 900? He barely managed to beat Pluraus thanks to the natural enemy buff. Fabian analyzes the creature further, and judging by the size and skin, it looks like a dragon. Lee immediately enters a state of shock, leaving Granfell on his own. Fabian explains that dragons are creatures not even mages dare to trifle with, the most powerful beings in all of Arcana, so they should retreat. Granfell refuses, as what he fears will not happen. He knows that dragons are a major thing in Arcana, but Tetfern's Labyrinth is just a normal quest, so that is not a true Zero Mountain Dragon, and besides that, there is an uninvited guest amongst them. Lee did not expect to find a demon hiding among the players. Thanks to that, they got the natural enemy buff. Granfell says that right now, he will inherit Tetfern's pride. He casts fear on the beast, letting it rampage around. As he prepares to fight though, he sees that the citizens are waiting for orders, but Granfell has no intention of controlling them. They might fight however they want, because they literally have no mana to spare. With that, they charge the beast. Even if many die, they still charge just the same, not stopping for anything, as this is their only chance to eliminate their tormentor. Seeing the zombies fight, the players also wish to join, so Granfell creates a platform for them, similar to what he did with the Lionheart Order before. If they too wish to inherit their pride, they will take up their weapons. With that, everyone attacks, a mishmash of forces ready to take down a mighty being. Seeing this, the pride he has shown, the spirit of darkness gives all his strength to Granfell, who uses it to one-shot the boss. This marks the defeat of Tetfern's tormentor, but also the beginning of a new quest, where Lee must reach the peak of the Zero Mountain range. Everyone is surprised to see Lee just delete a dragon like that, but he has something else to do. Out of all the citizens of this land, only one is left. Everyone here has now understood their sacrifice and pride. He may now rest in peace, as his duty has been fulfilled. The man understands and disappears, being put to rest forever. Now, he turns his attention to the demon, who seems to have some business with him, no? The demon is scared, as he concealed himself perfectly. How did this bastard see him? He came here because he saw what he achieved up until now and wanted to possess him, but to think he would kill a dragon, and in one attack no less. It is like he's against darkness itself, so he immediately rushes away, hoping he can get out of this foolish decision. But Granfell just teleports in front of him and activates the exorcism ritual. At the AAU, all the chiefs hold an online meeting on what happened, but what's more to discuss, as that thing is definitely what they think it is. The problem now is that a dragon, which should have been at the peak of the Zero Mountain range, was found so deep in a labyrinth. One of them doesn't think that it was a dragon. The Japanese branch chief knows well. In the east, there is a creature that failed to become a dragon, the Imugi. It's basically a downgraded version of a dragon. It's only speculation that an unplanned monster like this can just exist. The current Arcana is no longer the same game world they understood while they were running it. Only the CEO would know the truth. News about what Lee did spreads like wildfire, with most wanting to have been there too. Lox gets to see this too. But now, the #1 ranked player, Skal, will definitely make a move. Even the news talks about Lee, as it seems that he's guiding player growth. He is like a ray of light in the infinite darkness. Hundreds of articles appear praising him, but Lee has had enough of these cringy titles. If he could, he would ball up in a corner and just stay there. Granfell tells him that others' opinions do not matter, and Lee knows what matters is that a world quest appeared. Other players only got the quest, Dragon's Trace, but he received this evil dragon hunter quest because of his contribution. The lesson from the Dragon Demon War, which left only destruction in its wake, was clear. Even the magic tower could not stand against the immortals known as the dragons. The Zero Mountain range is where dragons dwell, and ordinary players cannot even reach it. Lee is getting dizzy just thinking about it. If Terran's boss were a real dragon, he would be dead now. Even taking it down was because of that demon. He checks the loot he got, which is a pretty good dagger, but it's level restricted. He tries to hold it, but it doesn't work, with Granfell noting that they can use it differently. Lee forgets his sorrow for now, and looks at his next item, the map of all things, which reveals the location of something hidden or secret, and can even teleport him there. He got some level 2, so he invested most of it in magic, but he will put 1 point in luck too, hoping for some good loot. Now they should get back to work, as expedition applications have been piling up, but what Granfell reads first shocks him. In his lab, Marcello is at the end of his wits. It appears that he's at the end, but the magic tower will be fine, as Lee is doing very well. His first impression really surprised him though. With him here, he can lay his head down easily. There is one more thing though. Leaving without seeing the Tower Master again will leave him with some regret. Without even stopping for others, Granfell rushes towards Marcello's office. He gets an expedition application from Usia, who wants to go and look for a cure for Marcello's terminal curse. Granfell knows that this is no mere curse, as this quest request was from Akshan, meaning that this is once again the work of a demon. The demons dared to mess with the magic tower again. he will make sure that this time they have learned their lesson. Each member of the Simaward family possessed tremendous amounts of magical power. It was a renowned mage family that produced genuineness consistently. Despite all this power and fame, nobody envied them because their bloodline was bound to a terminal curse that killed them before they could reach middle age. For the Simawards, death was just an annual event and nothing else. Marcello has prepared everything, as he can feel it, his heartbeat that is growing faint and the dulling of his mana flow. Death is at his doorstep, but he will not have to worry about leaving a vacancy behind. He has Lee now, after all. Suddenly there's a knock on his door, and Lee comes in, making Marcello wonder why he came all the way here. Granfell suddenly calls him by his full name and asks him one thing. Does he wish to live? Marcello is taken aback by this, but then laughs, confusing both Granfell and Lee. This is the first time someone has asked him that. People have looked at him with envy, or even pity, but alas, he has no regrets. He is viewing things like this because of the curse that traded his bloodline's lifespan for talent. With this in mind, it would be shameful to have any regrets. The moment he heard that question, however, he could not help but think so, that he truly does wish to live. Lee feels responsible for settling down in the magic tower like this. He received a lot of help from Marcello, so he wants to return the favor. To him, this answer is more than enough. A new condition is added to Marcello's research quest, to continue his will. Inside the Crystal Hall, the new round table meeting is taking place, and Claire is amazed, as all the senior mages are here, combined with even more skilled apprentices. For such a secretive meeting to be open for everyone, this is amazing. Bellier is deep in thought. The traitorous elders have been eliminated, and the tower is changing for the better, but she cannot focus her mind on anything now, as time keeps passing. As she wonders if Lee saw her resignation request, someone reports that Lee will not be attending today's meeting due to some circumstances. This put everyone on edge, but Bellier even more so, as she might know what it's about. Lee really got started the moment he saw Bellier's resignation request. He got not one, but two quests. This one, to continue Marcello's legacy, is truly worrying though. His life is already hectic as halftime chief, and without Marcello, he's going to be the next one to fall, not from some curse, but from overworking. The next quest is what's confusing him though. It's a request from the Simaward family, but the visit to their estate is already marked as complete. The Akshan quest system passes on the contract to another if the original demon hunter were to die, so the quest that a senior Akshan member took in the past has now been passed down to him, the last demon hunter. Suddenly, a parchment with Bellier's face appears, asking where he is, so Granfell tells her honestly that he's standing in front of a rift, the sunset-lit crossroads in fact. Bellier asks when he will be back, but before that, why is he at a rift? Granfell tells her that it connects to Arcana, as the demon that tried to kill Bangrit through a dimensional crack also escaped through the rift. He has confirmed a number of times that the rift is a bridge between reality and the Arcana. Bellier asks if he's really going into Arcana alone, which he confirms, as Simaward's family is there. From this, she understands that he saw her request, but she wants to come with. Granfell refuses. Marcello is now in her hands, but she should gather as much info as possible of his family. She gets to do just that, but believes that the Arcana is far too dangerous for him. Granfell tells her that her resignation request has already been denied, so her only choice is to trust him. She tries to rebuke this, but Granfell closes the call, leaving her to think that chiefs always shoulder the burden alone. Lee feels sorry for rejecting her resignation, but it could not be helped now. The item for transferring to Arcana, the map of universal convergence, is a one-use item, only usable by one person, a one-way ticket. Additionally, he also gained the title of Final Adventurer after replanting the tree seed. Back when Arcana was just a game, there was a death penalty system, a 24-hour lockout if one died. This effect that he is seeing now must be the same as the game one. Lee is ecstatic. Not only do they not die, but they go back to reality too. An overpowered trump card for sure. That's not all either, as the Kernberg Mechanical Tower is still running in Arcana. He has been shaking in his seat because he had no way to retrieve the rewards. Who knows how much exp is piled up in there. As he celebrates, Granfell tells him that their goal is to meet the Countess of Simaward. They are both excited to see Arcana again after such a long time. The night sky and Zero Mountains were a breathtaking sight to behold. They used the map to teleport to Arcana, but the beautiful scenery is replaced by all-seeing eyes and their miasma that covers the sky in a bloody hue. It appears that, after all, the demons were not gone, just growing stronger while hiding. He goes to the Simaward family estate, where the butlers welcome him in, as it has been a while since their last visitor. The Countess stares down at him from a dark window, and sure enough, Lee's natural enemy's skill activates. Later in the evening, Benshi rushes into Marcello's office, hearing that he has collapsed, but Tom tells her to be quiet, with Mathis emphasizing that statement. As they talk, Mathis uses his dark mana ring, but there's no reaction. If this is not related to dark magic, then what is the curse that befell Simaward's family? Bellier is trying her best to keep the curse at bay, but Marcello is becoming weaker by the minute, so their only hope is that he holds on until Lee arrives. Granfell is comfortably seated by the butler, who will prepare a meal for him shortly. Lee is impressed that Marcello's family is so rich, but Granfell feels it's a given, since this is a modest, well-kept residence. Even if it looks nice, the entire mansion is filled with a dark aura, but the servants don't seem to notice anything. The opponent is a demon that swallowed an entire mage family. Could it be that even the servants are in their grasp? As he ponders, the Countess appears, glad to see that a visitor has arrived just in time for dinner. She introduces herself as Eula, the head of the family. She hopes that he doesn't mind an old lady joining her, as he's quite an unusual fellow, seeking out a cursed family like theirs. That tragic curse, that traded talent for lifespan. She let this slip accidentally, but she finds it too funny, as humans are utter fools. These so-called great mage families walk proudly with their honor and power, and even believe the scam that promised to awaken their talent. Thanks to that, she could sit comfortably in a mansion and gather power. Once she takes the lifespan of Marcello, the greatest genius in history, she will overturn the hierarchy of the Demon King ranks. She finds his clothing unusual. Where does he hail from? Instead of answering, Granfell picks up the wine that has just been poured and compliments its smooth aroma. Eula tries to talk with him, but he completely ignores her and continues complimenting the servants, angering her to no end. The cooking method befits the ingredients. They should tell the chef that he is most satisfied with the meal. Eula was thinking of giving him a nice death, but she will rip him into pieces now. Granfell was just enjoying his meal, but now that he's done, it's time to end this. He suddenly teleports Eula away from the estate, which takes her by complete surprise. From now on, the only words she is allowed to utter are apologies to the Simaward family. Eula wonders where he came out from. Could they have hidden away a bloodline outside of the family? Still, he is utterly insolent. He may have tricks, but he is just a mere human. She begins charging at him, but Granfell uses the eye burning with malice as a sacrifice, activating the exorcism ritual. Eula knows what this is. He is no mage. He's the one from the rumors, the one who sent great evils to hell, the last demon hunter. Granfell refuses to exchange words with his prey, so he uses his ice magic on her, catching Eula by surprise again, but only for a moment. She cuts off her iced legs and reveals her true form, as she has tended to this mansion for centuries. Granfell is feeling a growing unpleasant feeling, but it's not from this demon, it's from a trap. Eula reveals that even if they are stuck in the ritual, this is her territory. He will have to die with the regret of choosing the mansion as his battlefield. Granfell dashes away, but he wonders if this is the power she accumulated through the magic family. Eula wonders if all this dashing around is the only thing he can do as she appears behind him. She was tense because he was a demon hunter, but it seems like she won't even need to take Marcello's life force to finish him. Suddenly, Granfell is caught in her webs, with Eula believing it's over, as her web is stronger than steel. She begins trapping him in a cocoon, but the First World Tree notices his presence at that moment and blesses him. His health and mana regeneration have increased greatly. He previously thought it might be possible since this place is close to nature, but it really came, the blessing of the World Tree. With it, he is able to shatter Eula's web with ease, and due to the increased mana regen, he can cast even more powerful spells. He encases Eula in ice, and for the first time in her life, she feels complete fear. She calls out to the other demons in a last-ditch effort. He is the one who drove out Greed, the last demon hunter, and now is their chance to take him down. Granfell is amazed to send her voice outside of the exorcism ritual, even for but a moment. She must have gained amazing power from the lives of the Simaward family, but he warned her that the only words he would allow would be apologies, and for breaking that rule, she will have to pay with her life. He will use power equal to the lives she swallowed and unleashed 1,000 spells on her. He begins doing just that, while turning back around to face the other demons. He feels every single demon on the entire continent staring at him, but he never planned to back down without a fight, so they should all face him at once. He's beaming with energy after all. With the source of the curse gone, Marcello should be regaining his strength. With the conditions met, a reward is given, increasing influence and relationship with Akshan. Lee thinks this is good at first, but then remembers he's the only demon hunter around, so he raised relationship with himself. Firstly, he should move so that the servants of the mansion don't get caught in this. He raises himself to see all the demons, which are all staring up at him now. Even if they revive with the last adventurer effect, throwing themselves into death like this, it's just plain crazy. It's normal to be afraid, but he is Granfell, and Granfell is not afraid at all. He beckons them forward, the beasts swarming from all sides. He summons the unique blade he got earlier and reconstructs it with pure mana, transforming the blade into a deadly bone dragon. It's immune to demons' mental attacks, and in pure level, it's higher than him, meaning that this side is done for. He begins shaking as he powers all the mana he got into that, but it doesn't matter now. He unequips the white outer wings and dashes in with his blade, cutting up a bunch of demons before dashing into the air and equipping the assassin crossbow, letting down a rain of arrows, before equipping the sword again and slashing a demon down. He continues this spree, but everywhere he looks, there are still demons. It seems like their numbers are not decreasing at all. Suddenly, one takes him by surprise and gets him in the shoulder, but Granfell grabs the demon's blade and cuts him down. This was a deadly blow, but it made him even angrier, as he summoned all his strength to cut down everything around him. He lost too much blood at once, and it's continuing, letting his health fall to critically low. His body is gradually losing its ability to move, and everything is slowing down around him. Is this what they call one's life flashing before their eyes? He remembers all that he went through, the people he met, those he saved, and himself. He remembers the words of a friend, that on a battlefield where life and death intertwine, the sword aura deepens and takes on its own color. While his life force is draining, his sword aura is growing sharper. It's as though another layer of his body is awakening. He accepts this flow, as if the sword and he have become one. He plunges the blade into the ground, letting out an aura that begins cutting all the demons around. This is the ultimate form of recklessness, when neither death nor life are frightening, where the specter of his youth shines the brightest. The only reason he can still move is all thanks to himself at that time. If it were not for Granfell, this pain and fear, he could have never hoped to endure it. With his mana going out, the dragon disintegrates, and his pulse becomes almost non-existent, barely keeping him alive. The ruler of the Western Demon Realm, Raxioros, expected this from the last demon hunter. He acknowledged his power. It would be a waste to treat him the same as those ordinary humans. Granfell sees his level, 1,000, a truly ridiculous number. He is at the level where he is worthy to hunt. He's only slightly better than the trash he casts aside, though. Razioros likes him. He will grant him the chance to serve him in undeath. Anyone will do. He can take the possession of any demon. If he does that, he will bestow upon him the honor of joining him in the Demon King's conquest. Granfell refuses to join their pointless struggle for seats of power and fires a bolt, which Raxioros easily stops. As he coughs up blood, Granfell wonders if the other demon hunters felt the same in the end, fighting to their last breath, and all that they could hear was the snarls of demons. His health is constantly decreasing, but if he's going to die anyway, he'd better make it worth it. All the demons look up in the sky in confusion, and the ones who know, in utter fear. Granfell is satisfied with this. As the last demon hunter, he will vanish, along with the millions of demons on this continent. The command of the Flying Fortress, the Iron Castle, is now fully activated. The level 1,000 demon Raxioros grabbed Granfell, roaring that nothing would change even if the demon hunter killed himself right now, yelling that even if Granfell brought all the demons down with him, millions of demons would be reborn. Granfell immediately retorted that he would then simply hunt down those millions of demons again, declaring to a shocked Raxioros that this was only the beginning. Granfell stated that he was Raxioros's arch-nemesis and fear, affirming his identity simply as a demon hunter, while immense green energy began to surround them. As Raxioros stared in disbelief, the green energy from the Iron Castle erupted into a devastating beam, entirely consuming the area and silencing the demon with a final, desperate scream. In the Iron Castle above, Chainwalker Hardrock cursed, questioning if that was truly the only way. The dwarf leader lamented that even if Granfell had an oath with them, he should have waited for the dwarves to help him instead of sacrificing himself. Chainwalker reflected that the demon hunter might be the last remaining survivor of Akshan, and the final hope for Arcana, yet the dwarves had failed him. As the glowing light intensified, Chainwalker and the other dwarves watched in astonishment as the noble spirit Hyael appeared before them. A dwarf gasped in shock, noting that the spirit possessed a more sublime aura than before, but Hyael smiled and stated she was there to relay Sir Granfell's message. Following the enormous explosion, a notification appeared confirming that Lee had died, causing him to immediately reflect that he knew he could not withstand the mana cannon. He then realized a death penalty was in effect, decreasing the amount of experience points he had earned, and admitted that since he had never died before, he had no idea what happened next. Lee decided he should be relieved since he did not even lose a level, but he was startled when constant notifications flooded his vision, informing him that the news of his accomplishment had spread throughout Arcana, and that the living beings of Arcana were talking about his sacrifice. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lee admitted that he did not expect to get the final adventurer title, knowing he would not actually die. Notifications continued to bombard the hunter, who learned he had obtained the binoculars of demonic eyes, and was told that the news of his sacrifice mentality had spread throughout Arcana. Lee was embarrassed by the attention, especially when he received a notification stating that no one knew of his accomplishment before being given the new title of Sublime. In the Magic Tower, Marcello suddenly woke up in his bed, wondering what had happened and feeling certain he had met his life's end. The mage who rushed in smiled broadly, confirming that Marcello had truly woken up, but then another mage quickly silenced him. A mage, Mathis, asked Marcello if he was all right, to which Marcello replied by asking Mathis if he knew his condition. Marcello confessed that he thought he would not wake up again, but then expressed his shock that he did not feel the curse at all. Marcello added that the flow of his mana felt much lighter than before, prompting Mathis to ask if something had happened. A while before Marcello woke up, Granfell, surrounded by a bright blue aura, realized the final adventurer title was in effect, returning him to reality with a remaining cooldown of 23 hours and 59 minutes. Lee, having been teleported back to the rift, realized he had entered the rupture, fork in the road bathed in twilight. Noting this was the exact rupture he had been in before transferring to Arcana, he concluded that this return to his starting point must be how the final adventurer title worked. Standing fully regenerated, Lee suddenly looked down at his bloodied, torn clothes and screamed in dismay that his clothes were the same. After being returned to the Mage Tower, Lee, who had managed to put on some clothes and was surrounded by a glowing blue aura, realized he should have worn a spare outfit in the lab. At that moment, someone knocked and asked if Sir Granfell was there, causing Lee to react in utter shock. Granfell swiftly changed out of his clothes and put on a fresh suit, settling at a table where he took a deep breath. He wryly noted that he had almost exposed himself indecently before composing himself and calling out for the visitor to come in. Bellier entered the room and asked if top mage Lee was there. She explained that she had felt his mana after Marcello had stabilized, prompting Lee to think that Marcello must be all right, and that he was glad. Bellier then asked what happened, noting that the curse was gone, and she did not expect him to be back so early. Her expression instantly changed, however, as she looked down and whispered, noticing the bloodstains on Granfell's discarded clothes. Bellier immediately offered to heal Granfell, asking if he was injured, but he refused, simply stating no need. The demon hunter explained he was just lightly hurt from hunting demons in Arcana. Lee internally scoffed, reasoning that Arcana was basically the demon's turf right now. He knew that if the demon hunter's clothes looked like that, he must have gone through some real chaos, leaving him bewildered by Granfell's composure. Bellier then formally addressed the demon hunter as top mage Lee, and sincerely thanked him for saving Marcello. Lee, internally surprised that Bellier had calmed down, reasoned that she was probably worried, because she had recently lost others in the tower too. Granfell interrupted his thoughts by stating he only did what he should, and instructed Bellier that Marcello could surely move now and should be brought to them. Granfell accompanied Marcello to the Yusra kingdom, where Marcello expressed his disbelief that he had been freed from the curse that had plagued his family for so long, and stated that he did not know how to thank the demon hunter for this. Granfell simply replied that the mage should not worry about it. Marcello then asked Granfell if it was not too much trouble to ask what had happened in Arcana. Granfell replied that Marcello would find out soon, as they had already arrived. At the round table of gold, several people were waiting when Granfell arrived. One of the men greeted Granfell, who announced to the assembled group that they were all present, and insisted they get straight to the point. Granfell revealed that the item was called the Binoculars of Demonic Eyes, explaining that it shared vision with the demonic realm's eye, and allowed one to check on the Arcana continent in real time. The group reacted with surprise upon hearing the word Arcana, with one man asking how Granfell got his hands on an item like that. The demon hunter cut them off, instructing them to stop and focus, as the important thing was what he was going to show them right now. Granfell then activated the Binoculars of Demonic Eyes, causing a blinding flash of pink and purple light to emanate from the item and fill the center of the round table of gold. As the binoculars activated, the assembled people at the round table stared in horror at the vision of Arcana being consumed by a monstrous hellscape, filled with floating demonic eyes and swarms of dark skeletal demons. A stunned Marcello observed that the situation was worse than he had imagined, while the man next to him questioned how Granfell had managed to emerge from that hell. Markham focused on the horrific scene, noting that the thousands of demonic eyes must give the demons a nearly complete view of the battlefield. Granfell looked on sternly, and realized he was now certain what was going on in Arcana, concluding that just getting the demons he saw on the battlefield would not actually eliminate them from their roots. Granfell further asserted that the demons were only pretending to pull back recently, and the reality was that they had been preparing for a battle to take over a Demon King throne. Granfell looked upon the monstrous vision of Arcana and concluded that the demons had taken deep root within the continent, explaining that the army the group saw was only a small part of their total forces. A surprised Marcello realized that demons were also tied into the curse of the Marcello household. Granfell added that the demons had been slowly conserving their power and eating away at the world, but he did not intend to just let them continue doing that. Granfell inwardly affirmed that the demons who brought down Akshan were still alive, but declared that even if he was the only remaining demon hunter, he would still continue to fight them. Markham stood up, asserting he had been waiting for this day, then turned to Granfell, who was standing behind him. He looked at the demon hunter and asked if he had not sworn that he would be by Granfell's side until all those demons were dead. The group member who spoke previously formally requested to support Granfell with reinforcements, and the man next to him asked for the opportunity to cleanse themselves of their past sins. Meanwhile, Marcello looked on, thinking that Granfell now had dependable allies, and asserting that the demons were the Mage Tower's enemies as well, meaning the mages of the tower would no longer turn a blind eye to them. Granfell internally listed Arcana's remaining forces, including the mechanical towers, the dwarves, and even civilians who were currently fending off the demons. Granfell acknowledged he could not ignore the gap between the sizes of their forces, but quickly added that it was not just Arcana fighting in this war now. Across the world, players were shocked to receive a notification that the holy war against the demons is not yet over. The message further warned that no loot or reward was waiting at the end of this war, only determination and will. Another player exclaimed with surprise, as the quest notification continued, demanding that players prove their determination. With the quest having opened up in real life as well, Granfell internally concluded that the war against the demons would now be a fair one. Granfell, looking sternly down at the players, declared that the holy war is not yet over, and that they must prove their determination. News of the holy war system notification spread, revealing the quest had appeared in 4 locations: Yusra, Frost, Muon, and the Mage Tower. Players were greatly excited by the large-scale quest, which had never been seen before the Cataclysm. Online commentators immediately debated the quest, with one person questioning why they should fight a war that offered no reward or loot. Another called that stance crazy, while a third simply stated they did not know. However, someone else reminded them they were fighting demons, and asked if they did not remember when entire groups of players were wiped out in earlier days. Someone pointed out that the quest clearly stated the purpose was for pride. At the AAU Korea branch, an online meeting took place, with one participant questioning if player Lee Granfell was responsible this time. Another participant worried that compared to the scale of the battles, their players were not strong enough, and even Raymond's regular updates were overwhelming. A third person concluded that this holy war was basically an individual handout, a quest with no rewards. During the online meeting at the AAU Korea branch, a participant frustratedly asked if the situation made any sense, noting that Britain was absent again. The participant acknowledged that participation was voluntary, so they could refuse, but then questioned why the quest would take players' lives just to gain only pride. One person asked if the Korean AAU had nothing to say about the quest, but another participant dismissed the query, stating the Korean branch could not even control one player, so there was nothing they could say. The leader of the Korean Player Association branch looked at the screen and thought it was obvious that the sly snakes just wanted to dig something up on Lee Granfell. He questioned if the others actually thought he made shady deals with players as they did. The branch leader thought that the AAU was an international cooperative body founded to counter Arcana's invasion, yet behind the scenes, they controlled players and colluded with government officials, of which there was no shortage. The Korean branch leader further asserted that the AAU's neutrality had long since collapsed. He then questioned their audacity for meddling with a player like Lee Granfell, who solved global threats regardless of wealth or fame. The Korean branch leader sarcastically conceded that he had nothing to say, but offered one piece of advice. He would not just sit back and watch the others interfere with player Lee Granfell. The Korean branch leader finished his warning by stating that the day the others even tried to trip up the player, they had better be ready to be torn apart by a mad dog. The meeting was adjourned. Jim Joshua, the AAU West America branch director, remarked to himself that there was no point in interfering, as not many oddballs would join a dangerous quest without rewards anyway. Jim Joshua continued to reflect that what the Korean branch director should be wary of was not the AAU, but rather the high-ranking officials in his own country, who might want to loosen Lee Granfell's leash soon. At the South Korean National Assembly, a congressman pondered about Lee and his exploits. He noted that the player acted freely in ways even a nation's leader would not dare, then asked what had happened. The congressman's assistant apologized, stating they were trying to find a way to manage the situation, but Lee Granfell would not even agree to an interview. The congressman scoffed, saying it would have been easier if Lee Granfell were someone they could negotiate with, like the old Chinhua group. But either way, the player's influence had grown too large, so they would have to restrain him. While Granfell continued his physical training, Lee, looking at his phone, reacted with surprise and confusion, wondering why the news articles were so negative. He saw headlines like, player Lee Grandfel's unilateral actions, and AAU official, the Holy War, they have no way of knowing if it's really happening, making him feel that the atmosphere was strange. Lee conceded that he never expected enthusiastic reactions, since there were no rewards, but concluded that the negative reception to the quest was simply too much. Lee shouted at Grandfell to start a flame war online and refute the negativity, while Grandfell calmly continued to look at his phone. As Grandfell attempted to write a comment online, confirming the Holy War was underway and signing it with his entire cringy title, Lee was dismayed and immediately shouted for him to cancel, telling the demon hunter to stop writing his full name every single time. Suddenly, as he wiped the sweat from his brow, Lee heard an alarm from his laptop, and looking down, wondered what the notification was for. At a brightly lit press conference, Taemin thanked everyone for gathering, and then stated they should get straight to the point. Speaking at the press conference, Taemin announced the participation of Argaon, then a second man announced Inazuma, and finally Leonie from Berserker announced that their groups would all join the Holy War. Online comments immediately reacted to the simultaneous announcement, with one person simply exclaiming over the news, and another expressing surprise that the three major guilds were joining together. Other users questioned why the guilds were all streaming live at the same time, and advised others to rewind Gaon's live stream to see Lee Grandfell. Grandfell reflected on the announcement, knowing that at the end of the Holy War there would be no material rewards, but because of that, those who fought solely to protect their pride would not fear any demon. Inside the Crystal Hall of the Mage Tower, Elder Mage Yugwid Lupeng addressed the assembled mages, and asked what everyone thought. Elder Mage Yugwid Lupeng asked Marcello if he thought they had a chance in this war. Marcello responded that the chances were slim, because not only was the scale of the war overwhelming, but the enemies had also spread their claws into both worlds. Marcello acknowledged that it was a most unreasonable war, but emphasized that if they announced victory, hope would rise across Arcana. Marcello gripped his fist and announced that now was the time to restore the true truth, simultaneously generating a notification that began the quest to seek the true truth as part of the reconstruction of the Magic Tower. Afterward, the guilds Shining and Bohemian announced their participation, further expanding the forces entering the Holy War. Observing the growing momentum, Lee noted that players wanting to join the Holy War began gathering at each region. At the AAU West America branch, Jim Joshua angrily slammed a paper down, cursing and exclaiming that even Shining was joining. He demanded to know what was happening, asserting that Arcana should just be left to rot, as if the demons flocked there, Earth would be safer. Jim Joshua finished his angry thoughts, questioning why they would fight for that damned pride, and concluded that they would need to take measures. Trapped in traffic in a taxi, Lee exclaimed about the crowded street, and noted that the driver claimed their road was still the better one. Lee realized all the players had gathered just because of one Holy War quest, concluding they were using the Mage Tower cracks to reach the regional base. Lee thought that the mood had definitely shifted after the three simultaneous guild announcements, reflecting that he had wanted to stop by Gaon to at least greet them, but admitted he did not expect this level of response. Lee concluded that he could now finally focus only on preparing for the Holy War. He then thought about the Magic Eye Telescope, which allowed for periodic observation of Arcana. Lee then pondered the title Sublime, which declared that Arcana remembered him, and realized that even with the death penalty in effect, he had reached the system's upper limit of level 490, having leveled up by 50. Lee thought that he needed to use the newfound benefits well, starting with the Magic Eye Telescope being put to good use. He concluded that the title Sublime was still unclear, but he was sure it would help someday. Lee concluded that the most important thing was the 50 attribute points, and he would not dump them all into magic, but distribute them evenly, since he could now wield Sword Aura, making strength and agility matter more than before. Acknowledging all the close calls ahead, Lee excitedly decided the remaining 3 points would go to Luck, raising it to 10, stating that he believes in Lady Luck and all that she brings. The taxi driver then reached forward to turn on the radio. The radio news broadcast breaking news that a new rift had appeared in the UK, reporting that this rift showed a different pattern from the usual ones. While a surprised Shreg was being physically escorted, he did not hear his allies trying to speak to him, instead wondering to himself what he was even supposed to do there. Shrieg continued his internal lament, thinking that there were collapses before, but this was worse, as the rift had swallowed London and its civilians whole the moment it appeared. He wondered what he could even do at times like this, concluding that ranker players were pointless. Against a backdrop of helicopters and military presence over the city, Shrieg concluded his bitter thoughts, believing that someone like him could not do anything. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Shrieg's mind, asking if the player heard it. As a voice spoke in his mind, one of Shrieg's feet was enclosed in blue energy, and the status effect Helpless was instantly removed. A surprised Shreg grabbed his head in confusion and muttered that he did not even know when he had been hit with a status effect. Granfell appeared before Shreg, holding an umbrella in the heavy rain. He commented that the raindrops felt heavy, then requested that Shreg guide him through London and asked if the player could do it. Thank you for watching. See you next time.